fire burning. This is back in Malibu.
Oh, yikes.
We have aerial. Oh, I'm sorry. Our producer is telling us that this is in Moore Park. This is a separate fire that's burning. KCAL overhead right now. You can see how smoky it is there. It looks like it's not in a residential area. Well, there are some homes right there. So hopefully they are not being threatened. You see some flashing lights of emergency personnel there and how smoky it is. And we just brought you those live pictures of a separate fire in Malibu. Paul Diano been talking about all morning how ferocious these Santa Ana winds are. You can see the actual flames there.
I know.
Burning, and there's a lot of brush to be burned around there.
It's very scary. Moore Park has such densely, so many trees, so much land. There's so much farmland up there when you drive up. So there's residential gated communities in one section, and this looks like it's in some of that really thick vegetation. You can see a truck there right next to the flames. Not sure if it is maybe somebody who knows this property. Does not look like a firefighter at this point in time, but you can see just the winds and how they're pushing those flames, and that's what gets so scary in these situations. That's why so many people have the power turned off in other areas that are very dense. There's evacuation orders, I'm being told right now from our director. The following evacuation orders are in effect: North Highway 118 to the Ridgeline, west to Satakoy Country Club, and also Walnut Avenue to Balcom Canyon Road. That evacuation order has been issued for Zone 2 is what they're calling it. They have 8 engines that have been requested, any type, for line safety and structure defense. So there are some structures in this area, but yes, being impacted by this fire and the wind that's
and that gives us an indication of how quickly it is spreading and has been spreading. We saw that person on the road there. That looks like a very precarious situation, even though the wind is going the opposite direction. He was very close there, and there's not a lot of escape routes around there. So hopefully those people were able to get out. Hopefully they were able to take their belongings. You can see a helicopter earlier overhead, and also there it is again. And a lot of smoke in that area. And you can also see the actual flames still burning. Well, that wind is very strong.
Yeah, and the concern, obviously, when we have these windy conditions, especially in an area that does have all this thick vegetation, there you see the fire trucks and them kind of getting on scene and getting mobilized to fight this, because you do have so much you see the vegetation itself actually moving in the wind, but it doesn't take much for just an ember to move in the wind and spark somewhere new. So you have to be so careful. What we saw with that gentleman standing up against the road, you don't know when the winds can change. They can move the fire. So people really need to take this seriously.
And this looks like it is an agricultural area. You can see the way the trees are lined up there and some of the crops. So this is probably someone's livelihood as well. And look at all that black smoke and the flames just burning. Those have spread even since we got on this just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, it's what I was talking about earlier. If you remember the Woolsey fire that took place during a Santa Ana wind event, it can just move so quickly, and people can really be surprised by the movement of it. And so you see other flames now here, and this is the biggest concern, is that you start having these spots pop up in multiple areas that firefighters are having to track and fight. You have visibility issues. Also in these types of situations, you did see the helicopter, but sometimes we don't know right now what the case may be, but you can't always get aircraft up, and with these densely vegetated areas, you do need a lot of times aircraft to be able to drop water. So we'll have to see if they get some of those planes up in the air. I do see a number of helicopters now circling.
And this is also not the only fire in Southern California right now. We know that there's also one burning in Malibu, and the concern, as Paul has been talking about all day, is that there's these strong winds are in a lot of the areas. We're talking about possibly losing power and getting shutoffs because of those winds. But this is kind of one of the worst case scenarios, or the beginnings of it, where this is spreading. The wind is still blowing very quickly, and you have multiple fires to deal with now, and we've seen how large this has grown just in the past few minutes.
Well, I'm wondering, is meteorologist Paul Diano available to talk to us? Because I feel like a lot of the wind warnings were further east than some of these. Amber Lee, is Amber available to talk? I'm curious what some of the wind conditions are in this area, because this is further west than we had thought, and now we see a structure on fire.
Yeah, so this is where we have those high wind warnings, and this is why we have the red flag warning. So, all the conditions are favorable. The winds are really drying out our atmosphere. We have the gusty winds, and we also have those warm temperatures. Take a look at the wind gusts. Wind gusts here in Moore Park, 66 miles miles per hour. So this is where we're seeing some of the strongest winds. You can see Simi Valley right here just to the east, and then a little bit more to the south with Camarillo. So I'm going to zoom out to kind of show you. This is what we've been talking about all morning long. We've been talking about all these winds just funneling in from the northeast, typical textbook style. So this is why we talked about having these high wind warnings. It's so crucial, why fire crews are already on standby and on edge, because they were waiting to see just how gusty these winds were going to get. And you can see it right here. It is just blowing that smoke out toward the coast. And so the vegetation is dry. Again, the winds are really just drying out our atmosphere even more. So that's why you're seeing the hopscotch conditions when we see these Santa Ana winds. So one area is on fire, then it hops to another area. And so that's why you'll see these pockets of flames kind of erupting and all these embers just kind of flying around. So this is what we're dealing with right now. We're going to continue to see windy conditions for the rest of the morning. The good news is that it starts to kind of relax as we head into the latter part of the day. But again, wind advisories, high wind warnings, red flag warnings will continue as we head into the rest of the day into tomorrow morning. I'm also going to show you we do have winds through the Inland Empire, but just not as strong as what we're seeing through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, and then also Moore Park.
Oh, that's Amber. We want to go ahead. We've been watching on the left-hand side of your screen as you're describing those wind conditions. Ruta Bay pointed out it looks like a barn or maybe a horse facility that's
I just
on fire.
hope there aren't animals there that couldn't get out. This looks like a farm to me. I'm speculating here, but it looks like a farm within an agricultural area, and I just hope there are no animals that couldn't get out of that structure. And you see how close that is to the nearby home. And we've seen pockets of homes around where these flames are, where they're just kind of encircling this entire area and spreading to different pockets. These embers that we've been talking about spread by the wind and then just erupting in flames with all of this dry brush.
Well, and it's a unique area, Moore Park, because on one end of things, you have a business district and you have a lot of homes. People, it's a very quaint area and kind of the downtown part of it and suburban. And then you have kind of this agricultural area to it. But you see that this building has now flattened to the ground.
Looks like it was a home.
It could have been a home. There's cars out front that also look like they have been overtaken by flames. There'll be speculation, I'm sure, as to how this may have started. People need to be very vigilant on their properties. The power company is going to be looking at power lines to make sure that we don't spark any additional fires. As we've been talking about, this isn't the only fire. There's also a fire in Malibu that is burning right now. It seems to be a smaller fire, but it is burning close to homes and on the south side of PCH. But the pictures you're looking at right now are from Moore Park. And it's one of those things that it is just so concerning, as Amber's talking about the wind conditions continuing throughout the morning, that these embers could get picked up and tossed around to other buildings because there is just so much vegetation in that area.
And you see why from the SkyCal view there is an evacuation order in place. I mean, anyone living or in those buildings right now, in those homes, animals, pets, need to get out right away because this is spreading very quickly. It is a dangerous thing, especially given how fast these winds are moving, which you just heard, Amber. You see a little cluster of homes right there as well, and some charred hillside there. The smoke, we saw that structure go up in flames with black smoke. Anytime you see black smoke, that's not a good sign. And look at all of the vegetation, that dry vegetation.
We have crew members who live in this area who are giving us information as to what they're hearing from their neighbors. There is an air quality watch now through 4 p.m. Strong Santa Ana winds stirring up high levels of dust throughout most of Ventura County. The level of coarse particulate matter in the air is forecast to reach a level that is unhealthy. So even if you're not in this immediate area being impacted by the flames themselves, it is something you may want to stay indoors today, as this is going to cause a lot of smoke within the region and be just kind of thick overhead. You can see it's impacting visibility as well. But as this is spreading so quickly, we've seen this type of thing happen before. It appears right now, luckily, it is not in one of the gated communities of Moore Park, which take up half of Moore Park. This appears to be in kind of the more rural farm area of the Moore Park area. However, it's so much vegetation, it is just going to spread. The other thing that I get concerned about, you see this roadway. When you drive up into this area, there are so many hills. And I remember my husband and I driving from LA County to Ventura, and I once said, oh, wow, I would not want to be stuck up there in a fire because it would be so hard. And I said, I wonder how hard it is to get deliveries up this way because there are few roads that lead up into that area to be able to get people in and out. So the concern now as well as we see some of these structures, homes, farmland, barns, is getting potentially humans out, animals out, and making sure that people act very, very quickly. We do see a plane. That's a good sign to get water dropped on this. But you know, when you look at just the amount of fire that is now consuming just the area, it's going to take a lot to get this thing under control.
Those flames have just spread so quickly. This is burning on South Mountain. This is near the 7900 block of Balcom Canyon and Bradley Road. That's according to the Ventura County Fire Department. Strong winds, obviously, we've been talking about that, contributing to these conditions. This is near also the 118 freeway, so there are road closures in effect right now, evacuation orders as well. And this is not what we want to see. This is not a good scenario right now, especially given that these winds are still blowing. And there's another fire just south of here in Malibu. So you see all the emergency personnel there. It looks like they're staging, kind of trying to come up with a plan, but you can see the vegetation blowing around from that shot. You can see how windy it is there, and you can see how quickly the flames have spread at least to 2 structures that we've seen and many other structures in that area. The black smoke, the flames, just kind of devouring this very dry vegetation. And again, it's just my observation. It looks like it is an agricultural, maybe like a farm area where it started. There were crops growing and trees that were laid out very specifically. So that's what it looks like to me. But you mentioned that that's a ridge with all of this wild vegetation, not very many ways in, not very many ways out.
You also see the power lines. So this is going to very close to the flames. If the fire hits those power lines, you're going to have a lot of people impacted in that area when it comes to the power situation. This is the area you were talking about, Ruta Bay, where you saw some of the farmland and that type of thing. And it's really what makes Moore Park so beautiful is that you do have these rolling hills and estates really with the farmland. And a lot of agricultural area. We do have to get to our 10 o'clock show with Amy Johnson. We're going to continue to monitor this and bring you the very latest throughout the morning.
I want to say goodbye to our CBS viewers now, but we are continuing our coverage on KCAL News. And we are staying on this fire. If you've been watching us, we are staying here taking a look from KCAL at this breaking news. This is a fire in Moore Park, and this is not the only fire burning in Southern California right now. I want to bring in Amy Johnson.
Thank you, Ruta Bay. We do begin KCAL News at 10 with breaking news out of Moore Park. Firefighters are battling a brush fire on South Mountain. This is near Balcom Canyon and Bradley Road. Strong winds in the area are making containment really difficult. Right now, more than 100 firefighters are on the scene, and if you are in the area, please watch out for emergency vehicles. Now, we do know that a red flag warning went into effect yesterday and for today, rather, and lasting through Thursday night. And so many of us that live in Ventura County realized that we were going to be dealing with some severe conditions. And I have to say, as I was driving in this morning, it was extremely windy in Ventura County. And it was one of those times, meteorologist Amber Lee joining us now. Also, Amber, it was one of those eerie times where you see and feel this wind and you hope that there are going to be no sparks anywhere, because we know how quickly a fire can spread in conditions like this.
Yes, especially when it's that time of year, the Santa Ana winds, we know what type of damage it can do, especially because it dries out our atmosphere. So our conditions right now are favorable for these fire conditions to grow. And that's exactly what we're seeing right there. So I just want to show you really quick on the right side of your screen. This is our next weather wind gusts. You can see that this is the reason why not only we have high wind warnings, wind advisories, and red flag warnings in Southern California. It's because we were talking about this second round of Santa Ana winds, and this one much more fierce than what we saw earlier in the week. So right now, our gusts in Moore Park is at 66 miles per hour, and at times we could see it in some parts up to 80. But the good news is that I'm looking at the futurecast, looking at when the winds start to relax, and it's going to begin to relax in the next couple of hours. But right now, we're kind of in the peak of the wind gusts. So you can see just to the east of Moore Park, Simi Valley is also clocking in gusts in the mid 60s. Now, I do want to show you, I'm going to pull out so you kind of see what I'm talking about. These winds are coming in from the northeast. We had a really cold air mass. We're in between two systems right now, so this is what's generating these really strong Santa Ana winds. As these winds come in through the canyons and passes, it blows out even stronger into areas like Santa Clarita and Simi Valley. So this is why that fire is moving so fast. And then because of these Santa Ana winds, the winds are picking up the embers, and we're going to see this hopscotch type of fashion, type of pattern that we normally would see with these Santa Ana winds. And so this is what we're seeing at the moment, and you can see how the winds are laying down the smoke that is, and that shows you how strong the wind gusts are. So not only is it windy in this area, but we're also looking at those wind gusts picking up in Malibu as well, and then also in the Inland Empire. But I also want to show you what the winds are doing. The winds are drying out our atmosphere. The dew point, another good form of moisture measurement in our atmosphere, should be in the mid-50s here in Southern California. Look how dry it is. We're talking teens for Simi Valley, 20s in Moore Park, and then even a little bit more east toward Burbank, we're down into the single digits. So this is why we have that red flag warning, extreme fire danger issued through tomorrow as these winds continue to stick around until then. And then this is what the dew point looks like across Southern California. So it is dry, bone dry. And that's why fire crews have all been on edge waiting for this event to happen. But the good news, as I mentioned, in the next couple of hours, we should start to see the winds kind of relax a little bit, but it's still going to be windy, but just not as windy as what we're dealing with right now, Amy.
And of course, the dry conditions, as you were mentioning, Amber, really making it difficult. We haven't had rain in a very long time. There's a lot of brush out there, and you know, a lot of people have been fearing the Santa Ana winds and what they bring with them, the threat of fire.
Yeah, and luckily the fire crews were also prepared for this. They actually put in place 2 task forces, the Ventura County Fire Agency, to handle any kind of brush fires. It's something when we hear about these winds and this type of forecast, we're prepared too. And sadly, in Southern California with these dry conditions, it is something that we hope doesn't happen, but we know that it is a possibility, can happen. And indeed it has. At least 2 fires burning at this hour in Southern California, one in the Camarillo area that we're looking at, Moore Park, and then the other one in Malibu. We do know that power outages have been reported. There are evacuation orders in place. There was a red flag warning in effect yesterday, and there are more than 100 firefighters on scene of this particular fire right now. That's according to the Ventura County Star, who is putting out information right there. There is a shelter set up at Padre Serra Parish, and that is in the Camarillo area, because we know that these people need to get out of this neighborhood right away. We've already seen at least 2 structures go up in flames, and very, very quickly.
Yeah, a site that does risk assessment on properties says there's about 12,000 properties in Moore Park that have the risk of being affected by wildfire. That was a risk assessment that was done looking at the next 30 years, looking at the amount of vegetation, looking at how wind conditions hit this area. This is an area too that has it has grown in terms of population. It's you know, people have moved out to this area. There's a business district. There's an area of a number of gated homes. People love going out here, I know too, to hike. As you see all these ridges and canyons, it is absolutely a beautiful part of our Southern California area. But this is the potential risk that can happen, is when these winds take just a fire starts and the winds are gusting as much as they are, as Amber Lee has been showing us this morning, that embers get picked up, they get moved. You can see the visibility getting worse in that area. There's also potential for people who are sensitive to air quality issues. This is going to obviously impact a lot of Ventura County as firefighters continue to try to get this fire under control, and hopefully, as meteorologist Amber Lee says, within the next couple of hours. But there can be a lot of damage done in a couple hours.
And what we have seen since we now have fire season year-round, the fire crews really try to hit these fires quickly and as hard as possible to knock them out as quickly as possible. But the unfortunate situation here is that we have multiple fires, which means the resources are spread out. So you can't hit the fire in Moore Park as hard because many of those crews are now in Malibu fighting the fire there. So they are sharing the resources, and that means, unfortunately, not as many boots on the ground there. working on this fire. And with the winds, I don't know if we've seen any helicopters out there.
There were a few before you were coming out here, Amy. There were a couple, and we did see one plane at one point in time. But yeah, that's the fear, right? Is that the aircraft not going to be able to get up and mobilize quickly to get this under control. You see some of this white smoke. That's a little bit better sign that maybe they're getting some situations under control. But you can see all this agricultural, these vehicles and all this, these buildings, and it is reminding me. I covered the Woolsey fire and just how quickly that spread in the Santa Ana winds, and also people having to get their livestock and horses out just as quickly as possible. That's very hard to do. So while people were warned that there was a red flag warning, you can mobilize as best you can. But if these fires pop up right at your property, it's so difficult to try to get everything and get out, especially in this area where you see it is just so hilly and so inconvenient to try to get up to some of these properties by road.
Absolutely. And on the right side of your screen, you are seeing the public safety power shutoff map. This is where we have been focusing, in fact, the last couple of days. I know that Mark Liu was showing us just yesterday some of the areas that were going to be at risk of losing their power. Of course, we are seeing this now, and this is all in an effort to, make this area safer, in that the high winds could actually knock down power lines, sparking fires. We've seen that, unfortunately, in the past. And so as a precaution, they were shutting down some of the power. But you can see there on the left side of your screen that fire, very active flames. We do know that at least 2 structures have burned in this fire so far. And this is an area that doesn't have as many homes. But certainly, we know with the wind, it can certainly travel quickly and get to areas that do, in fact, have more homes and larger communities.
Yeah, and you think about the lives at risk, the human lives, and also if there are animals there. We saw a structure that looked like it might be some sort of barn or something that held horses. And you think about if they were able to get all of that out. It is devastating to watch this burn, but luckily it is property and brush at this point. We haven't heard about any injuries so far. There are evacuation orders in place. A lot of black smoke there as well. Sometimes that can signify that some sort of structure is burning. And look how close these homes are right now. There's that structure we were just mentioning earlier. It is surrounded by flames still, and the visibility is getting very, very low because of all the smoke right now. We know that the red flag warning has been in effect. We hope that these people are able to get out in time, because there are road closures as well. And this is not the most accessible area in terms of getting in or out. And we saw, just while we were on live coverage, we watched as these little embers flew to other areas, and the flames just exploded in several different spots here. So it is really hard to get a handle on it. And we can watch in real time why there are these warnings in place and how quickly this wind can spread and how dangerous this really can be in terms of spreading the fire, getting it dangerously close to structures there. And the challenge that it poses for firefighters. We know there are 100 firefighters on scene right now, at least. Look at all this black smoke. But to try to contain all of this as it spreads around to different areas, and they're dealing with these windy conditions as well, and not a lot of roads to kind of surround the fire. And also, Amy, you just mentioned all that dry brush, and it looks like it is an agricultural area, which just provides so much fuel for these flames to spread.
Absolutely. And the following evacuation orders are in effect. This is North Highway 118 to the Ridge Line, west to Satakoy Country Club, and then Satakoy Country Club to Balcom Canyon Road. These people are being told that they need to evacuate this area. And we've been talking about, unfortunately, the folks that do have the livestock and the animals, that it's much more difficult to get them all out of the area. And, this is, an area that, has a lot of farmland and a lot of animals out there. And with this wind, it is really a race against the clock here.
Well, I'm looking at Google Maps just to see, and it looks like where that fire started, where it was first reported as being an issue, there is a large, it looks like almost agricultural operation. You have several buildings. I'm counting at least 10 on the property where it shows that it started. There's also some buildings with solar panels nearby that indicates to me that potentially it is a a home nearby. So if that's where it started, it then has a lot of vegetation surrounding it, but also a number of other homes and businesses. So, you know, you talk about the human life, you talk about the livestock, and also just people's livelihoods. You know, this can go up just so quickly that, you know, and when we talk about how these can start, a lot of times we talk about power lines and how the power lines end up sparking and it spreads. But looking at the Google map right now, you have to wonder, we can also spark fires by, you know, trying to trim trees or weed whack or do those types of things, where today is the day. You know, don't throw a cigarette out the car window. Don't probably light up the barbecue in a lot of places. You know, there are many things that we do as human beings that can end up potentially becoming very devastating in a very short period of time.
Absolutely, and what we are learning is that at least 250 acres have burned so far. We're looking at a wider shot and trying to show you the Moore Park fire on the left. On the right, you're seeing the fire in Malibu. And again, we were talking about, unfortunately, the spread of resources, and that you've got crews, you've got Ventura County firefighters now dealing with both of these fires, and that, of course, spreading resources. But you can see it is close to homes, and on a windy day like this, you know, there is certainly that fear that this fire is going to spread. We can see the Ventura County helicopter there over the Moore Park fire. I'm not exactly sure what was burning there, but we certainly saw large black plume of smoke. We know that usually when it's the brush, it's the white smoke, but that was perhaps a building of some type of structure that was burning there, where we saw the black plumes of smoke. You can see it there on the left side of your screen, and certainly trying to keep you updated with as much information as possible. We do know that the Moore Park fire broke out just about an hour ago, and in that time, again, has spread to 250 acres.
Just talking about the Malibu fire for a minute, the PCH is closed in both directions. We should let people know. So if you're headed to that area, it is shut down. You are not going to be able to get through because this is burning so quickly. It looks like at least one home is burning. And I know I have a few friends in that area. They've been so on edge the last few years, seeing those rains that have made their hillsides beautifully green to then dry out and become fuel for these types of fires. So that community, especially on edge, having dealt with the Woolsey fire and other fires over the last couple of years. But then on the left-hand side of your screen, this is something that Moore Park hasn't had to deal with in a while, but is spreading so quickly and scary.
And I want to get to this video on the right side. This looks like it's taken from Pepperdine, from the campus there. You can see overlooking that big grassy area. There's a little pond there. And so this is the view, which Pepperdine students and faculty, they know this well. It's kind of a terrifying thing. There was a huge fire there that actually burned some of the dorms, and you can see it's actually a staging area now for a helicopter. I think they use some of this water in these ponds they have before, and we saw the wind blowing in a different direction toward the water earlier. But then when we took these shots from the ground there, which does look like it's from the campus of Pepperdine University, it was blowing in the wrong direction. That is not what they want to see. And we saw flames, actually. When we saw the first shots initially of the Malibu fire, you could see some smoke. It didn't appear to be that big, but now you can see flames. So that looks like a viewer sending in some photos, some video rather there. And now we go back to the Moore Park fire. You can see aircraft working to put this. Look how much vegetation is there. That is all fuel for this to keep spreading with those high and dangerous winds. And that is a lot of fuel, but luckily, in this area where we're seeing these flames, these specific flames burning, we don't see as many homes. At least they're a little bit spread out here as we take you back out to Malibu as well, and those plumes of smoke now using Pepperdine University as a staging area.
It's one of those things where I walked out here this morning with you, and I had been talking to Paul in the makeup room, and I said, oh my gosh, Paul, you see these winds, you see the red flag warnings. The last thing we need right now is a brush fire. And now to have two that we're looking at and tracking that have, you know, homes and businesses in harm's way. You can see cars there along PCH on the Malibu side. It is supposed to be shut down at this point in time. This fire could just be moving so quickly, authorities can't move. shut down certain parts of the roadway. But you just have to feel for what people are going through and what they're prepared for, but not this fast generally, Amy.
Exactly. And depending on where you live in Malibu, you only have PCH for an evacuation route, which is what makes it even more frightening. You've got some smaller roads branching off, of course, but not everyone lives in a part of Malibu where they can get to those little roads without using Pacific Coast Highway. And it's just eerily reminiscent of the Thomas Fire and the Woolsey Fire. And you know, I'm sure a lot of people who watch the fire, you know, jump over the, you know, highways and spread so quickly. You know, some may still have PTSD because that fire that day just spread so fast. And to see this happening again where you think, oh, it could never connect. Well, unfortunately, we've seen fires connect like this and just jump and move and spread so quickly. And, you know, unfortunately, people have been through this, and hopefully they realize that they need to just grab their important paperwork and get out of there as quickly as possible if they are being told to evacuate, because you don't know how long that roadway will be clear for you to actually make that exit. And we just continue to show you the two fires burning now in Mora Park and Malibu. Still a lot of smoke out there. We are not seeing as many flames in the Mora Park area, but still plenty of smoke there, and a lot of smoke in Malibu. We are a little farther from that fire, but certainly we are waiting for word if there have been any structures that have been damaged or burned in Malibu.
I think it's important what you pointed out too, because not only, you know, as you talk about Malibu, having PCH is really, for a lot of people, the only way in and out. And you have kind of those canyon roads that can get blocked and people get stuck. You see how slow the traffic is moving. If those flames get closer to the highway, those people are going to have to go somewhere. And so this is a frightening situation for many people. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen. I don't like how close the flames are in that picture to the roadway. Now you've got the Moore Park fire. These people in particular, when you drive through Moore Park, you'll see these beautiful homes and estates and farmland and operations really in the hillside, but there are not many roads in and out. So if you are in one of these areas and you're feeling uncomfortable, maybe an evacuation order hasn't been set yet, with the way these are moving and the way that the winds are driving this fire right now and moving it and pushing it, there's no shame in getting out and going somewhere where you feel safer, because I do know from covering other fires, that's what really takes people aback, is maybe they get out of their home, they've gotten the paperwork, they put the dog in the car, you know, they're ready to go, and then they have no way out.
Absolutely. We want to check back in with our meteorologist, Amber Lee. She's been tracking the winds that are blowing out there and the lack of humidity. Amber.
Yeah, it's so dry, and you can see what's happening with these really strong gusts. So these wind-driven fires tend to grow faster than what we would normally see, and we've been talking about this all week. I've been watching the wind gusts just get stronger and stronger all morning. So right now what you're seeing on your right-hand side of your screen, this is the wind gusts from Moore Park. You can see it's in the purple region where we're seeing some of the strongest wind activity. Same with Simi Valley and also Camarillo, where Moore Park right now is looking at gusts up to 66 miles per hour. And then you guys are talking about that Malibu fire. You can see at the bottom of your screen, the Malibu fire, we're looking at gusts there at 36 miles per hour. However, about 25 minutes ago, they did see gusts in the high 50s. So it's like on and off as we head into the rest of the morning, because this is the reason why these areas are all under that high wind warning. We were warning you that it was going to get windy, and this second round of the Santa Ana winds definitely much stronger than the last, because we're sandwiched between two systems, and these pressure gradients are really tight. And what that means is both of these systems are pushing in, funneling in the winds, going through our canyons and passes, and it shoots right out to a lot of our beach communities. So I'm going to pull it out a little bit more to show you that we're just seeing not only wind gusts in these areas, but also for the Inland Empire as well. Again, it is dry. Our dew points are really low. We're normally in the mid 50s. We're down in the single digits, teens, and even in the 20s. So with that, with the winds, the warm temperatures, this is why we have red flag warnings for basically the entire region here in Southern California through tomorrow. So this is what I'm going to show you really quick, because I'm going to set the futurecast in motion so you kind of get an idea when we're expecting the winds to relax. So as we head into the latter part of the morning, it's still very gusty. We're seeing peak gusts right now for the Moore Park, Simi Valley area. And then as we head into the lunch hour, we're going to see a little less of the purple, but still windy any way you look at it. And then as we head into the rest of the afternoon, you can see how the winds are still there. So this is why this wind event is a prolonged Santa Ana wind event through tomorrow. And that's why we have these red flags flag warnings through tomorrow evening as well. Even this evening, we're still dealing with these really strong winds, and then by the time we head into late tonight, we start to see the winds pick right back up again. So at least there's a little bit of a lull that's going to help fire crews. But again, it's still windy as we head toward the afternoon, just not as windy as what we're dealing with right now. I am looking at right now, we do have that wind advisory for the lower elevations, but Moore Park and Simi Valley under that high wind warning until at least 4 p.m. tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Amber, thank you for that useful information. We saw that citizen video of the Malibu fire from Pepperdine University. It looked like to me just a while ago. Pepperdine University now has a shelter in place order in effect due to the fire. This is at PCH around Malibu Canyon Road, which is right where Pepperdine is. We're looking at Moore Park still right now, but there is a separate fire also burning in Pepperdine. Obviously, Amy, you were mentioning earlier, this poses a huge resource strain because we know there are 2 fires right now. It's only 10:22 in the morning.
Yes.
The winds. Okay, our producer is telling me that the purple on the map you're seeing right now, those are the evacuation orders in place right now. So that's important information to know. Not that easy to get in or out of either of those areas. The one in Malibu only has 2 roads in that area, Malibu Canyon Road, like we just said, and PCH, both that don't have that very many lanes, and both can get very clogged with traffic. So people around, at least in Pepperdine, are being urged to stay in place. They're actually under a shelter in place order due to the fire. And we are told that at least a large plume of smoke was burning in that area, and at least 1 home in the Malibu area. But right now we're looking at these raging flames in Moore Park and the evacuation zone in place right now. We just hope that, you know, the number one issue is life, human lives, animals, pets, anyone in that area, and obviously property will be devastating loss as well. But right now we just hope that people are safe.
Yeah, that absolutely. We are getting some new information, it looks like, from the Ventura County Fire Department, who is on the scene, as we've been saying, at 7900 block of Balcom Canyon Road and Bradley Road. They're saying the fire is currently at an estimated 248 acres. But as we've been talking about, that can spread very quickly. And now, Amy, I'm seeing there are flames creeping much closer to these homes.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is just a sign of just how quickly these fires can spread when the wind is blowing like it is, and just how dry these conditions are. And we have been talking about the evacuation orders that are in place. And, you know, even if you think you're not that close to the fire, it really is a great time to back your car into the driveway, load up the most important things to you in your car. So if and when you get that evacuation order, you are ready to go. I just keep thinking back to the Woolsey fire, and that was the fire that caused my family to have to evacuate. And it was huge, and it started in Simi Valley, and we never imagined that it would go all the way to Malibu, but it did. And it was such a huge fire. And I remember, you know, people saying to my family, come to our home. And then before we could get to their home was being evacuated. So it was such a frightening time. And I have to admit, we were able to load up our cars, and then we had the cars loaded up, the kids in, the dog in the car, and we thought, where are we going? We didn't even know where we were going. And this is one of those times where get your stuff in order. Even if you're not in an evacuation area, pack up your car, have it ready to go just in case. Because when you are in that panic, I can tell you, when you're in that panic, it's hard to think about what you're going to pack up. What do you need? But when you're calm and you can really think about the important papers and the keepsakes that are irreplaceable, load them up now. It doesn't hurt to just have it packed up. You can always unpack it. But we are showing you now on the right side of your screen, this is the Malibu fire map. Sorry, Lauren? The Moore Park fire? CAL fire. I'm sorry, this is the CAL fire map that she is telling us about, and the evacuations that are in the area. But you can see there live on the left side.
It is a map, though, you're right, Amy, of Malibu. You can see just below, it says Malibu, there's a flame, broad fire. Obviously, they name the fires based on the streets that those fires start on. And there is they've provided some information that it's a 40-acre fire as well. So if you think of the differences between the sizes of these 2 fires, of what's at least being reported right now and can change very, very quickly. You've got the Malibu fire on the right, that's about 40 acres. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the Moore Park fire encompassing a much larger area of almost 250 acres.
and fire does double in size every 30 seconds under normal circumstances. So you think about, so you think about with these wind conditions, which our meteorologists Amber and Paul and everyone else here have been warning about. We did see these conditions coming, but this is kind of not the scenario that we had hoped to see, especially because of the resource issue and the strain on resources. And these are pretty close to each other.
Absolutely.
I'm actually surprised too, as Amy was earlier, that we have been getting aircraft up. It's the only thing I'm hopeful about, because the more aircraft you can get, water into and over these fires, you can see there's a lot of white smoke right now. That's generally a better scenario than seeing that thick black smoke. You see the fire right there along one of those areas of vegetation.
Verde Drive, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, that's the only saving grace, I think, right now is that aircraft are able to fly even in these very high wind conditions.
Absolutely. And I think that they are just really trying to divvy up the resources and, see what needs to be used in Moore Park and what needs to go to Malibu, because these fires, again, both posing a lot of risk with the winds that we're dealing with right now.
And you can see they just brought up the map of the Moore Park fire now being called the Mountain Fire. It's exploded. It's saying 1,000 acres just underneath. Wow. So we went from 250 acres to 1,000 acres in just mere minutes. So the advice Amy Johnson was just giving you about if you are in this area, you need to start thinking about getting prepared to potentially leaving. Meteorologist Amber Lee, you have something?
From National Weather Service. So they're updating me and telling me that they've issued a dense smoke advisory for Ventura County, Southeast Valley, the coast, and the beaches, just because of all that smoke that you're seeing right there. You can see it's black, and that's all the areas starting to burn, and then the white is where it's been burning, and they have some sort of control. But yeah, so that I just wanted to give you that update. I just got word that these areas are under that dense smoke advisory.
And that is an important piece of this, right? Because it's not just the people being impacted by the fire right now, but much of Ventura County and also parts of LA County with the Malibu fire. If people are sensitive, we have so many people who have asthma, lung conditions, kids, the elderly, they all need to be paying attention to this as well with those air quality alerts.
And, we talk about the Woolsey fire, which was basically in the same area as this current Malibu fire that's burning right now. That was in 2018. And we did see kind of a terrible scenario there when that happened. Because there's only PCH in Malibu Canyon Road, Pepperdine advised the students to shelter in place. Malibu had a mandatory evacuation order. There was confusion, and those roads were clogged. So I'm sure they learned a lot of lessons during that fire. It was a terrifying time, and they're now seeing the flames creep close to campus once again, but right now we are focused on the fire in Moore Park, and you can just see those flames exploding, all of that black smoke, and similar issues and challenges when it comes to getting out.
Absolutely, and you can see the flames, and the tendency of a fire is that it's going to race up a hillside. And we are watching that as we see all of those different sections of flames just racing up the hillsides there. And we see so much smoke in this area. And the flames are really in different areas as our SkyCal is up above. We are seeing flames in 3 different areas of this Moore Park fire that has been called the Mountain Fire. But to see all of this and to see the wind and to know how strong it is and how quickly the wind can push this fire, it's just really frightening. And we just hope that people are doing their due diligence and they are evacuating, doing what they need to do. I'm looking here to see.
Well, that's, Amy, I think that picture, as you're looking in there, I think that's a perfect example of what we've been talking about. You see that home and that driveway. That's the only way in and out of that property. You see those flames getting closer and closer. Such a beautiful area to live, so remote, but there is only one way in and out there. So they've got to be watching this and being very careful about where this goes and how quickly it spreads.
But again, you're seeing there's flames in this section leading up to what looks like a water tank there. And then over to the side there, you can see more flames, both of them racing up that hillside as fires do. And then you see more to the right, and then there were more to the left. I mean, this fire is what we've just been telling you, 1,000 acres. And moments ago, we were hearing it was 248 acres. This fire's just been going a little over an hour. I believe it started about 9:18 this morning is what I believe I saw. And so we're just a little over an hour and we're already up to 1,000 acres.
Yeah, it exploded in size. And when we get that broader view from SkyCal, when we zoom out, you can see all the different pockets along the ridgeline there, and there's so many of them. You see the charred hillside there, and you see the flames still going, and it just looks like they're spreading more and more. And then you see these homes in the center of it, kind of encircled by it, and you just hope and pray for these people that first of all they're safe, and then you think about their property too. But that wider view, look at all of those hot spots of those fires. You can see the helicopter there in action, but it just pales in comparison to the scope and the quick spread of this fire. We know there are at least 100 firefighters there in the last hour battling this. I'm not sure if that number has grown or not, but they were at least prepared for this. They knew about the windy conditions and these red flag warnings, and they did get 2 task forces prepared before this even started in Ventura County. But as you mentioned, Amy, a lot of times counties help, the jurisdictions, municipalities and counties help each other out when they're neighboring. And Malibu, of course, in northern Los Angeles County, Moore Park there in southern Ventura County. So they are very close to each other. And we've seen, even when we looked at the Malibu fire, we saw the wind switch direction, which is really, really not what we want to see.
No, I mean, and that's the problem, because the fire, it's almost like whack-a-mole for the firefighters, right? It's burning one place, the winds change, the embers travel, it starts to fire another place. And that's what we're seeing right now in both Malibu and Moore Park. It's almost, SkyCal overhead keeps spotting some of these other flare-ups that continue to happen. And that's really the biggest problem with a fire like this that has those dry conditions. It's almost a perfect storm of the dry conditions, the wind conditions, firefighters, not being able to access some of these areas very quickly. The only way to access some of these areas to get it out quickly is by the air. But okay, apparently this is, the helicopter is over, or SkyCal's over where the fire was first reported. We should mention there are evacuation orders in that area where SkyCal is right now, North Highway 118 to the Ridgeline, west to Sataquoy Country Club, and then Sataquoy Country Club to Balcom Canyon Road is what is being asked of people right now. So a large-scale response. We do see, other helicopters. We've seen some planes trying to dump water on the area.
And we have learned that ambulances have been called to the area. We know that we saw, I think, at least 2 structures go up in flames live right before our eyes as SkyCal was over this fire. But look at this. This gives you an idea of how quickly it spread and how big the scope is. And it gives you also an idea of the terrain. So you see there at the bottom of your screen, it looks like an agricultural area where crops were intentionally planted in a systematic way. And then you see all of the wild brush beyond there over those mountain ridges. The Highway Patrol, the California Highway Patrol, has confirmed that mandatory evacuations have been ordered in that immediate area. You see the map there of the evacuation zone. It is now being called the Mountain Fire and spreading so quickly, destroying property and hopefully not injuring a person. But if an emergency response vehicle went there and it's an ambulance, makes you concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is certainly a fire that needs air resources. And every time we see a helicopter up above, it does, give you a little sense of relief, because we know how crucial they are in this firefight because of the rural location that it is. And typically the same in Malibu, you just don't have the roadways and the manpower to hike up these mountain ridges to get these fires out. They must use air resources to help put these flames out because it is remote. While it is part of Moore Park, part of the city, anyone that lives out there knows it is very remote, and they do need those air resources.
Well, I have to say, something I didn't think about, that firefighters are asking for help with drivers on the roadways traveling the south State Road 118 and State Road 23. Firefighters and emergency workers asking people to please stay vigilant and look out for emergency vehicles, because they have not been able to shut down some of the roads in that area. They are still able to drive on those state roads right now. But as you can imagine, as these fires keep popping up in different areas of Moore Park, there's going to be more emergency vehicles and personnel that are having to get to these spots very, very quickly. So the danger is not just necessarily on these structures and homes, but also drivers who they may see the smoke, but they don't know how far away the fire is, and also just be very diligent and careful driving there with emergency vehicles.
And if we can go back to the Malibu fire, the Patch, which is a local news service, hyper local, is reporting that at least one home has caught fire in Malibu. We're still looking at the Moore Park fire, but the Malibu fire, we're told that a home has burned. It is near Pepperdine University. It's eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire, which was a terrifying ordeal for that community. I actually went to college at Pepperdine. I know the campus very well. Some of those dorms burned in the Woolsey fire, and we see from this other fire, here's the Malibu citizen video. This looks like PCH right now. And of course, they have to handle this very delicately, because if they evacuate everyone all at once, the roads get clogged. And you can see how close the flames are to PCH. And this is the only north-south road, basically, a roadway to get out of there. There are the canyon roads, which also are only 2 lanes. So you can imagine if everyone tries to evacuate all at once, including thousands of Pepperdine students and staff, that also creates a problem. It creates a problem for emergency vehicles. But they have been dumping water in the Malibu fire, at least. And we saw in the campus of Pepperdine there is a lake out front. There's a large greenway in front of the campus on a hillside, and firefighters have used Pepperdine as a staging area before. They use the campus and they pick up water from there and then dump it on the fires. But we are told the bad news we're getting right now is that we know that homes have burned in both of these fires, the Malibu fire and the Moore Park fire, and the ambulances have been called in the Moore Park fire. And we just hope that everyone is safe.
Absolutely. And we've been talking continuously about the winds that are out there right now. And our meteorologist, Amber Lee, has really been tracking the strong gust. Amber, I believe you said at one point there was a 50-mile-per-hour gust?
In the Malibu area, high 50s. So you can see Moore Park even stronger. We're looking at these gusts up to 66 miles per hour. Now, I just want to answer the question that Jamie was asking. How are the helicopters able to fly above this when we have such windy conditions? Well, these winds are about 20-foot wind gusts. And so that's why you're seeing the smoke kind of lay closer to the ground. And then it kind of mixes out at about 4,000 feet. So that's why the helicopters are able to fly up above this and give us that great aerial view. But I also want to point out, during a day like today, when we're talking about the extreme high winds, we're talking about all of this with the Santa Ana winds just gusting up, and it's going to be prolonged through tomorrow. There is some extreme crosswinds, especially when you're driving for those east-west type of roads. So that means the 118, the 101, and the 210 freeways. So just give yourself that extra time, drive a little slower, give yourself that distance between you and the other car in front of you, and just watch out for things kind of blowing around. But I do also want to point out, with these wind gusts, we're looking at these really strong Santa Ana winds coming in from the northeast. You see how it's pushing in and then going toward from Moore Park to Camarillo to Oxnard. This is where the smoke is going, and that's why we had that dense smoke advisory until tomorrow afternoon. So we're looking at poor air quality, blowing dust and ash. So you're asked to limit your outdoor exposure. If you see smoke and you smell it, and then you also see the ash, that means you are really close to where that fire is burning. So all of these areas, Santa Paula, Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, and also Malibu, under this dense smoke advisory. And then also the winds are drying our atmosphere, making conditions favorable for these fires to grow. And this is why we're seeing this wildfire just exploding in size so fast. And so you can see our dew point, which is another good form of moisture measurement in our atmosphere, normally should be in the mid 50s. Right now we're down into the teens for Simi Valley, 20s for Moore Park. We're also down to about 11 for the Malibu area. So these areas are bone dry. This is why we have the red flag warnings through tomorrow evening. And then I'm going to set the futurecast in motion for you with our wind gusts. So you can see that we're looking at these strong winds going through these areas from Santa Clarita to Simi Valley, Moore Park, Oxnard until about the lunch hour. Then we start to see the winds relax just a little bit. It's still windy though. No matter how you look at it, it just won't be as strong. We're under that peak wind at the moment. And then as we head into the rest of the afternoon, still windy, again, prolonged Santa Ana wind event. And then we start to see the strength pick up as we head into later tonight. So you can see a little bit more of the purples. And then this also affects the Inland Empire as well. So that's another focus that we're watching for fire crews. But then once we head into tomorrow afternoon, the winds let up, and then we are wind free as we head into Friday, which is great news. But again, still a few more hours and another day of this really windy type of condition here in Southern California. That's why high wind warnings are through tomorrow afternoon, red flag warnings until tomorrow evening.
All right, Amber, certainly we all know these windy conditions pose even more danger for the people that are living in the Moore Park area and in Malibu. If you were just joining us, you were watching our live coverage. We are focused on the broad fire in Malibu. We believe that it's burned about 40 acres, and we are hearing that at least one home is burned there. Also in Moore Park, it is the mountain fire. That fire has burned about 1,000 acres. We were hearing that 2 structures had burned. It wasn't clear if it was homes or other structures. Of course, this is certainly still coming in.
I just want to point out, watch this water drop. The winds are so strong right now that it's pushing, the firefighters have to, with extreme accuracy, try to get to these flames. And right now, their job is so difficult, both on the ground, trying to get up these ridges into this area to fight on the ground. You can imagine with equipment and the hillsides, just how strenuous that is. And then the helicopters themselves having problems because of those windy conditions. There's another look in Moore Park at, it looks like a potential structure. I can't tell, it looks like people are in the yard. I know I've seen in other fires where people are hoping to try to take control
you can
themselves.
See a person there.
Yeah, right. And that you wonder, are they trying to get the hose? Are they trying to do something themselves to try to save the property? In this situation, when it's this close, you start feeling that heat. You need to get out.
Absolutely. This is really tough to see. We understand that people, of course, want to save their homes, but this is a big fire. This is not going to be put out with your garden hose. This is the time when you need to evacuate. You need to go and let the firefighters get into the area and do their job. And unfortunately, instinct, I think, might be that you want to try to help and try to help save your home. But this is a large fire, and it is tough to see this. Again, it's burned about 1,000 acres, and just the winds, and we don't see firefighters in this area. It looks like, again, a lot of this battle is happening from the air, and we've been talking about the resources being split for the Malibu fire, that is the broad fire, and here in Moore Park with the mountain fire. The department there just trying to battle. I mean, this is Ventura County Fire that's dealing with both fires.
Well, and Moore Park is a very, structurally, it's a very interesting area because you have some of these large estates, beautiful up on the hillsides, and we've seen some of those come under the threat of these flames. You also, though, have some lower income housing, but the workers who farm these lands, who take care of the properties, and I think that's a little of what we're seeing there. And then you have some of these gated communities up near the ridgeline because it's beautiful hiking and it's a stunning area. So this is impacting really every part of Moore Park that we're seeing now as this fire continues to jump around. And there just is so much fuel for this fire in this particular area. As we see here, here's one of those very large estates with fire surrounding it. We just saw some of the lower income housing potentially impacted. And this is where firefighters, they really, their duty is to get people out, get people evacuated. Human life, of course, is number one, but then they really do try to save structures. And when you're in this type of area where there's just so many different homes and different places to go with fire burning nearby, it's very hard to get out to every single one.
And we talk about the geography of both of these fires. Right now we're looking at the Moore Park fire, but there's also the Broad fire, which is now called, in Malibu. And you talk about the geography of getting people in and out. So on one hand, in Moore Park, you have firefighters issuing, and also local law enforcement issuing a mandatory evacuation. You can see why. Look at those flames just tearing up that hillside there. In Malibu, however, they are telling people to shelter in place because they don't want another scenario. They don't want another scenario like they had with the Woolsey fire, where they clogged PCH, clogged Malibu Canyon Road, and no one was able to get out, which is an equally dangerous situation.
Yeah. We want to go to the phones now. We have the mayor of Moore Park, Chris Enegren, joining us now on the phone. Mayor, thank you so much for taking the time. We know that this is certainly a tough time. What are you hearing out there, and what are you seeing?
Well, good morning, and thanks for having me. So right now, we say that the update I just got was that it's got about 248 acres, and it's not an immediate threat to the actual city of Moore Park itself, but with the current wind direction, there's several impacts affecting the area. And here's a couple of them. We've got LA Avenue closed heading west at Sierra Hada Road. Ventura County OES, Office of Emergency Services, established a temporary evacuation point, and that's at Padre Sierra Parish, which is located at 5250 Upland Road in Camarillo. And then a hotline has been activated to assist with questions. And that hotline number is 805-465-6666. 6650. And then right now we're also, we got some evacuations that are also in effect between Moore Park and Somas. But the most important thing about this is that with the wind changing, these things can always change directions very rapidly. So for real-time updates, please visit www.vcemergency.com. That's the most important thing.
Chris, I know you also own businesses in Moore Park. I'm sure people are coming in and out just wanting to talk and figure out what is going on. What are you advising people, both from being mayor and as a business owner in this area that will be widely impacted?
Well, we're just telling everybody just to keep up to date with VC Emergency, just to see what's going on. Like I said, the wind is the biggest variable on this. The minute the wind changes, the whole game changes here. So we're trying to stay up to date on that. There are a couple circuit closures that might be going into effect under SoCal Edison. They'll deactivate circuits in areas where they believe that the wind hazard is going to cause more of an issue. And for that, you can always visit moreparkca.gov/PSPS to see if there's any impacts to businesses. As a business owner, we're certainly monitoring that, because if we lose power, we lose a lot, going on here. That's a very important thing as well.
Well, and how are people feeling? I mean, you have to be talking to people. What is the feeling there?
Well, I mean, it's just kind of every year this happens, so I'm kind of used to it by now. But no, I think it's just be safe, know what's going on. If you're in an area that you're going to be impacted by traffic with evacuations, it's smart to maybe get home early now if you can. But like I said, to Moore Park proper, we're not affected by it now, but we're certainly monitoring that.
And Mr. Mayor, we know that this red flag warning was in effect. The fire department's prepared for this. How does the city prepare for something like this?
Well, we have our emergency service operation. If it gets to the point where we've got to really, get down to the police services station and get all the players in the room, police, fire, emergency, everything, we do that. But for the most part, we're looking at the VC emergency. We're coordinating with the county, making sure that we know where it's going, what's happening, and looking at mainly it's closures, it's road closures. The most important part is you're going to try to get out of the area to get home, to know what roads are going to be closed, what traffic's going to impact, and that is something you're going to be able to follow on VC Emergency.
And Mr. Mayor, we are hearing updates that it's now been said that 1,000 acres have burned in this mountain fire so far, certainly spreading. And, are you concerned because there are two fires and it's kind of eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire? I mean, this fire burning in Moore Park, also a fire burning in Malibu. Ventura County fire crews are having to spread the resources to both of these fires. Are you getting a lot of calls from people in town that are concerned and worried?
I'm not getting a lot of calls personally, but I know our city management staff handles that a lot more. Not so much at the moment. It's going to start picking up. Like I said, I said it was about 250 acres, but just over about 30 minutes.
No, Mayor, we're hearing that it's grown to 1,000 acres. That's how quickly that this has spread in that area. We're getting official word. And it looks like, from our vantage point, we're able to see from KCAL a number of the hotspots that keep popping up. It appears it's spreading. Since you are saying the business district isn't necessarily impacted, can you describe where this area is and some of what, what is located there? From our vantage point, it looks like farmland, some ranches, that type of thing. What do you know about this particular area?
Sure, yeah. So right now it's around 7900 Balcom Canyon Road and Bradley Road. It's a lot of rural areas. It's open space, it's farms. But as I said, you know how fast this stuff can move. And, it might be not far away necessarily, but it can move certainly very, very fast. So the most important thing is to not panic, but just to really follow VC Emergency. We coordinate with Ventura County VC Emergency on all these things, and to make sure that we're all doing the right thing.
Mayor, we did hear that there were ambulances called to the scene of this fire. Do we know anything about injuries?
I haven't really anything about injuries yet. Like I said, I'm just going off of my updates that I'm getting kind of frequently now, but the last one I had did not have an emergency evacuation on it, or an ambulance.
Okay, Mayor, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us this morning, and hopefully we can continue to check in with you as you continue to get updates on what is currently happening in Moore Park. But we had initially heard 100 firefighters trying to fight this fire in Moore Park. You can see SkyCal is really giving you a view of how wide this has gotten, especially along the ridge line of the mountain area there. The fire, in fact, called the mountain fire, now 1,000 acres at last check. That was about 25 minutes ago that we heard that it had grown to 1,000 acres, up from 250, had just exploded. But you can see some of the white smoke here is usually something where they are starting to get the fire under control. But then you see there's the juxtaposition, maybe one area hotspot under control and then another flame start in the vegetation.
Yeah, and we're watching those flames spread. We've seen the smoke that you've seen here, which is kind of like a whiter smoke. We saw black smoke, which is an indication that usually a structure or something else is burning, not just natural fuel. And we are also getting word that ambulances have been called there. We just spoke to the mayor. He hadn't heard if there are any injuries at this point, but that's definitely our concern right now. Property, of course, it's tragic to see it go, but human life and the lives of animals, obviously the main concern right now as we try to cover these two fires in two counties, but close geographically to each other, one in Moore Park, one in Malibu. And you can just see how quickly these flames have spread, going up to over 1,000 acres just in the past couple of hours. It's kind of been exploding before our eyes.
This isn't good. No, well, this is a power line, I believe, and a structure along the fence line. But if it hits that power line, you know, there's been real concern about utilities in the area. But you can see right there that as the flames get closer to that, you also don't know once those power lines fall down, what else could end up triggering more fires in that area. That's something you don't want to see. You know, live wires also a concern after the fire has been put out as to, you know, people going up and potentially being electrocuted. So this is not a the scenario has continued to get worse as we've been up here for the last hour.
It certainly is. And we do want to remind people that there is an evacuation at Padre Sierra Parish in Camarillo. So if you do live in the Moore Park area here and you are concerned because the fire is even remotely close to you, you need to take charge. Make sure you pack up your items and be ready to go if you are not actually in evacuation area. But if you are and you need to evacuate, you can go to Camarillo to the Padre Sierra Parish that has been set up for the folks there in Moore Park.
And this applies really to everyone in Southern California right now living in a hilly, mountainous fire zone like this. We've seen over the years the insurance companies pull out because of situations like this. We know when these red flag warnings come, you know, it can happen in a second, and we've seen how quickly it can spread. So right now we are focused on Moore Park and Malibu, but we just hope that more fires don't spark today given these winds.
Well, and you see how the winds are whipping around. You know, they talk about those fire tornadoes sometimes. You can see the smoke as it's starting to just kind of churn in that area. This is also not a good scenario. You see the flames underneath. The smoke is changing with the wind conditions. That is just potential to have it spread to other parts that have not been touched yet. You see some of the trees, it looks like about to be engulfed in flames because it's almost like the fire is just eating up all of this vegetation because it's so dry.
Absolutely. We've been talking about the wind. We should check back in with our meteorologist, Amber Lee. She has really been monitoring the wind conditions and
well, we do have some new news in from the Ventura County Star. The Ventura County Star also reporting it's burned over 1,000 acres and that radio traffic has indicated that fire crews have been sent into homes in the area to assist people who are unable to evacuate as these flames approach. That's not what we want to hear. Highway 118 closed in all directions at this point, and we also know that large animals were being evacuated to the Ventura County Fairgrounds. Small animals evacuated to the county's Camarillo Animal Shelter. shelter. So that's where you can take animals. That's also where you might be able to find your animals, the small animals. But we did see some stables there. We saw some farmland. And so we know that this is kind of an agricultural area with farms as well. And so we just don't want to hear any news of any kind of injuries or deaths. Well, that's the main concern.
Absolutely, absolutely. But that's what I think the mayor was indicating in his phone call, is that there's, of course, the business district of Moore Park. This fire so far has not impacted that area, and there's a number of gated communities near that business district. Absolutely. It's a very walkable area. This is the rural part, kind of as you're going into Ventura County, past the Moore Park Business District, that does have these large agricultural operations and hillside homes.
Yes, and this area is certainly known for, you know, the farmlands. A lot of folks go out to pumpkin patches out there and go out and pick berries and such. And it really is a beautiful area, but it is certainly a hilly area, and it is tough for those firefighters to get into this area. And really, they are relying quite a bit on air resources. And again, we just keep emphasizing that these resources have been spread thin. They are fighting a fire in Malibu, that is the broad fire, and the mountain fire in Moore Park. And we are waiting for another update, but at last check, it has burned 1,000 acres. And unfortunately, we continue to see the flames here. You know, you're hoping that they will get a handle on the flames and that we will just see smoke and not as many active flames. But unfortunately, that is not the case with this fire, and the winds just keep whipping up the flames, and we know how quickly they can spread.
Yeah, I think the thing that's been striking to me over the last 10, 15 minutes is just how, you know, we can see the roadways on there. There's a new fire almost at all the roadways that we've looked at, Olive Hill, Donlin, Bradley, that, you know, they've all been impacted in some way where we have seen active flame. So you have to imagine firefighters just having to play, you know, I call it a game of whack-a-mole, but it does feel that way when there's just so many different spots that are starting. It would be hard to prioritize as well as to where things are going to go, especially as we see winds whip around in different directions. You can see a little flame along this ridge here. It looks like up against farmland. You hope that some of this farmland, you see it's very organized. It could clearly someone's livelihood. I'm not quite sure what's being grown right there. As Amy indicated, there are strawberry farms. There are, I believe, some almond areas. There's pumpkins, that type of thing. Hopefully they've had a lot of water on it as they've been trying to keep trying to keep the vegetation alive in that area. But everywhere else has been extremely dry, and we just keep popping up with all these fires.
Absolutely, and we are continuing to continue our coverage here with our CBS viewers now at 11 o'clock. And if you are just joining us, welcome to CBS News at 11 here on CBS 2, KCAL News at 11. We are covering breaking news. We are monitoring 2 fires that are burning right now. We are talking about the broad fire in Malibu and the mountain fire in Moore Park. What you are looking at now is the mountain fire in Moore Park. What we are learning is that it has burned at least 1,000 acres. We are hearing that 2 structures have been damaged, possibly destroyed. In the Malibu area with the broad fire, we at last check heard that it was 40 acres and at least 1 home had burned, and both directions of PCH were blocked off. And unfortunately, this was making evacuations very difficult because there are not a lot of roadways for people to use to get out of the area. But we do know that there is an evacuation center set up at Padre Sierra Parish in Camarillo. And a big problem here with these fires, of course, is the wind. And we want to bring in our meteorologist, Paul Diano, who has been tracking the wind conditions out there. Paul, a little earlier, we heard that gusts were reaching up to 50 miles an hour.
The analysis of this fire situation is critical We're talking 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts around Santa Clarita, 62 miles per hour for Simi Valley. Let us please switch over to our weather computer. 60 miles per hour right now in Oxnard, and in Malibu it's anything from 35 to 45 miles per hour. So it is this specific area with the strongest winds this morning, and it is this specific area that will have rapid fire spread. And having covered a number of fires for a number of years, you don't mess with the fire with 60-mile-per-hour winds. You just kind of have to stand back and let it do what it's going to do. You don't want to put those brave men and women in that much danger. This is the prediction for this hour in and around the fire, what we expect the winds to do. Moore Park, 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts are expected this hour. In Fillmore, 60 miles per hour. Simi Valley, 61 miles per hour. And Camarillo, 63 miles per hour. So the Santa Ana wind event has hit all of Southern California, but it has hit this specific area, extreme northwestern Los Angeles County and extreme eastern Ventura County, the hardest. This is where the strongest winds are, and unfortunately, this is where the biggest fire is currently burning. I do want to talk about what's going on in Malibu. The winds are not as strong there, but they are still critically high in the Malibu Hills and at Malibu Junction, where 101 and kind of splits off at Canaan Road and Westlake Village Road, Highway 23. They're about 50 miles per hour there. And at Malibu Beach, 33 miles per hour. And at Zuma Beach, 44 miles per hour. Some of the other top-of-the-hour wind gusts in the Santa Susana Mountains, 66 miles per hour. The Santa Monica Mountains, 66 miles per hour, and 41 in Thousand Oaks. Your wind gust prediction for the next several hours: the wind is going nowhere. Fires will continue to spread. Amy, back to you.
All right, Paul, and joining me now is Amanda Sorrentino as we continue the news here at 11 o'clock. We want to get to Pepperdine University, where Mike Friel is joining us by phone. Mike, can you hear us?
I sure can. Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. We know that you're kind of in the thick of it, so we appreciate you taking some time to speak with us. What are you having students do there on campus?
Well, right now, our emergency operations team is closely monitoring the situation. We can see the smoke and some flames from the university campus. What's encouraging, though, is that the fire is moving away from our campus. And so as we watch this very closely, we have communicated already have sent 3 messages to our community about the situation. The big impact right now is on transit. So we understand that there are some traffic lights that are out and also some roads that are closed based on an abundance of caution to make sure that emergency services can transit the area and we can continue to keep people out of harm's way. So right now classes continue, although we are in the process of evaluating and continuing to look closely at these at the conditions to see what we need to do moving forward. So right now we're just monitoring the situation very closely and in careful contact with emergency officials.
And Mike, at what point do you make that decision where students do need to leave campus? Because it is very difficult to get on the roads there. There's not a lot of access to get out as well. So when does that decision get made?
Yeah, so in general, we feel that the university is a very safe place to be. It is well designed, and we have a great system set up to be able to protect against wildfires that would threaten the university. And in many cases, it's safest to be on campus. So we have great facilities, and we've carefully prepared for events like this. And so in many ways, we're going to keep our students on campus, and we're going to ensure that their safety is paramount.
Hey, Mike, meteorologist Paul Diano here. I know that the fire is burning to the south of you, which means it's blowing away from campus. Can you tell us, because we can't see, how does it look to your north? Because these winds are coming from the north. They're blowing 50, 60 miles per hour over the Santa Monica Mountains. What do you see to the north of campus right now?
Yeah, what we can see is that the fire that we are monitoring is the broad fire, right? And we can see that the winds are blowing from the northeast towards the southwest, pushing the fire away from the campus. We've seen that we can tell that it's burned some acres, of course. It's even crossed Old Malibu Road, and so we are monitoring that obviously very carefully. We have Alumni Park, which is a big part of our campus, right? Off the side of the Pacific Coast Highway. As you may have seen, Alumni Park is a real green, grassy knoll area. So we've got some distance between any of our structures and and where the fire has been.
And Mike, because we are talking about a lot of students, and we know that you all are not evacuating right now, but should that be the case, and we have parents that are listening and maybe thinking, wait, my son or daughter is at Pepperdine, but they don't have a car. Will you have resources available to help get those students off campus should an evacuation take place?
Yeah, we can do even better than that. We are very well prepared to take care of our students who are on campus. And, at present, there is no threat to the campus. And so our students are in a safe place. And we continue to monitor to ensure that. But the campus is really the safest place to be in this time.
Yeah, which is great news, and we are glad that they are not in need of evacuating at this point. And we know that with these two fires, Moore Park and Malibu, the winds are very strong in Moore Park, not as strong in Malibu, but you are, in fact, seeing some winds out there, correct?
We are seeing winds, but not as strong as maybe some other areas of Southern California and in this area in particular. So we are grateful for those winds to be not as heavy, but we recognize that other parts of the Ventura County area are suffering that. And as you can imagine, we do have staff and faculty and even some students that live off campus and may be even affected by the other fire that we're monitoring as well. And so we're paying close attention to that fire and keeping our community aware of these situations so that they can plan accordingly.
Okay. Mike Friel from Pepperdine University, we certainly appreciate you taking the time, and we just say stay safe out there, and we'll be checking back in with you a little later today. Thanks so much for your time.
And for you just joining us now, you are joining our live coverage of two fires taking place, one in Moore Park, the Mountain Fire, and we have another fire in Malibu, the Broad Fire. Right now you are looking at that Moore Park fire. It's burned more than 1,000 acres there. And what's really tricky about this fire is this is taking a lot of resources from Ventura County Fire. Now, we do have a captain joining us now to discuss with us the boots on the ground. I can't imagine what that fight is like with just the terrain that you're trying to get at right now.
Oh, that's absolutely correct. Whenever you have a wind-driven fire like this, a big Santa Ana wind event, this presents an enormous challenge to firefighters, anybody who's subject to these conditions. Everything we do is condition-driven. So what we have right now is extreme fire weather, the big one being the wind, but that comes along with low relative humidity, terrain challenges. Yes, this presents enormous challenges, and initially when things move like this, dynamic, a wind-driven fire, I like to describe it. I've been doing this for 30 years. It's kind of like trying to put a blowtorch out with a squirt gun. I mean, it's so dynamic and fast-moving. So of course we engage wherever we can. And the challenge, our priorities are very clear, though. Life safety is number one. All right. Number one, life safety, get as many people out of harm's way as possible. And then, of course, that goes with our law enforcement partners as far as getting evacuation orders in place. But then, of course, we do structure protection and other types of operations as conditions allow. But right now, this extreme fire weather is definitely a challenge for all of us.
And Captain, we do know that a red flag warning had already been issued for today. Obviously, you all were preparing for this, but the two fires that are now burning and in such rugged terrain, is this the time when you really rely on air resources?
Yeah, so when you have multiple incidents breaking out, when you have a regional wind event like this can happen, and it can overwhelm resources that are on hand. When we know these wind events are coming, we staff up. We put in additional strike teams of engines, additional staff, additional resources and equipment. So we try to pre-plan as best we can. In fact, when I was coming into work this morning, the wind event was started. I was like, wow, I mean, it was extreme, and I knew, okay, we're in for a long day. And so, of course, with that fire in Malibu and this one, you compete for resources, especially things like aircraft, which are very effective. But I do want to emphasize to your listeners and viewers that operating aircraft in these kinds of conditions is incredibly difficult. So, of course, we have them, and we have those resources available, and we use them when and where we can. But it is very challenging, especially when it comes to things like visibility and just the wind. Trying to navigate a heavy helicopter full of water, you get the picture how that works. So, anyway, when you start, if you have multiple incidences going on, of course, the different agencies are scrambling, trying to figure out how to get resources. And if you're familiar with the California Master Mutual Aid System, where you have ordering centers and the incident commanders at various incidents will put orders in for equipment, and it's very specific. And so they put those orders in, and they have to sort out priorities. And priorities are difficult. You have to look at what's at risk, and they make decisions based on those risk factors. Very difficult, but they do. They get after it, and they try to figure out who has priority, what's the threat. And here in Ventura County, where the mountain fire is burning, it's burning in what we call an intermix area, which is a mixture of wildland and then lots of agriculture. All right, and there are a number of residences and ranches and smaller neighborhoods that are in the intermix area, and that presents enormous challenges for the boots on the ground. Also, access, roads, two-lane roads, those also present challenges as well. So, the motto in the fire service is adapt and overcome. So they get there, they get after it as soon as they can. I mean, they find places where they can engage and make the most difference. But when it's dynamic and fast-moving like this, it can be very overwhelming. But with us, with the fire service, it's all about persistence. It's about relying on our training, our teamwork, and we don't stop. We don't stop.
Can I don't want to put you on the spot here in case you don't have this information, but can you give us the latest as far as acreage and whether or not homes have been destroyed with these fires?
I don't have a current acreage count because it's constantly changing. The fire is moving very, very rapidly. So I don't have any at this point. I'm working on getting some more. We have a number of public information officers that are trying to gather some intel on this. I've heard reports and from other media about structures that have been destroyed. So I don't have an accurate number as to what's happening. But yeah, there are a number of structures, significant numbers of structures that are under threat, if not already, in dire situation. So, but I haven't heard any details. But yes, we have heard reports of structure fires or structures that have been lost. Yes.
Captain, we're showing a live picture right now, and we're showing our viewers palm trees and the palm fronds that are you can clearly tell that where the fire that we're showing, the winds are 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. I'm looking at my weather data. I'm seeing wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. Can you just talk about how winds of this strength literally move a fire at such speed? Because it's not just the fire itself, it's the embers that go out ahead of it, correct?
Yeah, well, see, wind-driven fires are clearly one of the most dangerous situations that we face on the job because the conditions are just so extreme. And, it can be disorienting, you get a lot of smoke, but then, of course, what we call fallout, ember fallout.
Right.
And that can present challenges. And, of course, in some cases, depending on the dynamics of the winds, those embers can be carried long distances. Starting spot fires in receptive fuel beds or structures that might be in the area. And it really depends, but you're correct. I mean, this type of wind is extreme, and it really, really is difficult to contend with for the boots on the ground, for the engine companies and the hand crews and the dozer operators and the aircraft pilots that are out there. It really presents enormous challenges. But again, you just engage. You do what you can. You look at the situation. You adjust your tactics accordingly, and you just find we're opportunists. We look for those places where we can make the most difference. And then when we start getting in more equipment, that of course helps us. But we're in for a very long afternoon, possibly through the night for sure. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. This wind event's, I think your weather people would know more, but I think it's supposed to go at least through tomorrow. So this is an enormous challenge, not only here in Ventura County, but regionally as well.
And Captain McHale, we are also getting reports of people that have been burned and injured. We know that ambulances have also been going through that area. What are you hearing when it comes to that? How many people have been hurt? Are people not able to escape their homes because of access to roads? What's going on there?
I have not heard any definitive reports on that. Again, through the media, we've been hearing it. We're trying to chase down the facts on that. So I don't have anything concrete on that, but we have heard reports of injuries, yes.
And Captain, I know that out in the Simi Valley area and perhaps in Moore Park, oftentimes, you experience those sundowner winds, where as the sun is starting to set, the winds pick up. So is that something else that you all are really trying to get a handle on this fire before winds pick up even stronger than they already are?
Yeah, ideally, of course, you want to get a handle on it, but it's conditions driven here. So when you have this type of extreme fire weather, in a lot of cases, you're at the mercy of those conditions, and you do what you can to get a handle on it. And typically, yes, at night, with the sundowner winds, they do pick up in intensity. So, of course, accurate forecasting is helping us. We all get that in our briefings. And a lot of it, though, for the guys on the ground, the men and women on the ground, is situational awareness and really paying attention to what the fire is doing, where your temporary refuge areas are, safety zones, and this includes the public. I mean, one of the things we like to do is we like to educate the public ahead of these incidents. With here in Ventura County, with what we call our Ready, Set, Go program. The interested people can go online and look at that. The Ready, Set, Go is basically coming up with a plan on how to deal with a wildland fire, and then we also direct a lot of our residents in the area, the citizens in the county here, to VC Emergency, which has all the current, or at least as current as possible, information about road closures, evacuation orders, temporary evacuation points, and then, of course, this has been asked about large animal evacuation centers and small animal evacuation centers, because that's also part of an evacuation. And, for the people that are being impacted by this, it's an emotionally shattering experience. It's devastating. It can really get out of hand fast. So we like to do as much pre-planning as we can. And there are some very good volunteers that help with large animals. We're talking, horses and cattle and such, and finding places where we can take them and get them out of harm's way. So a lot of it is preloaded, but when people are in there, it's shattering, it's disorienting. Some people don't want to leave. And, for us in the fire service, that priority, life safety, number one. And that can create a lot of anxiety for us because that kind of changes our tactics a little bit. So usually when there's an evacuation order, always, I tell people to heed those evacuation orders because nothing is more important than your life. Absolutely. And as devastating as it is, if you lose judgment, you lose sight of things, you could really be taking an enormous chance with your own life. So usually we tell people to pay attention, to enroll in things like VC Alert. I know LA County has an equivalent to that. Pay attention to those evacuation orders and get yourself out of harm's way. Watch for your neighbors. And just help each other out and get out in a timely and safe manner. And then, we're definitely on the line working as hard as we can. Resources are coming in. We're fully engaged, and, we're not going to stop until we get a handle on this.
Of course. And Captain, we are getting word that the fire has actually jumped the 118 and moving toward Camarillo. I mean, today is eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire and how that fire just kept spreading to different communities. Are you getting updates about this as well?
Yeah, if you look at the evacuation information, and I know, from a tactical standpoint, a strategic standpoint, we try to identify what's downstream of this, what's under threat. You know, and based on the fire conditions that we're facing, and what's next. So of course we're looking in a westerly direction of the fire, towns like Somas, Satakoy, and then you said south of the 118, Camarillo Heights area. Of course, were identified as potential threats. So they're adapting and adjusting their tactics accordingly. Of course, they're going to probably maybe, if it really is a significant threat, they're definitely going to issue some evacuation orders. But I have not heard any details on that as of yet. So that, again, is a developing situation that we need to find out more information on. And as that becomes available, we'll do our best to get it out there. And again, we do tell people to pay attention to VC Emergency. That's a really good site.
Absolutely.
As far as getting updates on evacuation orders.
And we do know that an evacuation center has been set up at the Padre Sierra Parish in Camarillo. So we are hoping that a lot of folks from Moore Park might have been heading that direction. And we do know that, you know, these fires, you might not be in an evacuation zone, but you are nearby. And with winds like this, you really can't take a chance. And I speak from personal experience with the Woolsey fire that, you know, when you're in that panic and you're trying to pack up your car and you're trying to think about what you need to take, it is really, really tough. So if you can just back your car into the driveway, pack up what you think you need right now, even if you're not evacuated, you're ready. And it makes it a lot better. Part of that ready, set, go mentality that you do need to be ready to go.
You just never really know when you see winds this strong, just how fast it will move and in what direction it will move as well, which has caused so many problems in the past. So as Amy said, yes, definitely prepare yourself now. A lot of us have been involved in fires like this. We're both very familiar with this area in particular and having to evacuate from fires in this area. It moves quickly. The roads are very difficult to get through. So if you can prepare now, it is definitely best to, especially with those pets and large animals that you have as well.
That's right. And
yeah, that's an excellent message to get out there for sure, and that's what we like to see. You know, any pre-planning that can be done. But you know, of course, you know, people that don't really think ahead and they realize, okay, what's the priority? What am I going to grab? What am I going to throw in my car? And you know, under stress, it's difficult to make those decisions. And that's why we really tell people to be vigilant and pay attention to what's going on around them. If they watch the news, listen to the radio, have your VC alerting system, just use your instincts. And, you know, usually some people are hanging out and they might wait a little too long. And like you said, everyone tends to try to leave at once, and it clogs up the roads and it creates a real issue, a very dangerous issue. So we want people to be prudent and really pay attention to what's happening, what's developing around them.
Captain, we're showing a picture right now of the fire, which has breached the 118, and the winds are carrying the embers and the fire into the Camarillo Highlands right now. What do folks in that neighborhood need to do right now? The smoke is over them, the embers are over them, and it seems to have breached that ridge just to the north of the Highlands. We're looking at this live picture right now. This is encroaching on thousands of houses as we speak.
Yeah, if that's the case, they definitely should be, you know, getting ready to head out. At least start heading out now if that's the case. Again, I don't have any specific orders here, but if that is the case, again, that's a case where we want the public to be vigilant, to pay attention, and it's probably a good idea to pay attention to the threat, make your plans, and head out. So I'm sure as they're getting ahead of this, the law enforcement agencies, Ventura County Sheriff's Department, other law enforcement agencies are going to be up there making notifications, and the VC alert system. I've been getting lots of alerts in the area on that. So that's a developing situation, and I'll try to get some more information on that from here. I'm at the Incident Command Center, so I'll get more information on that as it becomes available.
And we are watching from our chopper right now those flames, and we're seeing them in multiple different areas, and it just continues to grow. And our meteorologist, Paul Diano, actually just pointed out that that's starting to make its way over the ridge into these neighborhoods. We know that it has jumped to the 118 freeway. It's threatening the Camarillo Heights area, a lot of mid-sized homes in that area. So a lot of people are living there. Hopefully they are starting to make their way out as that fire is just moving so quickly.
Yes, and that's, watching the news, it's very important for your viewers to see that and understand that. And, as the VC alerts come out, I'm pretty certain there's going to be an evacuation order. Let me see here. I can look at one more thing, an update on this one. Stand by. As I'm refreshing this, see if there's anything on the radio net here. It's going to take a little while for it to come up. I'll see if I can pull up anything that's come across the communications.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, so it's starting to impact Camarillo Heights and Estates in that area. And so again, the priority is to save lives. That's the main priority: get people out of harm's way, and so evacuation orders are definitely issued, and people are advised to evacuate.
Yes, and Captain, I was talking a little earlier about when that Woolsey fire happened, and we were trying to evacuate from our home, and we were heading to friends' homes, and before we could even get to their homes, they were calling us back saying, "Don't come here. We're now being evacuated," because the fire was just moving so quickly and spreading in so many different directions, and we are focused, especially on this fire here in Moore Park that is now spreading into the Camarillo Heights area. But we want our viewers to also know that you're also dealing with a fire in Malibu, and resources are spread a little thin because of the fire that is also there, the Broad Fire.
That's correct. And, when you have something like this, in a regional area and you have multiple starts, the resources definitely get thin. And that's why the California Master Mutual Aid System is so essential. You got to get those orders in. Of course, they have to, deploy and get down here from whatever location they're coming from. And that takes time. So the resources that are on the ground, that are the initial alarms, those are the folks that are getting slammed and hammered and doing the best they can. And but as this incident develops, and it's going to continue to develop, we just got to keep bringing in those resources, getting it organized, get them deployed, and do our very best to get a handle on this. So yeah, for those people that are in harm's way, though, it's really important to be vigilant and to use good common sense and get out of harm's way. If you don't, I tell people, even if there's not an official evacuation order, hasn't caught up to them yet, or they haven't heard it, use your instincts. If you don't like the way things are looking.
Captain McHale, we're going to interrupt you really quick. We want you to stay on the phone. We are going to be switching over from CBS 2 onto KCAL News, and our viewers can also watch us on the stream as well, where we will continue this breaking news coverage of a wildfire both in Moore Park and also one in Malibu. And we are continuing our breaking news right now at 11:30. A fire burning in Moore Park, and this is obviously coming on a day of strong Santa Ana winds. We have Ventura County Fire Captain Anthony McHale with us, who's been discussing what it looks like in this area, and Amy Johnson is here as well. We're very familiar with this area. The terrain is very difficult. It's very rural in this particular part where this fire started, but it has just grown very quickly. More than 1,000 acres.
Absolutely. And as we've been telling our viewers, there are two fires burning, one in Malibu, the Broad Fire, and the Mountain Fire in Moore Park. We are hearing 1,000 acres in Moore Park and about 40 acres in Malibu. We've also been getting some word that at least one home has been burned in Malibu and a couple of structures in Moore Park. But the big thing here is the wind, and that this fire is, really being swept up by the winds. And our meteorologist, Paul Diano, has been really keeping a close eye on the winds. And Paul, you've even been talking about gusts now up to 60 miles per hour in Moore Park?
Yeah, this is a critical fire concern. We have a fire which started in a more rural area, which because of the wind is now moving over a more densely populated area. And we can toggle back and forth between my maps and that live picture because I want to talk about the wind gusts right now. Santa Clarita all the way down to Simi Valley, across the 118 into Camarillo. This whole corridor has current wind gusts of 61 or 62 miles per hour, which means that smoke that's billowing up from the fire is moving forward from northeast to southwest at 60 miles an hour, basically at highway speed. The problem is that within that smoke plume, which you can see on your screen right now, there are embers there are tiny flames, which are staying very close to the ground. That's the Camarillo Airport right there. As we zoom back out and show you that plume of smoke, new fire starts may happen within that plume, which is staying very close to the ground because the wind is blowing at 60 miles per hour. So now we have this fire, which started in a rural area, which is putting smoke and embers and the potential for new fire starts over a very densely populated subdivision in Camarillo Heights. It has breached that ridge, the Camarillo Hills. It has moved over Highway 118, moving from northeast to southwest. Most of this is smoke, but within that smoke could be embers. We can come back to the weather computer and I'll show you the current wind gusts around this fire itself. They all exceed 60 miles per hour. Simi Valley 62, Moore Park 63, Camarillo 63, Santa Paula 60, and 60 in Oxnard. So basically from the 5 all the way to the ocean, winds are gusting right now in excess of 60 miles per hour. That is not just critical fire danger. With a fire burning that's 1,000 acres and growing, this is a very serious situation for anyone who lives in Camarillo or Oxnard because the smoke is blowing in your direction, and within that smoke could be embers and new fire starts. For folks who wonder how a fire can go from 1,000 acres to 10,000 acres in a couple hours, well, it's not just the fire advancing, it's the smoke advancing, causing new fires out ahead of it. There is the potential for that today in this area because these winds are so strong, and now we have an active fire burning and growing, moving into the urban interface of the Camarillo Highlands right now. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. And we do want to update you on what we know about these fires. Right now, I believe we're looking at the Moore Park fire here with 2 fires going on, one in Moore Park, one in Malibu. And the one in Moore Park is over 1,000 acres. It began at around 8:50 and immediately went to a second alarm fire. It started in the Balcom Canyon area. We've seen structures burning there. We know 2 structures have burned so far, and there are evacuation orders in place. There's also an evacuation center set up at Padre Serra Parish and Camarillo. There's also a hotline that you can call, and it's very important to get out of this area because we have seen this fire just grow tremendously in just the past 2 hours.
It really has. When we were coming on the air a little after 9, it was at 250 acres and then quickly jumped to 1,000 acres. We have had on the phone with us Captain McHale. I was hoping that he was sticking around with us and was looking for some updates for us. But we've been getting multiple reports about how many structures have been damaged or destroyed in these fires, and in fact that there had been people that were injured. We did see at one point that an ambulance was called, and we do know that the fire was spreading very quickly, and we had heard that some people were struggling to get out. We don't know exactly what happened to those folks, but we do know that this has been a very fast-moving fire because of the very strong winds that have been going on, and a lot of people have been evacuated. In the worst-case scenarios, we're seeing this fire continue to move and jump and grow, and moving from Moore Park all the way to the Camarillo Heights area and in the Somas area. Amanda and I both have lived in Ventura County and unfortunately know all too well about the fire dangers in these communities, and
it's the access too.
It's the access that is a big problem, because when you hear about evacuating, you think, oh, you just jump out of your home and head out the door. But in some of these communities, the roads are very small. You've got fire trucks heading up the road. You're trying to get down the road. And that's why they really don't want you to wait until the last minute. And oftentimes people, their instinct, we saw a little earlier, someone was out in their yard. It looked like they were trying to perhaps fight the fire themselves, trying to save their homes. And we know how dangerous that is for anyone to try to do.
Absolutely. It's so difficult, and so that's why it's so important to leave while you can and while it's still safe to do so. We are getting reports as well of people being trapped, needing help to evacuate. Here you can see from our SkyCal, it is very, very smoky out there, and we can actually see that smoke moving so much because of those strong winds, which meteorologist Paul Diano has been tracking for us all morning long. And we're just hoping for some reprieve from this, but it doesn't sound like it, Paul.
It's not going to come until tomorrow. So this is going to be an issue for the balance of today, tonight, into tomorrow. The worst of the winds are expected between now and about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. I can tell you this. I'm monitoring a satellite image, which I can't put on television, but I'm watching the smoke plume, which is easily moved out over the ocean, probably over Oxnard. I'm seeing what looks like a second smoke plume developing. So if our assignment desk or anybody in the newsroom could check on that, it looks like something downstream of this fire, which I'll call Fire A, may have started somewhere in Camarillo, Fire B, which is my biggest concern. If we want to zoom out and show you that smoke plume again, sometimes with fires, sometimes with fires, the smoke goes straight up. But when the wind is so strong, all of that smoke and all of that ash and all of those embers are basically hugging the ground because the smoke is not being given the opportunity to go up. The winds are too strong. It's blowing it along the surface. So as a result of that, you have embers and you have potential new fire starts moving out ahead of the initial fire at 60 miles per hour. Let me show you the winds one more time on our weather computer. These are sustained gusts right now in and around this fire location, and they're all in excess of 60 miles per hour. So the brave men and women, you're looking at some video here of them fighting the fire. I'm not sure which fire it is. If we can switch over to the weather computer, they need to be critically safe as well, because you have a fire that is moving at highway speeds. Think about it. You don't even drive that fast on most of our highways around here. The wind is blowing at faster than a mile a minute. 63 miles per hour in Moore Park, 62 in Simi Valley. You go downstream to Camarillo, it's still 63 miles per hour at the airport there. Keep going farther west, it's still 60 miles per hour in Oxnard. So this whole area here, we know it's dry, we know the air has very low relative humidity, but now that we have a fire starting, all of that smoke is being pushed away from the fire right down by the surface at a speed of about 1 mile per minute. If you live in these areas, please be prepared to evacuate. There is a fire burning, it's getting larger, and it's moving from northeast to southwest at about 60 miles per hour. So folks need to be very, very safe and very wise in eastern Ventura County this afternoon, because these winds are going to stay elevated until tomorrow afternoon. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. We also want to get back to those images that we were just seeing. Our crews live there giving us these live images of the fire crews in Malibu here. This is the Broad Fire. This started around 10:15 this morning. It's near Pepperdine. We did speak to Pepperdine. Students are not being evacuated yet. They say it is still safe in that area, but that's about a 40-acre fire. And you can see the wind blowing everything around. And these are the boots on the ground fighting this fire that we're seeing here in Malibu.
And at one point, we do know that PCH was blocked in both directions, making it very difficult for people to get out of this area. But it looks like they are getting a better handle on this fire, at least from this vantage point.
And we're just seeing these flames pop up all over the place between Malibu and Moore Park this morning from our other images that we've been getting throughout the morning. It's really difficult when it comes to Malibu just because of its location. There's not a lot of roads. You have PCH or the canyon roads to get out. And then with those being closed, it can be very tricky. So just another reminder, if you can't evacuate now, you can get stuck in traffic if you wait too long, and you can get stuck behind roads that are closed as well.
Absolutely. And from these images, we can certainly see the wind really just still whipping. And that is, of course, worst case scenario. It makes it so much harder for these crews, especially those that are fighting this fire from the air, trying to do those water drops when the wind is just blowing so strong. I mean, they are very accurate and use a lot of precision to get these water drops right where they need to go. But when the wind is whipping as it is and gusting at different degrees, it makes it more challenging for them to get the water and the retardant on the flames and to really knock these fires out. We know that when these fires are hitting, they really try to hit these fires hard. They really put all resources right on that fire. But unfortunately, soon after the fire in Moore Park, the mountain fire broke out, then the Malibu fire broke out, and they really had to split the resources.
And that's what's been really tricky when we're speaking to the Ventura County fire captain, just having to figure out what resources go where. And the fire just continues to move and grow tremendously. And as Amy mentioned, the aircraft has been very incredible to watch through this. The precision to get the water onto those water drop areas, it's very incredible just with those wind speeds that we are seeing. You can see by the smoke just how much it is moving around, and it's a very difficult firefight. For people not familiar with this area, we are now looking at the Moore Park fire. This is called the mountain fire. This is a very rural area, but we also have a lot of homes in this area as well, large estates, also low income homes as well, a lot of farming out there, agriculture, a lot of big animals too. A lot of people frequent this area for hiking just because it's so beautiful. Amy and I are both familiar with this area, both have lived in these areas, and this is where a lot of people live, and a big priority right now is saving people's lives, and that's why these fire crews are just trying to make sure people are getting out, but also making sure there's access to those roads to get out. There's been a lot of road closures throughout the morning, and more continue to close. We know the 118 has been shut down in both directions in the Somas area, and now with this fire now jumping the 118 just about in the last 20-30 minutes into Camarillo, it's now impacting even more neighborhoods and more people.
And as you were mentioning, I mean, this is really what makes this fire so tough is it's wildland, it's agriculture, and it's homes that they are trying to protect, of course, after the people. But really just a strong wind-driven fire, rough terrain that they've been dealing with. And, you know, this fire has spread, and it is just really tough to see that this fire has jumped the 118, has headed into the Camarillo area. And really just the resources spread so thin as they try to deal with the fire in Moore Park in the Somas area, Camarillo area, and then of course the fire in Malibu. And so they are really trying to get a handle on this fire. But as we're showing you different areas of Moore Park and where you can still see active flames, and now we have switched back over to the Malibu area where we are seeing the boots on the ground.
You can just see just how much that wind is impacting this firefight here. And a big concern, you know, when we came into work this morning and we said it's windy, there's probably going to be some fires today. It's expected. It's just very important, no matter where you live today, know that this is a danger. Huge concern that we could be seeing even more fires throughout the day, and just how much this one is growing. Amy's been mentioning the Woolsey fire and just the memory of that and how quickly that grew and how much it just changed the landscape for so many people in these areas. A really tough firefight out there today. You can see those crews working in Malibu right there on the ground, trying to clean up any hot spots, I believe, make a way through. Looks like they're trying to make some pathways as well and break down some of those trees that have come down. But this image I really like because you can see just how windy it is in that area for these guys.
Absolutely. It is still very windy. We've been dealing with a lot of strong wind gusts. Paul Diano has been really talking about how they have increased. You know, we were hearing first 40 mile per hour, then 50, and then gusts now up to 60 miles an hour. And when you're dealing with winds that strong, I mean, that really, really makes this firefight very difficult. And Paul, you continue to monitor the winds that they're seeing in both Moore Park and Malibu.
Just think of this imagery. If you were standing next to a highway watching a car go by at 60 miles an hour, you would say that's pretty uncontrollable compared to you just standing there. Well, we have a fire with winds that are moving at 60 miles per hour. So if we think one single car is uncontrollable at 60 miles an hour compared to us, well, structures or homes or neighborhoods or farms or any of this stuff, we're just kind of at the whim of Mother Nature today. We can hop over, if we want, from this video over to our weather maps to show you that it's not just one spot. It's not just where the fire is. The concern would be that any fire, regardless of how big or how small, if it were to start in this general area today, we're looking at winds of 60 miles per hour for the next several hours. This stretches all the way from the 14 heading over toward the Antelope Valley, back to the Santa Clarita Valley and also Castaic, and also all the way up the Grapevine. Then you go west on the 126 or west on the 118. Simi Valley, 62 miles per hour. Moore Park, 63 miles per hour. Continue on the 118 or go down the 23 down to Thousand Oaks, where it's like 50 miles per hour. And then the 101 from Thousand Oaks past Newbury Park, you go down the grade to Camarillo, 63 miles per hour, all the way almost to the beach. That whole area right now is ripe for any fire that were to start, or any fire that were to start because of the embers coming from this original fire. This could be a day where a fire goes from 2 acres to 1,000 acres within 30 minutes. That's how dangerous of a situation Mother Nature has set up for us, with vegetation so dry, winds so strong. And this is an area, as you guys know, because you've lived there and you've been there, as you've mentioned, This is an area where you go from forest or rural to urban very quickly. They may not be the biggest urban areas. It's not the LA basin, but you go from subdivision to forest very quickly. And that urban rural interface is a problem on a day like today, because the fire might start in the forest or a park, and then it spreads over an urban area super quickly because the winds are blowing at highway speeds at 60 miles an hour.
Paul, thank you for that. And yeah, the wind, that's what's really changing this situation throughout the morning. We've seen this fire just move and grow so quickly. The Moore Park fire started at 250 acres and quickly burst into more than 1,000 acres. We were talking to the Moore Park mayor, Chris Enegren, about an hour ago, and I liked how he put it. He said, when the wind changes, the game changes, and that's just what it is and what we're seeing here. Right now, you are looking at two different images of the Moore Park fire, that's the mountain fire, and also the Malibu fire, which is being called the Broad Fire, both going at the same time, taking resources from the Ventura County Fire Department. Evacuation orders have been in place, and it's really important to just try to leave these areas as much as possible.
Absolutely, and don't wait until the last minute. Even if you aren't planning on leaving just yet, it's a good time to pack up your car, know what you want to take, spend the time to actually pack up what you need and be ready should they say it's time for you to go. And as we watch these images, we are seeing less smoke in the Malibu area, but plenty of smoke in the Moore Park area, and still quite a bit of active flame there. We've been watching this fire just continue to grow and spread with the strong winds, and the winds have been much stronger in Moore Park than they are in Malibu. And this is just really, as Amanda was saying, eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire, when we saw a fire go from Simi Valley all the way down to Malibu, and so many homes were destroyed in that fire. I believe the Woolsey fire burned more than 96,000 acres. It destroyed, I think, 1,600 structures, and 3 people were killed in that fire. And we fortunately are not seeing that type of devastation in these fires, but we do know that there has been at least 1 home burned in Malibu and at least 2 in Moore Park. And there had been some reports that someone had been injured, that an ambulance was called, but we're still waiting on confirmation on injuries in this fire.
And right now I want to bring in Dr. Joshua Fisher. He's a climate scientist from Chapman University down in Orange County, actually my alma mater. Welcome, Dr. Fisher. How are these Santa Ana winds just really impacting this firefight today? Dr. Fisher, do we have you? All right, it sounds like we're having some technical difficulties with that. We'll get back to Dr. Fisher in just a moment. But speaking of those winds, that's really what's pushing this fire through, both in Moore Park and Malibu. The Moore Park fire, the mountain fire, is really moving, and it has recently jumped the 118 freeway, and it's making its way into the Camarillo Heights neighborhood as well. This fire, both fires are taking resources from the Ventura County Fire Department and really spreading them thin as they try to battle these flames, both on the ground and in the air. It's incredible that aircraft is even able to get through right now just because of how windy it is. I think that's almost a gift at this point to be able to have that, because it's helping fight that firefight.
Well, they certainly are up and they are doing their best. But when it is this windy, making those water drops becomes a lot more difficult in the precision. And we know how important that is when they want to drop that line of water or retardant right there on that fire line to try to get containment of the fire. And when the winds just suddenly gust, changing what they have to do here to make that drop, it certainly makes this firefight a lot more difficult. But we're seeing, when this started in Moore Park, we did not see the smoke near so many homes. What we saw is it was really in a more rural area, and now we're seeing that it is really getting into those neighborhoods, Amanda, which is really tough to see.
And it's tough, and hopefully those people are getting their way out right now. We have Dr. Fisher on the phone, Dr. Joshua Fisher, a climate scientist from Chapman University. Dr. Fisher, can you hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. Thank you so much for being with us. Just how much are these Santa Ana winds impacting this firefight that we're seeing here today?
Yeah, I mean, the winds definitely don't help. So we've got the winds that kind of have 2 impacts on the fires. One is that they've dried out the plants, the vegetation. These hot, dry winds come in and desiccate the plants, making them more susceptible to fire, burn hotter, and have the fire spread faster. The second is that it spreads the fire, not just drying out the vegetation, but it spreads the fire. If there were no winds, the fires could be relatively well contained. But because the winds are spreading the fire around, it gets a lot bigger, and it allows the fires to jump fire breaks, jump roads. That's what we're seeing a little bit in Malibu right now, where the embers on the hillside can jump the road onto the roofs and the vegetation of the houses. So, 1-2 punch from the Santa Anas, making the fires that much more intense.
And Dr. Fisher, we know that the broad fire cause is still under investigation, but you were telling one of our producers that you believe it was human caused, that someone started this fire?
Well, I mean, if you think about how fires start, they often start with lightning in the middle of a storm, but there's not really lightning around. So it's got to be a human source, and it doesn't necessarily need to be purposeful. It could be a thrown cigarette butt. It could be a piece of metal on a car that sparked something. It could be an electrical. So something related to us as humans is a pretty good likelihood, given that there aren't any other obvious lightning strikes that could start the fires.
And Dr. Fisher, we've been talking about the Woolsey fire a lot today. We're seeing a lot of similarities with just how quickly it's moving. What are you seeing between similarities with this broad fire, the mountain fire, and the Woolsey fire?
Yeah, I mean, so I was talking with one of the producers about that earlier, and I'm trying to remember the details of the Woolsey fire because it's been a little while, and there's been tons of fires since then. But as I recall, we've got a similar condition of the Santa Anas. We've got topography, dried vegetation, so with this kind of like somewhat mountainous terrain, that also facilitates the spread of fires because fires will spread faster uphill. So if you've got a spark on a fire kind of down by a road, and there's a hill of brushy, dried out vegetation going upslope, that fire will spread faster upslope just because fire, moves upwards. And so we've got these conditions of the topography, the winds, the plants, and also close to roads and human property, all just kind of coming together to make this a lot worse than it could have been if the winds were calm, the vegetation was wet, and there weren't people around.
And Doctor, is that why you think that we are seeing more wildfires now?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more wildfires for a lot of reasons. One is, the general climate change angle of things getting hotter and drier. But also remember now, we just came off a really wet winter, also related to climate change. And so this wet winter ended up growing a lot of plants and a lot of vegetation that ended up drying out over the summer. So we got a lot of fuel that was created in the winter and dried out over the summer, exacerbated by the Santa Anas right now. And so we've got this increase of fuel, this increase in drying, and we've got also increasing people moving into these areas, more roads, more opportunities for sparks, and then as these fires grow, more threat to human lives and property.
Dr. Joshua Fisher from Chapman University, a climate scientist there, breaking down exactly what we're seeing here with the Santa Ana winds, how it's affecting the vegetation, and why these wildfires are just moving so quickly. Dr. Fisher, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
And our meteorologist, Paul Diano, has certainly been following the wind that is happening here, such strong gusts. Paul, we are not going to see these winds dying down anytime soon, are we?
Yeah, Amy and Amanda, if we're looking for weather to quote unquote help this situation, that help is not coming until tomorrow afternoon. That is not good news. The wind may not be as strong as it is right now for more than a couple more hours, but it's going to be 40 miles per hour stronger until tomorrow afternoon. You can see the cars in this neighborhood likely getting out of here. And look at the wind. Look at, as we show that shot right there along Glenbrook Avenue, look at the palm tree. You can see the trees swaying in the wind. In this neighborhood right now, we are seeing wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. It looks like there's some police officers there probably helping people get out because, frankly, they need to get out. The wind is blowing upwards of 60 miles per hour. Look at that grove of palm trees on the southwest side of Las Posas Road. That's the wind that's blowing embers from the fire that's less than a mile away at a rate of 60 miles per hour, which is 1 mile per minute. So as we show you the weather computer for a bit, then we're going to go back to that chopper shot. I want to talk about the smoke and the embers. These winds are 61 to 63 miles per hour. We just got top of the hour information. We get it at 52 minutes past the hour. So these are the top of the hour numbers. 63 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 61 in Moore Park, and 61 in Camarillo. So that's smoke, which is hugging the ground, which contains embers, which may create new fire starts. All of that is moving over this neighborhood at 60 miles per hour. And our chopper has shown that way out ahead of the actual fire, you see that the Ridgeline Road right there, just to the east of Ridgeline Road, you see new fires burning. There's a fire burning in the backyard of that house. That's not the main fire. That was caused by embers, which were blown out ahead of that fire. And that's what's causing these spot fires within this neighborhood. Looks like they've got some stuff behind their house there that is currently burning, including an RV. So the problem is fire begins, but then the wind takes over. And as the climate scientist was talking about, it moves rapidly because of the wind, but then the wind creates the smoke and it keeps the smoke near the surface. And then all of those embers create new fires along that path. And unfortunately, guys, that path is right over a subdivision right now. So the actual fire's back toward the 118, up toward that ridge in the Camarillo Hills. But out ahead of it, we're seeing new fires burn in that neighborhood because the smoke is hugging the ground because the wind is so bad. And look at the speed of that smoke. If you just stared at the image on the left, look how quickly that smoke is moving from right to left, which is northeast to southwest. It's moving right over that neighborhood. It doesn't get an opportunity to go vertical. It has no vertical build whatsoever. And if you were to look under that smoke, you can now see at least 2 or 3 different spots where there were flames. That's the embers that were carried from the original fire out ahead of the fire, now creating new fires within that neighborhood. Looks like especially in the foothills themselves, maybe not in the kind of flat part of that neighborhood, but in the foothills, you've got new fires burning. These folks need to get out.
They certainly do. This, you just can't take for granted that the fire is not close to you. If you can see that smoke, you need to be preparing to leave because the winds are just so strong, moving this fire so quickly. And, unfortunately, we've seen it before. And we hate to see this happening again. We had Captain McHale from the Ventura County Fire Department on a little earlier, and he was saying it's almost like trying to put a fire out with a water gun. Like it's so massive and it's just moving so fast that you really need to take precautions and be ready to go and have your items packed up and know what you want to take. Because when you're in that panic mode, it's hard to think about what do I need to grab. You can't forget your medications, those important documents that are irreplaceable and that you may need for insurance purposes should that fire actually reach your home. And, of course, we hope that that does not happen, but you need to be prepared should the fire make it to your home if you are in this area.
We are seeing a lot of things still burning. We're seeing it get very, very close to structures. We know that there have been multiple structures that have been burned. We do not know what kind of structures those are, if they're people's homes or businesses. But this is an area that has a lot of different stuff going on here. So it's rural. You have a lot of agriculture. You have a lot of farmland. You have people that live there, and you have a lot of animals there too. Very, very tricky to get through. Also, these roads are very tough to navigate, especially if you're dealing with this kind of smoke. It can make visibility very hard to get out. So as Amy said, if you can evacuate now, that is your best option to do so. We are seeing these live images from our SkyCal looking at the fire burning here in Moore Park. And we're seeing just a lot of that black smoke, a lot of the white smoke, good mix of both. And those flames, I just feel like every single time we look at the screen, we're seeing more and more flames and more area getting covered because of this fire that's burning in Moore Park and also has now made its way into Camarillo as well.
And for folks that are just joining us, we are continuing our breaking news coverage here on KCAL News at noon. We are monitoring 2 fires that are burning right now, the Broad Fire that is in Malibu and the Mountain Fire that is burning in Moore Park. At last check, 1,000 acres had burned in Moore Park. This fire has actually jumped the 118 and has moved towards the Camarillo Heights area. in Malibu, the Broad Fire, at last check, we had only heard about 40 acres, but we did hear that one home had burned. PCH was closed in both directions, but we are waiting to hear whether or not that has changed. No evacuations at Pepperdine. We did speak to the folks there at Pepperdine, and they were monitoring. Classes were continuing as planned, but they were continuing to monitor to determine whether or not evacuations needed to be done or if classes should be canceled. But at this point, there has been no change. Classes continue at Pepperdine.
And speaking of students in class, we did receive some information from Moore Park Unified School District. There's a message for Chaparral Middle School, Moore Park, and Campus Canyon College Preparatory Academy and High School at Moore Park College. These classes have been canceled because SoCal Edison has deactivated power to those campuses because of this wind. So students should not be in those campuses right now, but high school at Moore Park College classes have also been canceled today due to the evacuation orders in place. So be aware of what's going on around you. Look out for any notices for anywhere that you're planning to go. We're seeing a lot of classes being rescheduled, but also a big issue today is those utilities. We're seeing this fire get close to power lines, which can cause even more problems, and people losing power can also become very tricky for businesses and homes in the area as they try to fight this fire as well. So we are monitoring that. We are getting images from both Moore Park and Malibu. We're getting SkyCal giving us the very gray, smoky sky in Moore Park because of that fire. That's now over 1,000 acres there. I'm sure those numbers are even higher, Amy, at this
I just
point.
got an update, Amanda, that it is now at 1,500 acres. The mountain fire in Moore Park is now at 1,500 acres. We were telling folks a little earlier in the Moore Park area that there was an evacuation center set up at Padre Sarah Parish in Camarillo. We've also learned that there is a large animal evacuation center set up at the Ventura County Fairgrounds. We know that a lot of people in this area do have horses and larger animals, and so they can take those animals to the Ventura County Fairgrounds. We were also hearing that there was also an area set up for smaller animals at the Ventura County Animal Services over by the Camarillo Airport. If you have smaller animals that you need to take to safety because you are evacuating this area, because this fire really is moving fast, and we've been talking about people getting their items together because you just don't know in which direction the winds are going to change. It's going to move the fire quickly, and especially if you are dealing with animals that you also have to, gather up. It really is time consuming.
And it can be tricky too, just with animals getting spooked because of what's going on as well. So just give yourself the time to do it now and handle that situation so that you, your loved ones, your lovely animals, you guys can all make it out safely. And the firefighters are going to do what they can to make sure your home, your structures can stay intact. And we are watching a lot of those firefighters on the ground here. We're getting these images from Malibu of the boots on the ground there. It looks a little more calm on that side. We know that's about 40 acres over there. Sky's actually looking pretty clear, I have to say. In Malibu, it's looking a lot better there. But we are getting these images of the broad fire in Malibu and just the conditions they're seeing there. It's looking pretty breezy in that area as well. And as those firefighters try to work on those hot spots and make sure it stays clear for people in that area. Obviously very tricky when it comes to a fire in Malibu, as you really only have PCH and those canyon roads to get out of that area.
Absolutely. And we were just getting an update now. Joining us on the phone, Ventura County Fire. I believe this is Captain Dowd with the Ventura County Fire joining us. Thanks so much for taking the time to speak with us. Do you have some updates on, we were hearing earlier about some injuries perhaps from the fires. Can you give us a little update on the latest numbers of the fire and maybe homes that have been destroyed and possibly injuries?
Absolutely. Sure. Here's the information that I have right now. The fire has crossed the 118 freeway, as I'm sure you have footage of, and is now impacting the Camarillo Heights area. Evacuation orders for that area are in place, and we're urging residents that are in evacuation areas to please leave as soon as possible. We do have several individuals that have been injured so far in this fire. I don't have an exact number or type or the nature of those injuries, but those individuals are being transported to local hospitals. As you probably have video of, we do have numerous structures that have been impacted by this fire, but as this is a rapidly developing situation, I just don't have an accurate count of those numbers. Some other information, we do, due to extreme wind conditions, fixed-wing aircraft are unable to assist, but we've called in support from our mutual aid partners from around the county and around the area, and we're all working actively to protect lives and property in the Camarillo Heights area.
And this is really tough to hear, you know, so often in these areas, you have to rely on aircraft to help with this fight, especially in such, you know, wildland areas, and to hear that you don't have the fixed wing. So you are relying on helicopters only at this point?
At this point, we have a number of helicopters. You can probably hear one going over my head right now that are aggressively attacking this fire and coordinating water drops with resources that are on the ground. So that is happening. But due to the winds, we're just not able to operate with fixed wing aircraft at this time.
And we are seeing that a lot of this vegetation, it's just very dry out there. The wind's impacting the area. I mean, what are some of the challenges that these firefighters are facing on the ground?
Well, I think the biggest challenge that we have right now is making sure that we get all residents that are in the impacted areas evacuated and out of the area. Our biggest concern is for life safety, and we're just urging residents that are in impacted areas to please evacuate if you're under an evacuation order.
You know, we keep talking about the eerie similarities between today and the Woolsey fire, and we know that resources have really been, you know, split up. You don't have the fixed wing, and you're now limited because so many of the crews had to go to Malibu. So is that making this even more difficult for the fight? Because now we're talking about Camarillo, Somis, Moore Park, and Malibu.
Great question. One of the things that our agency and our partner agencies through our mutual aid agreements started the day with was additional staffing and additional resources to help respond quickly to these incidents. The fire that you mentioned in Moore Park and Somis and Camarillo Heights, that is one incident, that is the mountain incident. We are receiving resources from our mutual aid partners in helping us to combat this fire.
And what are we seeing with the Malibu fire? From the images we're getting, it's looking like it's lightened up a little bit. The sky's looking a little clearer. What is that firefight currently looking like?
Unfortunately, I just don't have any information about that fire.
And for the fire, the mountain fire that we have been focusing on, does it appear that people are following the evacuation orders and they are getting out of the area? Because it seems like the flames have really just jumped because of the wind pushing these sparks going in different directions. Are people heeding the warnings and evacuating?
We are seeing that residents are evacuating. We're also urging all residents in the area in Ventura County to follow vcemergency.com. That website will have all the latest evacuations, information, and updates. So we're just urging residents that are in impacted areas to follow that and to heed those evacuation warnings.
We were seeing reports earlier that some people needed fire crews to come help them evacuate because they were trapped. Have you gotten any information on that?
I don't have any specific information about any specific instances. However, our primary mission in a fire like this is life safety and ensuring that all residents are evacuated out of the area safely. And with that, also protecting property. So protecting life and protecting property, that's what our firefighters are out there aggressively doing right now.
And with the winds, you know, we know that the helicopters are up, but really getting that precision drop, it can make it a little more difficult too, because, you know, if there's a specific gust that comes up out of the blue, you know, these firefighters up in the air are really having to adjust. Are you getting all of the help that you need from the air, or are you starting to have to rely more on the boots on the ground?
We really rely on a coordinated effort between our air resources and our ground resources. So that coordinated effort is ongoing. Our firefighters, both in the air and on the ground, are incredibly well trained and are coordinating well to get these airdrops into the areas that they're needed.
And what are some of the other challenges that you guys are facing out there? I mean, the terrain is very difficult to get through. What are these firefighters facing right there?
Again, I think the biggest challenge or the biggest concern that we have, that we want to make sure we're effectively communicating to the public, is that anybody that is in an impacted area is heeding evacuation orders. Not only does that protect them and make them safe, but it also allows our firefighters to get into those areas and to perform their functions. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to jump off this call with you. I really appreciate your time. Please, and again, I'd encourage everybody out there in impacted areas, please follow vcemergency.com for the latest and updates and evacuation orders and incident information, okay?
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Andrew Dowd from the Ventura County Fire Department. We certainly appreciate that, giving us some new information. And our Jeff Nguyen is actually in Moore Park right now with an update for us. Jeff, how bad is it where you are? We see the wind gusting there. Give us an idea of what you're seeing and feeling out there.
Yeah, so Amy, you know, Paul Diano has been talking about how the winds have been really whipping up here, and you can see it on my camera right now. You can probably hear it through my mic. As John Schreiber pans around, you can see some of the flames that are burning near the Spanish Hills area right now. There are about 2 or 3 dozers that's trying to cut a containment line around some of this, so you can hear some of the creaking that's happening with the Ventura County Fire Department's dozers right now. I am on private property right now. This home belongs to Ken Levin. And Ken, so you were getting ready to evacuate. I'm going to ask John to go ahead and pan towards the flames as Ken talks to us. But talk to me about, you know, where you are in this situation.
We live in Spanish Hills adjacent. The side of our house is complete brush, and the goats come and eat it every year. We've never seen anything like this before. Never thought anything would like to happen like this to us. But fire department is out there. They're bulldozing fire breaks on the back of our property, and the wind is going south. So we feel good about where we are. We've got a giant pool to fight anything that comes near our house. But I think we're going to be okay. Thank God for our firefighters that are here to help us when we need it.
Have you ever experienced winds like this in this area?
Never. I've never seen winds this high in this area. Years ago, there were a few years ago when there were fires on the back hills outside the house, the wind wasn't nearly this strong. I've never experienced wind like this before in my life.
So currently, who's home with you? Just you or your family?
My wife is already evacuated. My bags are packed and in the car. I just wanted to get you guys in to get you the best vantage point you could, and then I'm out of here. But thank you guys for covering this, and you can stay here as long as you like.
I really appreciate that. What's going through your mind as you're seeing the flames just ripping over that ridge right now?
Oh my God, my house is in danger. I'm alive. My wife is alive. We have everything we need. We'll be okay. This can be replaced.
You know, clearly you're willing to take off. What did you pack in the car with you as you were, seeing me come up your driveway?
I got 5 days of clothes in my bag. We've got friends of ours that live in Westlake that we're going to. And right now I've got my DOP kit and clothes, and that's it. I'm getting out of here, and we'll be back, I'm sure. This is going to be fine. We're going to be okay.
I mean, you take the ready, set, go mantra very seriously. How long have you had this sort of mentality and things packed ready to go?
Not long. We just did it. We didn't expect this. We didn't see this coming at all. We knew the winds. We've had heavy winds out here, but we didn't know that any fires were coming until we got the evacuation alert, and now it's official, so we've got to get out of here.
You know, speaking of getting out of here, let me allow you to get out of here. But let me ask you one last question as you're talking to me. The fact that these firefighters are driving these giant dozers right up against the flames, what goes through your mind as you're seeing this?
God, those people are so brave to do this for us, and everything that they can do, that we can do to support them, deserves our support and our tax dollars.
You know, I'm wearing goggles right now, and some of the dust that's getting kicked up is really irritating me. How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Fortunately, right now the wind is blowing to the south, which is away from our house. We live, if pointing there is north. to us, but it's blowing away from our house, so I don't see any flames actually approaching the house any closer than the camera sees now, and it actually appears that some of them are going out.
I will tell you, John and I were about 2 blocks north of you, and the smoke up there was completely suffocating. We didn't even roll down our windows, and we were irritated by the smoke in the back of our throats and in our eyes. So it's like a completely pitch dark up there.
Yeah, you can see right where he's photographing. You can see all the flames and the smoke coming up in the sky, but to the left of that, it's fairly clear. So you can see that there's no fire down at the base of the hill. The fire is at the top of the hill and working its way over to the south.
You know, please forgive me with this question. I don't mean to be insensitive, but as we know, a lot of insurance companies have pulled out of certain parts of California for coverage because of stuff like this. What's the situation in your neighborhood? Are you covered for a fire?
Yes, we are definitely covered for a fire. If you can see by the side of our house, we have power lines that are going to be very heavily protected by Southern California Edison and the fire department, because these power lines bring power over to the other side of the hill. So this is a particularly accessible. You can see vehicles on the upside of the hill already that he's photographing. And they are fighting. That's where they're from now. That upper part of the hill, you can see that fire, and they're putting a brake in there to stop that upper part of the fire from coming south, from coming north. But I think we're going to be okay. I feel for the people that are living south of us, because they're going to have a heck of a time of it. The smoke is getting worse now as we go, but I'm going to take off. Okay. But you guys, you do what you need to do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Ken Levin. Thank you for being so gracious. And as I was kind of alluding to earlier, I'm going to ask John Schreiber to kind of rotate to his right. You can see the smoke right above us in the hills there. They are just absolutely blinding. When we went up there about 10 minutes ago, as we were trying to establish a signal and figure out where we would broadcast to you, I can tell you that it was very hard to see. We did see a member of the fire department up there honking his horn, letting people know that they needed to get out. In fact, we were advised to not stay put up there because it was just so tough to see, and we were not able to have that much of a vantage point up there. In fact, the smoke is so thick that it is absolutely blinding up there. And as you hear some of the wind that is ripping through my mic right now, I can tell you that we have not seen a single aircraft in the air as we were driving out here. We were told by the Ventura County Fire Department that fixed wing aircraft are not able to fly right now because of the windy conditions. So as you can hear, probably some of the smoke is crackling, or not smoke, but fire is crackling on that ridge side right there, because there is a lot of fuel to burn. Mr. Levin told us that typically they'll bring in goats to kind of clear some of this brush. But that's not certainly, happening today because of all of this burning. Back to the point that I was trying to make earlier, fixed wing aircraft are not able to fly because of the dangerous conditions, and so things like the super scoopers will not be able to work in these sort of conditions. On top of that, helicopters are much more nimble. They are able to fly, but as you can imagine, when the wind is whipping through like this, what is typically a water drop ends up being missed anyhow, so that's not all that effective. So right now the fire department is basically dealing with this from a ground battle, a ground situation, and they are also asking for help from other agencies. We've been seeing a number of fire engines darting around on this side of the 118, and right now the winds are still just whipping very consistently, sending a lot of smoke basically going sideways, and a lot of times that smoke is awfully blinding. I have been talking for an extensive amount of time, so if I may, let me go ahead and send it back to the studio in case you have any question for me, Amy.
We do, Jeff. Thank you. You're doing an excellent job out there. We did also hear about the fixed wings not being able to fly, only the helicopters. And obviously, this fire has gone from Moore Park, crossed over the 118, and then entered into this Camarillo Heights area. So it has moved a great distance. And I'm just wondering, you haven't seen planes, obviously. What about helicopters? And what about firefighters on the ground in this area? Because I know they were farther over in Moore Park and now making their way there. So have you seen firefighters on the ground or helicopters?
Yeah, Amy, so I've been seeing dozens of fire crews on the ground darting back and forth. It's almost like a whack-a-mole situation. In terms of the question on the helicopters, honestly, we have not seen any helicopters in the air. I'm not sure how effective they would be right now because any sort of water drop will just basically turn into mist. So we haven't seen any of those. I will tell you that the fire department, as I step aside, I want to just give you some more of what's going on back here. They have reported that a number of people have been injured and taken to the hospital while John and I were driving around along Balsam Canyon Road that we've been reporting all morning long. We did see a large truck, a heavy-duty truck with a horse trailer, and we did see that the truck was badly burned. So I don't know if the people in that truck were the ones that were injured, but you know, clearly they were evacuated. This is a truck that we believe, you know, belongs to a family. We saw a number of toys in the back seat while we were along Balsam Canyon. Amy, we did see a number of people with their horse trailers in that area trying to get their animals out. You know, you live up in Ventura County, so you know this part of the county pretty well yourself. Along with some of the groves out here, a number of people are horse lovers, and so, you know, people are trying to get their animals out safely. And as you can imagine, that's a very tall order when you have all of this smoke because the animals tend to be really spooked by all of the smoke. So that has been a very, you know, delicate but very urgent and pressing situation for a lot of those folks, Amy.
And Jeff, I was wondering, you talked about seeing that truck, that family's truck that was possibly burned because of this fire on your way up. What else did you see on the roads? Was there a lot of road closures? Were you seeing families trying to get out? Any backups for people in that area?
Yeah, great question, Amanda. Yeah, there were a number of road closures. For our audience at home, they may not know this, but you know, we as members of the press here in the state of California, there is a penal code that allows us to cross these barriers where Joe, a citizen, is not. In some neighborhoods, the sheriff's department is allowing residents to go in and grab their stuff and go. I'm going to guess that in these sort of areas, they are not official mandatory evacuation areas just yet. And so they are allowing people with their trailer hitches to grab their horses. But you know, in other parts, they are hard closures. The only people that are getting through are first responders and members of the media. And if you're at home and you're wondering why members of the media are allowed to cross these lines when, you know, citizens can't, the reason is that, you know, for what you are seeing on your screen, you know, we are here so that you don't have to be here, so that you understand the gravity of the situation. So, you know, we take our jobs very seriously. You know, we're not trying to, you know, show off or anything like that, but you know, this is why evacuations are in place. This is why the authorities say, you know, when you have to leave, you have to leave. And as John is showing you some of these flames as well as smoke, John, I'm going to ask you to rotate to your right, and you can see that there is this fence line. This is Mr. Levin's property, and you can just see how close it is to this development near Spanish Hills. And I know that there is a lot of brush on your screen right now, but John, are you able to kind of walk up the hill just a little bit, or is that too risky? Bear with us as the camera is a little bit shaky. John's going to just go up a little bit to this avocado tree to get a better vantage point. And you know what? Actually, John, let's go this way. Let's go into Mr. Levin's backyard. And so you can see that this is, you know, a very well developed neighborhood as I go into his backyard and give you a little more of a vantage point. Thanks for being patient with me as we take you through here. So you can see, like, this is not just some rural neighborhood. This is, you know, a suburban neighborhood, palm trees, homes. And as John rotates to his left, you can just see how orange the sky is as the smoke is basically smothering the sunlight. And we'll go ahead and continue back to the fence line so you can get a sense of the urgency out here as some of the smoke is kind of moving sideways. And oh man, it's kind of hard to talk as some of the smoke is kind of just hitting me in the face. But, you know, what you are seeing on your screen right now is not a filter. Hey, John, why don't you come over here and take a look through the break on the fence right here. It's not a filter. So the orangeness that you see is from all of the smoke that's basically snuffing out some of the sunlight. Amanda? Amy?
Jeff, we want you to take a breather. Thank you for this incredible reporting showcasing just what these families are experiencing firsthand out there, something that we've all experienced far too often. Can't imagine what that family's going through. John, and you both take a breather. We want you to be safe, but stay close because we want to talk to you again soon. But incredible reporting. Thank you for showing us all of that and just the devastation of what we are seeing out there at this time, and so glad that that family is getting out safely right now. Jeff, thank you so much.
And we do want to join Gabrielle Ornelas, who is on the phone with us now from SoCal Edison. Gabrielle, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Do you have an update on perhaps power outages in the area? Did you shut off power to folks this morning?
So Southern California Edison has implemented public safety power shutoffs across the Southern California region that is seeing those strong winds. In Ventura County, currently there are nearly 18,000 customers affected by what we refer to as a PSPS. There are additional customers in Ventura County under consideration, and this is due to the public safety concern. Public safety power shutoffs help reduce the risk of wildfire related to those strong winds. So this is what we think about when we are considering public safety power shutoffs. Currently, those conditions do call us to implement those PSPS. They will be active during the wind event, and once we see those wind conditions improve, we will start that work to re-energize customers.
And we know that a lot of times people complain because they're losing their power. But on the flip side, it really is to try to prevent fires from happening. And unfortunately, we do know that the strong winds can topple power lines and then spark fires.
That's correct. Public safety power shutoffs are a tool of last resort that we implement to keep the public safe. We understand that losing power at any time is a hardship for our customers. Our priority is always going to be the safety of the public and our customers, and PSPS does help us reduce the risk for the general public, our customers, and our employees.
And of those 18,000 customers that have lost their power, they're obviously probably not watching us now, but just to give them an update, if we can, how long do you think that they will be without the power?
Right. So PSPS will depend on the weather conditions. So as long as the winds are strong and increase the risk, we will have the public safety power shutoffs in place. As soon as we do see wind conditions improve and we are able to see improvement in those winds, we will start that work to re-energize customers. It could take some time, and we do understand that it is a hardship to be without power. Our priority is going to be the safety of the public.
And we do know that the red flag warnings are in place until tomorrow, so I know that they don't necessarily go hand in hand, but is there a chance that these folks could be without power until tomorrow?
We do know that the winds are in the forecast today and tomorrow. It's difficult to say because the PSPS will depend on those wind conditions. It is possible that customers could get power back if there are lulls in the winds in certain areas or communities, and we are able to bring power back briefly, but that would be a brief instance during this wind event. So it will depend on how the wind conditions evolve.
Okay. And, there could be, I know that you said 18,000, but there could be more people if the winds continue in other areas, or is this pretty much all that you're expecting for this wind event?
These numbers change in near real time, just as we see the winds evolve and where they're moving. So those numbers could change. These are the numbers that we have currently for Ventura County only. Other portions of Southern California are also being affected by those winds and a public safety power shutoff. So we do have a team of meteorologists that are tracking this closely and updating those forecasts for us in near real time.
Okay. Gabriella Ornelas, thank you so much for spending a little time with us to talk about these public safety power shutoffs for 18,000 customers. Of course, we understand the hardship, but we also know that it is all about safety. So thank you so much for taking the time to explain.
Thank you.
Now we want to toss it over to meteorologist Paul Diano with a look at our weather, and these wind conditions is the big story of today. What's really driving and fueling these growing fires both in Moore Park and Malibu. Paul.
I couldn't have explained it better. It is driving the fire. It is fueling the fire. We have dry vegetation. We have had very little rainfall over the past half of a year. And the problem is we have this. This is the bullseye. Eastern Ventura County and northwestern LA County. We knew that would be the strongest wind, stronger than what we're seeing in the Inland Empire. It's windy everywhere, but the windiest and the worst weather right now is in a corridor from Santa Clarita through Simi Valley and Moore Park and Oxnard and Camarillo, where wind gusts are still 55 to 65 miles per hour. We'll zoom in a little bit tighter, and I'll show you Santa Paula, 57 miles per hour. Camarillo, 61 miles per hour, still 63 miles per hour in Simi Valley, also 63 in Santa Clarita, and 61 miles per hour in Moore Park. At that speed of wind, there is very little that firefighters can do to stop the spread of a fire, because even if it was just the fire in front of them, they would be putting themselves in danger, because that fire is coming at them at 50 to 60 miles per hour and the smoke is moving. But the smoke contains embers, and the embers will jump over a fire line and start new fires behind that fire line. That's how the fire advances so quickly with wind like this, because if you can see in that image down here at the bottom left of your smartphone or television screen, there's very little vertical build to the smoke. There's some, but not much. The majority of it is being blown from northeast to southwest, very close to the surface, over neighborhoods, over subdivisions, over parts of Camarillo and now Oxnard. Within those clouds or smoke are embers. And those embers will land somewhere, maybe on a palm tree, maybe on some other type of tree, maybe on a rooftop, and it will ignite new fires way out ahead. And those embers are moving at 61 miles per hour or 63 miles per hour. So what we have is a critical fire situation for any fire, but now we have a fire that is 1,500 acres in size, putting out a tremendous amount of smoke, which is stuck near the surface. And as we've talked about it, guys, Eastern Ventura County is a beautiful blend of subdivisions, of estates, of equestrian estates, and then forest. Well, a lot of these fires will begin in the more rural areas, but with a situation like this, it can be carried into a more urban or suburban area in a matter of minutes. And that kind of suburban/rural interface is the problem right now. And we have entire neighborhoods, as you can see once again, bottom left of your television screen, that part of the Camarillo Heights. Those folks need to get out, because if the wind changes direction just a little bit, that smoke may be blowing over their house or their street or their neighborhood, and then the embers fall down, and then trees, houses get ignited. We're not saying it's going to happen, but in conditions like this, it certainly can happen. Major, major fire problems right now in Eastern Ventura County. As that smoke, as you can see, we can actually take that map full. We can take the chopper full and just show you that. Notice how, guys, it's not going up. It just continues to feed itself, blowing over that neighborhood and now stretching all the way out to Oxnard and out over the ocean. And that is causing new fires to start out ahead of it, which you can see in that image right there. I think we're looking at some video that we shot maybe 20 or 30 minutes ago. That's a couple miles from the actual fire. That's a new fire that started because of all of that smoke blowing over. Embers are falling and new fires are starting. So this is a critical fire situation in this portion of Camarillo right now. Guys, back to you.
Following all of this, the mountain fire, it did start in Moore Park over by the 118. It did then jump the 118 and make its way into the Camarillo Heights area that we're showing you now. It is now up to 1,500 acres. This broke out earlier this morning, and, it's interesting to say that at 9:18 this morning, I jotted down a note. It was at 248 acres, and now we are at 1,500 acres. We do know that at least 2 structures have burned, and we have been getting reports that there have been some injuries. Our own Jeff Nguyen was talking about seeing a truck that had been burned, and it looked like perhaps they had gone through the fire area. We are still waiting for some confirmation about exactly how those people have been injured, but it really is eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire and watching that fire go from Simi Valley all the way to Malibu. And in this opportunity, we're seeing it in Moore Park. Now it is over in Camarillo. And at the same time, there was the broad fire that was burning in Malibu. That fire much smaller. We do know that at least 1 home burned, but that one around 40 to 50 acres, and that forced some evacuations as well. But really, it is the mountain fire that we're really focused on because it is so much larger.
And Amy, when we were speaking with the Ventura County Fire Department, he said this is a rapidly developing situation. Those injuries have brought people to the hospital. They were being transported to the hospital when we were talking to him. Evacuation orders are in place, and he was urging people to leave as soon as possible. They are working to protect life and protect property, but you need to do your part too and try to get out. Amy's been saying all day in these situations, many of us have been evacuated from our homes in fires like this, and doing it earlier is always better. You can remember a little bit more of what you need, get set up for your kids, your animals, and in this situation in Moore Park, you have a lot of different types of homes here, large estates, farms, low-income homes as well. So it's very tricky to get everybody out, and especially when it comes to those pets, the large animals, cattle as well too. Jeff even brought up the horses.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
They get very spooked in these situations. So the faster you can get out, you're making it easier for your family, keeping your family safe, and also making it easier for those firefighters to do their jobs here. But yes, there are evacuation orders in place. There is also an evacuation center that is set up. It's at Padre Sarah Parish in Camarillo. There's also a hotline set up. And you can also bring your animals to the Ventura County Fairgrounds too if you need assistance there. But these images that we're getting from SkyCal, a lot of smoke. That fire just keeps growing all the way up to 1,500 acres now in Moore Park.
Absolutely. And we were talking a little earlier. I was saying that this is an area that has a lot of farms and pumpkin patches and such. And I didn't want to mention specifically Underwood Family Farms because I did not want to put that out there if it wasn't, in fact, in that area. But we are now hearing from Susanna Underwood that it is unfortunately threatening Underwood Family Farms. This is certainly an area that I've been to many times for stories, as well as taking my own sons to this farm for different events, especially around Halloween. Susanna, can you hear me now?
I can.
Tell me, how close is this getting to the farm, and what you all are doing to evacuate?
So I think most people think of Underwood Family Farms in Moore Park, which is east of the fire. So that the fire is not threatening that particular farm. It's threatening our smaller farm, which is Underwood Family Farms in Somis off of the 118, which is right in Somis, and we are being evacuated right now.
Susanna, this is Amanda, and we've spoken on so many occasions with our families, and just these areas, when these fires happen, it's not just affecting these businesses, it's families as well. What kind of impact is this on you and your family there?
Well, I think what it's impacting the most is our animals. We have alpacas, sheep, goats, chickens at our Somis location, and so we need to get them out. So that's what we are most concerned about at this point.
Will you be taking them to the Ventura County Fairgrounds, or do you have another place planned to take your large animals?
So we'll be taking them to our Moore Park location, which is east of the fire, and it is a safe space for them to go.
Which is certainly a welcome relief, because earlier it seemed like it might be the Moore Park location that was threatened, but it never got too close to that farm?
Correct. It's the east wind is blowing it away from the Moore Park location.
Susanna, we've been watching this fire all morning long here from the studio, but you've been there. Just kind of tell us how the morning started for you and just how you saw this rapidly develop to where it's at now, to the point that you guys have to leave.
Well, of course, the wind started blowing very strong in the early mornings. We were prepared at our Moore Park location. We had already announced that we were shutting it down today. And our Somas location, we didn't think that was going to be a problem. It's a little bit more contained, a smaller space. And then probably around 9:30, 10 this morning, we realized that the fire was approaching. We closed down that location, and now we're in the evacuation order. We do have an evacuation plan for both of our locations, and we have it written out. All of our team members are aware of it, so we're ready at any time to put that into place.
When you're talking about evacuating your animals, Susanna, how many are we talking about?
So our Somas location is smaller. Our Moore Park location is 200 acres. Our Somas location is 12 acres. And in the animal center there, we have 2 alpacas, probably 10 sheep, 4 goats, chickens, so less animals that we have to move, and we don't have the larger livestock that we do at our Moore Park location. So it is a little bit easier to move the smaller livestock.
And Susanna, what else is being threatened on this Somas location property? What other kind of crops do you have there?
So we have blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, our trees, fig trees, orange trees, and we also have our farm market, which was built back in 1980. So that was our original location. Also, my grandmother's home that has been there since the 40s, 50s is there, and we're just hoping that that is spared. But of course, the most important thing right now is getting the animals out, and also making sure that anyone who lives in the house or is there, they get out safely as well.
And this is certainly a tight-knit community, Somas. Susanna, are you hearing from a lot of the folks that live nearby just about what they're doing and moving animals and trying to evacuate?
You're absolutely right. It is a very, very close community, and so everybody is on hand, ready to help. The nearby horse facilities, they're moving them out, and everybody is just all hands on deck, ready to help out any way they can.
Susanna, what's the plan after this? You just hang tight, the animals are going to stay in Moore Park?
Yep, they'll stay in Moore Park. They'll be safe there, and then when everything is clear and safe, then we'll bring them back to the Somas location, and hopefully it'll still be there and everything will be okay.
Have you guys ever been evacuated like this in the past?
At our Moore Park location, we were probably, I think it was the Woolsey fire. We had to evacuate all the animals, we had never had to evacuate our Highland cow. She had been with us for 24 years, and so that was probably the most difficult animal to evacuate, along with the emus.
Wow.
And you work with these animals often. You're very familiar with them. For people who are not familiar, can you kind of talk to us about the challenges of having to evacuate large animals?
I think the main thing with the larger animals is having the trailer, having enough people to safely navigate them into that trailer. With Lucy, our Highland cow, during the Woolsey fire, she had massive horns. She had never been evacuated, and so she was nervous about all that. So you want to make sure that everybody involved remains calm, because the animals sense that. You need to stay calm, so they remain calm as well.
And in where you are in Somas, can you really see the smoke and flames nearby?
It is very, very smoky. The visibility is pretty bad.
And are you also experiencing a lot of wind in the area?
It is very windy. We haven't had a wind event like this in a while, so this is really the first of the season.
And how are those road conditions in the area? Are a lot of people hitting the roads trying to get out, or are you going to be able to navigate through those pretty easily?
Well, the 118 is closed down, and what I hear is that those with trailers who are trying to evacuate animals, they're doing their best to get them through. But my parents live nearby, and they had to leave their house, and they're not able to get back to their home right now.
Wow. And unfortunately, Susanna, as we speak with you, we are showing our viewers some of the damage from the fire. We're seeing a lot of just destroyed buildings here. It looks like from some different farms, and just the flames just are continuing to burn here. I wish I could say that we're seeing more smoke and less flames, but we are still seeing plenty of flames in the area.
Yeah, and it's tough because the winds are not dying down at all.
Are you seeing a lot of helicopters in the area trying to fight this firefight?
So what I heard is that helicopters are not able to get to that area right now. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's what I've heard.
Wow.
And do you have firefighters on the ground near you?
Yes, definitely, definitely. We have such a great fire department in Ventura County and in our cities, and they're doing everything they can to make sure that people are protected, structures are protected, and animals are protected.
Yeah, Susanna, what we were told is that they are not allowing the fixed wings in right now. They're only using the helicopters, and at times we have actually showed people video from a little earlier, and this right here, I believe, is live, and we see what appears to be a home that is burning here on the more in the center of your screen, and then over to the right. I'm trying to make it out. The smoke is so thick. Is that two homes? It's hard for me to.
It looks like a large structure of some
and perhaps
kind.
a home to more in the center of the screen. But I mean, these are the images that you hate to see, that someone is losing their home. We talk about the different homes in the community, and it doesn't matter if you live in a large scale home or you are in a small little home. It is your home, and when your home is destroyed, it is devastating. It is devastating, and so it is just tough to see this. And Susanna, we're glad that the fire hasn't gotten too close to you in Somas, but we do understand that it is important that you and the animals evacuate this area.
Thank you both so much. We really appreciate your concern.
Yeah, Susanna Underwood with Underwood Family Farms out in Moore Park and Somas, just speaking to us on the phone. They are evacuating from their Somas location right now. Susanna, we want you guys to do that safely. We're thinking about you guys, and we are just hoping for the best.
Thank you so much.
And as we continue to follow this breaking news, you are watching live images of the mountain fire that is burning in Moore Park. This is about 1,500 acres. We've been showing you some of the scenes from a little earlier, as well as going back and forth between live images and images from earlier, but all of them very similar in that we are still seeing a lot of flames out there and a lot of smoke. Again, it's burned about 1,500 acres. We know that confirmed at least 2 structures, but we are seeing more structures that are burning, and we're watching as a Ventura County helicopter makes a drop here because they are not using fixed wings because of the strong winds that have been burning.
And those strong winds really driving this fire here in Moore Park and also in Malibu as well. That is the broad fire, about 40 acres. But we are really focusing on this Moore Park fire because it just continues to grow. We've been watching it for the last few hours. It ended up jumping the 118 and it went into the Camarillo Heights neighborhood. So it's impacting a lot of people, a lot of businesses, a lot of animals, as Susanna was just saying there as well. When it comes to this area in Moore Park, this is separated from the business district, and so this is why it's so tricky with this fire, because you have a lot of hillsides and a lot of vegetation. These winds making it very dry and fueling this fire to just keep growing. And I can't even count how many sets of flames that we've been seeing because of our SkyCal just capturing all of this for us. But those winds just really driving it. What was very interesting was when we were talking to our reporter Jeff Nguyen out there in Moore Park with a man who was trying to get out of his house in the Spanish Hills area. His name was Ken.
Camarillo.
Or in Camarillo, excuse me.
Camarillo Heights.
In Camarillo. And you could see just those flames coming so close to the house. He said his wife is out safe. That's all he can ask for. And he's going too. But this is just the reality for so many people today in Moore Park, Camarillo, just trying to stay safe. And these firefighters, they said they're protecting life and protecting property, but you need to do your part and evacuate as well.
Yes, that is very true. And, you know, just seeing these images, this fire, it just, you know, we just keep referring back to the Woolsey fire and just seeing that fire and how it spread, you know, from Simi Valley all the way to Malibu. And we've watched this fire spread from Moore Park into Camarillo, and just just hearing and seeing, the wind just blowing out there. And our meteorologist, Paul Diano, of course, has been really tracking the wind. And earlier, we do know that there were gusts around 60 miles an hour. And he did give us the example of a car going down the highway at 60. And Paul, what a great example that you shared with us.
Yeah, there are so many different layers of the weather problem here. Weather problem one, obviously it's windy right now. We have extreme wind speed on my weather computer. Top of the hour weather information is coming in. 61 miles per hour in Camarillo, 61 miles per hour in Moore Park, 63 miles per hour for Simi Valley. Let's talk about the Simi Valley observation because we have good hourly observation. I'm looking back all the way to about 2:49 this morning. That's when the wind spiked from 26 miles per hour up to about 53 miles per hour. So since about 3 o'clock this morning, we've had winds in excess of 56 miles per hour. And I'm looking here, since 7 o'clock this morning, we have had consistent wind gusts of 60 miles per hour or stronger. That is 6 straight hours of tropical storm force winds. We talk about tropical storms, obviously they involve rain, they involve storm surge, a lot of different stuff for the East Coast and Gulf Coast. But we're talking stronger than tropical storm force winds for the past 6 hours. And I'm here to let you know that they will stay elevated above 50 miles an hour, probably for the next 3 or 4 hours. But something just happened on our weather computer. I'm not sure if you were watching. If you guys noticed, the top of the hour wind gusts just came in. And at the top of the hour, now you're thinking top of the hour, it's 12:48. The data comes in about 10 minutes early. The wind gusts, thankfully, have begun to go down. So for the first time in now 7 hours, we're seeing wind gusts in this general area below 60 miles per hour. Now 57 miles per hour in Camarillo, still a big problem. 52 miles per hour in Moore Park, still a big problem. But I do want to highlight that just over the past couple hours, and thankfully we have weather computers that can update the information without any prompting on our part, that's the lowest it's been since about 4 this morning. That's the lowest it's been since about 4 this morning. And despite the fact that it's still very windy along the 126 and the 118, that is the lowest or calmest the weather has been over the past 6 or 7 hours. Doesn't fix anything right now. 57 mile per hour winds are still a gargantuan problem when you're fighting a fire that's 1,500 acres in size or 1,500 football fields in size. Huge fire, huge problem, but at least it looks like perhaps the peak of the wind, which this morning we said would be 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Thank you, Mother Nature, for being right on time. It's the 1 o'clock data coming in, and we're kind of getting over that mountain, if you will. But all of that said, that's a little bit of good news. This right here is still a big time problem for trying to contain a fire. So the winds have been elevated for a while. They're going to be a problem until tomorrow afternoon. We're going to see wind gusts in excess of 30, 35, 40 miles per hour till about mid-afternoon tomorrow. So I'm going to step out of the way so we can take the chopper shot full if we possibly can. When you get winds of that speed, it allows the forward progress of the fire to go super quickly. That's kind of obvious. But what it does is it keeps the smoke near the surface. The fire is not able to vent and send all of that ash up where we don't live. Instead, it hugs the ground. You can even see top right of your screen there. See how it's kind of going within the trees, all of the smoke? Well, if there's any embers within that smoke, and there are, it'll hit the tree and light that tree on fire, thus advancing the fire even farther than the original fire line. So when you have winds this fast, it advances the main fire, but then allows new fires to build up out ahead of it. And guys, if you're looking right here, we're not just going over trees. These are houses. These are neighborhoods. These are people's lives. And that subdivision in the Camarillo Highlands, that smoke is going right over. We don't know which clump of smoke has embers in it or not, but we just know that the wind is going to stay strong and the fire is going to keep growing because there's not much we can do about it. We can't stop much. And okay, right here, how many houses are on fire in this shot? There's a road leading to one on the bottom. There's one, another one above it. There's one. There's 5 houses on fire, big houses. 6 houses on fire that we just showed. Look at that. Oh my gosh, look at that. The entire house is engulfed.
Paul,
Wow.
These images that we're getting from KCAL just heartbreaking, and hopefully these families have been taken out. Again, multiple structures destroyed in this fire, the Moore Park fire, which we are calling the Mountain Fire. More than 1,500 acres burned. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're continuing to count
5.
just how many in this area. Looks like one is doing okay right here, but you can see some flames.
There
right
you
on
go.
the side.
See,
There it goes.
look at
There it
that. Look
goes.
at that. The smoke went over that house. The main fire is nowhere near that house, but the smoke has embers in it. It caught the roof, and then it's done.
Goes up under those eaves, and that's
Yeah.
the hardest part.
And it
Is
gets
it goes
stuck
up
there.
under the eaves, and then no one even sees it until
And-
it is then ignited there. And
Can we hold that shot, guys? Can we zoom back in? There's 4
You can see
houses
another
on
one
fire,
over there.
and
They're
just
showing
talking
us
about
more
how
as they go
random
out.
it is, there were 4 houses on fire, and there was one house in the middle of all of those houses that was completely untouched. That is just the randomness of a fire like this when you have wind blowing that strong. We don't know where the embers are going to go and where not. 4 houses are completely gone, but there's one literally in between all of them that has not been touched at all as of yet.
And it is, I mean, I keep going back to the Woolsey fire, and, you know, we would see one house
Look at that.
destroyed and others fine, just out of the blue there. And this is another example. We're seeing these homes, some not touched by the fire, right next to that home.
Look at that. Right
And
next to it, and it's complete, for now at least, and we pray that it
Yes.
stays that way. This
Exactly.
neighborhood,
Wow.
this neighborhood right here is primarily lost. Look at that. Now we're talking a couple dozen houses are gone.
And this is exactly what we were hoping we would not see, homes burned like this. And it is just devastating to watch these flames just
Wow.
devouring homes in this area. Our Jeff Nguyen is also
look at
not
that.
far from this area. I
can
know
see
that
how many
he
more
wanted
homes
to
right here.
talk, but look at all of these homes that are just burning, and
Neighborhoods destroyed.
it's awful to see. This fire has just spread.
This whole
So much.
neighborhood.
Just
yeah.
in the last 3 hours, this much damage has happened because of this fire. This is Old Coach Road and North Stallion Court that we're seeing here in Moore Park, and just these homes.
And these homes are nowhere close to the main fire. That's why
That's
the
the
wind
concern.
is so dangerous.
Exactly.
They're nowhere close to where the majority of the fire is burning, but that wind is carrying all of those embers, and if one of them lands on a roof, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes. And
Look
it's
at
not
that.
much.
It's gone.
We need to check in with our Jeff Nguyen, who is out there on the fire lines as well. Jeff, where exactly are you, and what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Signal hits.
Jeff?
Amy, are you talking to me?
Yes, Jeff. Go ahead. Tell us
Yes,
what you're
let me
seeing.
step
Where are you
aside.
at?
Sorry for the delay in our equipment. So right behind me, you can see a crew from CAL FIRES battling this fire, where you can see this field burning. There's a tree in the foreground, as well as a utility pole as well. We are basically, let me just check my map, so if you could just be patient with me for 1 sec as you're looking at these images of the firefighters working on these flames right now. We are on Vista Del Mar right now, as they are trying to move this water tender closer to the flames. Control room, if you're able to let me know if my signal is coming in.
It's going in and out, Jeff. We can
right
see.
now.
We can see it now, Jeff.
Great, thank you, Amy. So that's kind of flying in my face right now, as water tender is basically moving along this field. You know what's tricky about this situation, Amy, as you're looking in front of you, you can see some of the firefighters that are battling these flames. John, tilt up a little bit, and you can see some of the utility lines that are burning. And then, John, if you could kind of pan to your right, more of the utility line is burning over there. As John rotates to his right, we're going to walk forward, and as we walk forward to John's right, you can see this fence line burning. So this is this neighborhood where we have palm trees and a number of fence lines burning. Right below me, you have a piece of property that's burning right now. Are you one of the PIOs?
No, are you sedan? Is that yours?
Say that again.
White sedan.
No, West Sedan is not us. Sorry about that. Some of the firefighters are checking in with me to make sure that one of the vehicles that's parked out here is not one of ours. So that's why there is a little bit of a distraction. But as you can see all around me, for 360 degrees, it is just heavy, thick smoke. The smoke is
It is very dark out there.
It's just causing my eyes. Go ahead, Amy.
Jeff, I was saying it looks almost dark out there because of the smoke. It's, you know, so much smoke, so much fire, and it is unbelievable to see how this fire has spread to where it is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to give you a sense of why this area is getting so much attention, hey, John, swing over here. You can see that there's a home right here. You've got the stars and bars and the Australian flag. There is a huge development in this area where there are a lot of homes. And, you know, as some of the trees and the leaves burn, you've got embers flying everywhere. You've got pieces of ash burning everywhere. John is showing you this field where you've got a tree that was recently trimmed and pruned a little bit, and all of the heat that is coming from that area is basically radiating, and I can kind of feel it up against my skin right now as some of the wind is pushing in this area. You know, Amy, we've been talking about the use of air support, and while we have been here, we have not seen any aircraft in the air. The reason for that is it is simply just too dangerous and too windy. And even if you were to send in a helicopter right now, I doubt that it would be all that effective as the water drops basically become mist. You can see this, sorry. So one of the firefighters you might hear in the background in my mic calling for a dozer, and that's why that firefighter was screaming. I've got a red hat. See if he can talk to me as we're doing this. Actually, he's helping. Hey, Captain, can I talk to you? We're live right now.
Not right now, boss. Look, get back in.
I appreciate you.
All right.
And you know why he is prioritized helping his crew more so than helping us, quite frankly. But this hotspot right here has been very stubborn. It comes off, and they keep on having to close it down. And the reason they are trying, they want to create defensible space. You've got flames right here. You've got this roadway. The hope is that the
All right, Jeff, we are having some trouble with your signal. I think you're moving around, and that makes it a little more difficult. Again, as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, we are continuing to follow breaking news. We are watching this fire in Moore Park. It is called the Mountain Fire. I'm Amy Johnson along with Amanda Starantino, and we also have our meteorologist, Paul Diano, and Mike Rogers is on our breaking news desk joining us now. Mike?
Yeah, so, you know, two things are happening here. The fire is starting to fork off a little bit, and we're seeing that on some of this maps. And I don't know if the control room can work on it, but if we can show my computer for a second, I can show you this real-time map from NASA that shows these heat spots of where this fire is burning. Now, why we are having trouble with Jeff's signal there, Jeff is using what is called bonded cellular to get that out. There are power outages in this area because Southern California Edison has been doing these public safety power shutoffs. Part of that is the reason that they're having issues with their signal, and the reason that other residents may be having problems getting information out or getting things out. You're looking at live pictures from SkyCal, and you can see that really large plume of smoke that is coming up into the air. And I'm listening to it on the radio. You heard it in Jeff's report there when he tried to speak with one of the firefighters, just kind of how hectic things were. They didn't have time to talk to him. That kind of same situation is playing out over the radios as I listen to it as well. We have heard about a number of injuries. There's the map on your left side of your screen. All these red dots are where the heat signatures are from NASA. And I want to point out here because right here along the middle where you see this break, that is the 118 freeway. And as we've been reporting, that is kind of where it jumps. So I'm going to draw a line here This is the 118 freeway right there. So that's where it kind of splits, and that's where they have split across. This is that heat map that we've been telling you about from NASA here, and you can see kind of where it started and how it's been moving here and then jumped across. And this is where we get concerned, because right where we've been talking about, right into here, where you have these red dots, if you look at what's underneath of these red dots, there are homes there. There are neighborhoods where this fire is burning. This is the heat signature that is showing that. You can see in between there's a lot of farmland, another set of neighborhood over here. And, you know, Amy, very indicative of kind of, remember when we did with the Woolsey fire?
Yes.
This is similar area, similar kind of situation here with these really high Santa Ana winds. But I just wanted to show you this kind of heat signature map there from NASA that is showing kind of exactly where the fire is burning at this point.
You know, and Mike, I've been referring to the Woolsey fire all morning long because it's so eerily similar in that, you know, the fire was in one place, then it moved. And I remember that night, you know, a lot of people, myself included, we were going to different friends' homes because we were being evacuated. And before we could get to their homes, they were saying, stop, don't come here. We're now being evacuated. I remember we even tried to go to a hotel. And at that point, the hotel ended up being evacuated because the fire was just moving so quickly. And we're seeing that again right here. You know, it was in Moore Park. It was in a area that was, and then it moved to Somis and now Camarillo Heights. And it just keeps moving. And so quickly, and then we were showing our viewers not long ago multiple homes on fire. And for so long, we weren't seeing homes on fire. We were seeing land on fire, and we had heard about one house and maybe two structures, but we saw a neighborhood, multiple homes burning in a neighborhood there.
And that's what, when you look at the kind of the heat signature map here, you can see those red dots are right on top of these neighborhoods and these homes. And as we know, it takes nothing but a small ember to get inside of the eaves of those homes, get into the attics, and set them on fire. There's that heat map again that you're looking at. And again, the break here is where the 118 is, or what it kind of turns into the 118 after it ends there in the Simi Valley area. But the mountain area up here, kind of where this started, and then you see it where it jumped, and it's moving down closer to the 101. I want to show you really quick, because Jeff was talking about aircraft. There are no fixed wing aircrafts on this fire because of the wind, but there are a number of helicopters. I see at least 1, 2, 3, and this looks like a fourth that is fueling right now. These ones are from the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. That's interesting. They're down here helping out. But you have these three that are from Ventura County Fire. This is that Colson partnership with a Sikorsky Sea King. So there are aircraft there. It's hard when you have a fire of this size and wind of this size. Helicopters are great, but it is a big fight for them. That's when you really need these fixed wing aircrafts that can come in and just have such a higher payload to be able to drop onto these fires. On the right side of your screen, we're looking at a home burned down here. But we need those fixed wing aircraft to be able to get some of the job done to really make headway in these types of winds. And unfortunately, the winds are just so significant right now that they're not able to get in there. And then this is the result of it as we watch these homes burn.
Yes, and it is so tough to see multiple, and these are large homes and multiple homes that are now being burned. And, you know, it's that wind that is pushing this fire, Paul.
I'm just thinking of the topography of that area. You've got the subdivision, a very big, nice subdivision, which is lower in elevation. And then we have a number of these much larger houses in the foothills of those Camarillo Mountains, of the Camarillo Hills. Well, if you're in the foothills, you get the view. That's why you pay a lot for the property, but that puts you in the smoke plume. The smoke plume, the higher elevation you are, the higher chance an ember is going to get caught under one of the eaves. And it looks like that foothill community of these very large homes is where the majority of them are burning, because they are literally within the smoke. The smoke isn't blowing over these houses. The smoke is blowing through these houses and through these foothills. And as Mike had mentioned, one ember.
Yeah.
One ember takes out a 5,000 square foot house or a house of any size. And look at that, we're seeing it. And it's not every house. That's the random nature of a fire like this. There's a house right in the middle of that image that has not been touched. And there are 3 houses which will be burnt to the ground. I remember the Oakland Hills fire in Northern California when I was up there and going back and doing reports on it. House gone, house gone, house gone, house untouched. And then 3 more houses were gone. Here we go again.
It's almost like a tornado that's coming through. And you can even see here with SkyCal just how much of that wind is pushing that smoke, those embers that Paul talked about, and why this is impacting these communities so hard right now. You're seeing house after house after house just completely destroyed in minutes.
Wow.
Just
that house was
images.
there this morning. See that right
Yep.
there? It's a pile of ashes.
Yep.
That was literally somebody's house at 7 o'clock this morning, and 6 hours later, it's literally ash. That's
It's just devastating to see these homes just being destroyed in this community. We're putting up the map there so you can see this is right off of Old Coach Road, and just so tough to see. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have Jeff Nguyen, our reporter, out there in Moore Park in Camarillo, giving us a firsthand look of what these firefighters are experiencing there. Jeff, can you hear us all right?
Hey, Amanda. So we are on Valley Vista Drive near Valley Del Mar Avenue. I'm going to step aside so you can see some of the flames that are burning right now. I need to tell you that the flames out here are so intense that they have created so much smoke that I am not even look. Sorry, bear with us. It's really hard to talk with all of this smoke. My nose is running, my eyes are watery. There are flames on the ground, and then John, right below us, there are flames over here as well. As John tilts up towards the fire engine, there are more flames. If TOC can help me out, I'm actually hearing my own voice in my own ear right now, so if we can take the delay out of my ear, I would really appreciate it. But where we are is right now I'm being told about my technical problems, so just I'm kind of talking to our co-workers, but you can just see the fire that's right down the road from us, about 50 yards away. It's kind of swirled right now. Fire crews are just hopscotching all over the place. Winds are just whipping through here. The smoke is so thick that we can barely even see daylight out here. It is snuffing out the sun. As I look in the sky, the sun is actually super orange, and it's kind of silhouetting all of the brush out here. The tricky thing about the signal where we are right now is that we are in a very residential area, but it appears that the fire has taken out some of the cell towers, and so our signal for transmission is a little bit tough. We hear a number of fire crews right behind us, so I'm going to ask John to rotate a little bit, and the first responders that are showing up here, they've got some of the hand tools like shovels to kind of start dealing with the hot spots here. And then while they are dealing with the hot spots, you have other crews trying to hopscotch them and get in front of them. The winds out here are completely erratic, so it's completely capricious. You have no idea where things are going to go from one moment to the next. And then what's also tricky as we are here is as we are seeing some of the flames that are burning right in front of us. John, if you can just show us the utility lines, you know, some of the lines that have been clipped are basically on the ground. Smaller, thinner line right there is a phone line, so that is not so dangerous. But when you have power lines that may be compromised, that makes things much more tricky. Right now you have fire engine 3 to someone's driveway.
All right, I think we are losing.
But earlier.
No, keep going, Jeff.
Sorry, go. Earlier, we did see a gentleman walk into that driveway. John, walk with me. Amanda, do me a favor. As I'm walking forward, if my signal starts to cut out, let me know, Amanda.
Gotcha.
With his water hose, and he's doing whatever he can to sorry, viewers at home, thanks for being patient with us. My colleague Fernando in TOC is helping me out with our signal to just kind of give me an idea if things are working or not. But what we are seeing is a gentleman with his own water hose trying to hose down this massive field as fire crews.
We do
Jeff.
see what's happening, Jeff, and we are losing you here, but we do see that man with that water hose trying to help those firefighters put out the fire. But again, this is the time when people need to evacuate. The firefighters are there, they're doing their job, and it really is important that people do evacuate. We know that it's kind of a, human nature to want to try to stay and fight and do something to help save your property, but reality is you need to move on so that the firefighters can get in there.
Well, and then there are people in this situation that can't evacuate themselves, and first responders need to be able to prioritize people that can't get themselves out. And we actually have some video that I want to show you here of the Moore Park Police Department / the Ventura County Sheriff's Office conducting some of those rescues. It was a group of elderly people that they were able to get out of a home. I think we're going to work on getting that video for you, but it just kind of exclamates the point here that if you are able to get out on your own, you need to do that so that you can leave these resources up. We're in a situation right now where first responders are prioritizing life safety over anything else. This is the video that I'm talking to you about, and it's pretty dramatic videos. You see sheriff's deputies running to a home here, and they start evacuating several elderly people that are in wheelchairs that look like they may not be able to get out on their own, and they kind of get them down the driveway here, and they get them into their patrol cars, and that's how they're getting them out of the area. And this is the rescues kind of that need to be happening, and if you're being told to leave, please don't be one of those people that ends up having to be rescued because you chose not to leave and taking away resources to be able to do things like this to assist people that can't get out on their own and that need to. And you can see in this video, the video here goes really quickly from night to dark almost, or day to light. Really, where you see it gets super dark as those plumes of smoke just kind of fill the area here, and you can just see the total urgency in those sheriff's deputies trying to get those folks out of that area, and you can see that wall of flame not far at all from where that patrol car is backing up, just right up that hillside. So these are the kinds of rescues that are going on. We've heard of several injuries as a result of the fire, but the fire department at this point is not saying kind of the nature of those injuries or how severe they are or how extensive they are. But the reason you're kind of seeing these homes burn, A, is because the fire is out of control. They don't have fixed wing aircrafts, but the priority right now is life safety over property. And unfortunately, that's kind of the decision point that they're in right now. But you can see this is burning really now into a full-fledged subdivision where this fire is now.
Absolutely. And I mean, that fire and all of that smoke, as you were mentioning, Mike, I mean, it looked dark out there. It looked like we were nighttime, and it is in the middle of the day and certainly not dark.
And seeing just what Jeff was showing us there, we could barely see what he was experiencing just because of how smoky it is. And the visibility is so low, making it even more difficult if you are trying to evacuate when the situation starts getting worse. And right now we're looking at the fire in Moore Park from our KCAL, just showing us image after image of homes that have just completely been shattered and destroyed and just left to ashes because of this fire and the embers going through.
And we are also hearing now that there have been several homes and structures that have burned in Camarillo. This is not just Moore Park, this is Camarillo. It has spread. And as we were talking earlier, Mike, about this being similar to the Woolsey fire, how it is moving from community to community with the winds that are just pushing this fire along.
Absolutely, and you talk about Camarillo, Amy, and I just wanted to let everybody know this. They've actually now had to evacuate an elementary school. Camarillo Heights Elementary School has been evacuated. As a result, the students that were still there have been transported to Monte Vista Middle School via bus. So the kids that were at Camarillo Heights Elementary School have been evacuated. They've been taken to Monte Vista, which is also a struggle here because the school district says both Monte Vista and Los Postos schools are also without power. Because of the public safety power shutoffs. Southern California Edison telling us that there are 23,000 customers without power in the Ventura County area, and that is because of the public safety power shutoffs.
And we do want to get back to our Jeff Nguyen, who is out there in the midst of that firefight. Jeff, can you hear us?
I can. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Jeff.
Thanks for being patient with me with the delay in our signal. So right behind me, you've got a home here, and some of this smoke is coming right at our camera. There are flames down there. I did speak to a fire captain just a few seconds ago, and he did tell me that the homes here are both okay. The one on this property here, where you can see there is a Nissan that took on a lot of heat and smoke damage. And there's a second property down below. Walking towards me, so as he gets closer to me, hopefully he'll be able to talk to me. Hey, John, stay put right here because I know that the signal works, but I'm going to walk over to the captain, see if he can talk to me real quick.
All right, that is our Jeff Nguyen.
Captain. Hey, Captain, do me a favor. We're live with KCAL. Can you tell me the situation here, sir?
Situation here, the fire front has passed through this area. We're doing structure protection. We do still have heavy embers. That's why we're still here for the embers going underneath the roof and inside the home. So we're all sticking here. Everything's looking pretty good at this point, though, sir.
Talk to me about, what was here. Was that a horse corral or what burned through here?
I'm not sure, sir. We're just here protecting and everything in this area.
Fair enough. Right in front of me, what I see are some firewood. Is this something that folks should think about when they have stuff like this around their homes?
It is. Make sure it's not stacked around your home. As you can see, this firewood is far away from the home, and it is issue when a fire front does come through. This is a perfect circumstance where they have their store concrete. So this is a great situation for us, which helps us out.
What's the biggest challenge right now when you've got power lines on one side of the road, homes, and then animals in this area?
The biggest challenge we have, as you can see, we have horses coming down the roads right here, and we have had a lot of people that did not evacuate early. So I want to recommend everyone evacuate early. We had lots of traffic in our way, vehicles. Have access for all the fire engine and that for us to get through.
Talk to me about the access and the challenge that you're facing when people are parked along the road and you've got all of these pieces of equipment that are coming in, at a handful at a time.
Yes, access was very difficult to get up here. Along with the heavy smoke, visibility on the roads was very difficult for our engineers to see the road. But we were able to work with the police department, the local PD. They were able to evacuate and get the traffic moving out of the area, which helped us set up to do structure protection.
What sort of fuels are we talking about in this area?
Fuels, we got lighty flash fuels for vegetation. And as you can see, this is a very residential area. Lots of homes, lots of landscape. So our major first priority was evacuating all the people out of the area. And then we came over here and started protecting their homes.
And right now, you don't have the advantage of of aircrafts, correct?
That I do not know, sir.
What's the plan ahead in the next few hours for you guys?
Plan ahead is we still have units heading towards the fire front. We have very little units in this area. They are still attacking the fire front, still doing major evacuations on the north end of Camarillo. So that's what is happening now.
Thank you for being so gracious with your time. Nice to meet you as well. So that was a captain from Oxnard Fire, and I'm going to walk closer to John to show you this gentleman who is out here with his water hose. I tried to talk to him earlier. He did say that he's a little too busy to talk to me, but he's very thankful of the firefighters that are here protecting his home as well as protecting his neighbors. The captain from Oxnard Fire did tell us that things seem to be simmering down here a little bit, so people are hopscotching forward to the fire front away from this area. But right now, as I look around, the situation is not as dire as when we first pulled up with the flames that were burning across the street. Some of the heat radiating a good, 30, 40, 50 feet where we could actually feel some of that heat radiating from that distance. But right now things are much more calm, but certainly very smoky. So in the meantime, let me go ahead and toss it back to the studio in case you have any questions for us, guys.
Well, Jeff, you have been moving around a bit, and we're looking at some evacuation warnings, and it's all the way to Ponderosa Drive, which I know is more in the center of town. So I'm trying to get a better vantage point of where you are in Camarillo for our viewers.
I'll be completely frank with you. All of this smoke is a little bit disorienting. So we are basically on the south side of the 118. The cross streets right now are Valley Vista Drive and Vista Del Mar is the area that we are in. So I'm going to try to check my map. And sorry, we're actually on the north side of the highway. As we look around, There are a number of different fire agencies. We've got folks from Fillmore as well as Oxnard, which are some of the neighboring agencies here in Ventura County. I know that you guys were talking to the owner of Underwood Farms. You know, we were in that area of Somas earlier. It was pretty much near where we found the heavy-duty truck that was singed with the trailer, and around Underwood Farm, it was just completely smoky and completely tough to see around that part of town. And right now, the smoke out here is just a really a very trying situation, Amy.
Absolutely, Jeff, and you're doing an amazing job out there. We know that it is tough to be out there in the smoke and the heat and the wind and trying to keep the signal steady and give us the best images that you can, and we appreciate all that you are doing. I mean, this has just been such a fast-moving fire. It has moved continuously because of the wind, and we have seen so many homes that have been burning. We're just trying to give folks the best vantage point, because some of these people have actually left their homes and are watching us and trying to figure out where the fire is in their neighborhood or near their home. And so we're just trying to give them the best images that we can. But this is all nearing the area there. We see the evacuation warnings we're showing you on your screen, which is north to Loop Drive, Las Posas Road to Ponderosa Drive, west to Beardsley Road. And if you are in Camarillo, you know that there are two ends of Las Posas Road. Ponderosa goes through the main part of Camarillo. But if you're not as familiar, these words might not mean as much to you. But this is really a big area that is being evacuated right now. And you can see more flames right near that home.
And we're constantly seeing home after home just destroyed by those flames. This wind really just fueling this fire all the way through. We have a lot of dry vegetation in this area, a lot of large homes as well. People are just trying to evacuate and get out. When we talked to the Ventura County Fire Department, they said this is a rapidly developing situation. And unfortunately, they cannot use those fixed wing aircraft, which really could help in something like this. But because of the wind, they are unable to do so, which is why we are probably seeing so much damage here. They are using helicopters as much as they can, but evacuation orders, they are in place. And people are being told to leave as soon as possible. And getting people out is one resident that's on the phone with us, Devin Davis. He's been helping people, friends and family, evacuate the Spanish Hills area. Devin, can you hear us all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, Devin. So where are you at right now? And tell us about what you've been doing this afternoon to try to help people out.
Well, I'm up near Spanish Hills Country Club. If you are familiar with the Camarillo area, there's a couple country clubs that are actually in the evacuation zones. One being the Spanish Hills Country Club that I'm near, and then where the fire is closer to is the Las Posas Country Club. And yeah, we've been just scrambling, trying to get friends, family, you name it, just organized and out on a good, quick basis. So.
And Devin, for people who are familiar with this area, you know, to go from Moore Park and now you're all the way over in Spanish Hills, I mean, deep into Camarillo, this is quite a distance.
Yeah, it is. I actually have a huge appreciation for meteorology and stuff, so I focus a lot on weather. And I've told lots of friends and family about this particular scenario after watching the Thomas Fire blow through Ventura Hills. This was a total scenario that could happen, but we are seeing it happen today. And so it is, yeah, seeing it in real time is quite alarming.
Devin, kind of walk us through the process of what you saw when you were going into that area and just the images that you saw.
Yeah, so when we were coming into the area, I have an aunt that lives closer to Cam Heights, closer to where the fire slopped over the hill from the 118 side. And so I had to rush over there and try to attempt an evacuation with her. We couldn't get up there, but she got out. She is safe, and she's with us now. And then we actually had to move further west down the hillside towards Spanish Hills Country Club to go pick up my grandmother, who some may laugh about this, but she was baking. So we ended up getting her go bag. We are in the process of leaving actually right after this phone call. So.
And are you going to an evacuation center, or do you have a place set up that you will go and wait out this fire?
We're fortunate enough to have family in the area that my grandmother is going to be going off to, and then my aunt is as well. But for some other folks, they're going to be probably heading to the Padre Serra Parish on the east side of town and way out of the way of the fire. So, or down at the outlets, the Camarillo premium outlets. That might be the other place that people might be going. But yeah, it's a scramble, that's for sure. I wouldn't recommend anybody coming into town right now because they do have a lot of the arteries and small neighborhoods choked off and closed. So,
Devin, how is the visibility there? Is it very windy where you're at?
It is. Right now, I'm seeing gusts probably about 35 to 40 miles per hour just here at my grandmother's house, and I can confirm that with my weather station. So it is gusting extremely hard here, and we're kind of on the hilltop, so I'm sure it's actually just as strong, if not stronger, where the fire front is.
And Devin, what's the situation there? Are there firefighters in the area helping as well?
There is. We've got lots of LEOs are driving around trying to warn folks in different sections of the neighborhood. Get your go bags, get ready, get whatever you need, paperwork, get out and go. But there's been a few instances, luckily because I'm so local and I have so many connections locally, there's been a few instances where they haven't been able to get into certain places. Some people have gotten trapped. Routes have been cut off. So it's a mess up there for sure.
Well, Devin, it sounds like you've been around in the area for quite some time. I also live in Ventura County, and when I was driving in this morning, I was thinking, wow, this is really windy. And unfortunately, it reminded me, I keep bringing up the Woolsey fire. Did you also notice earlier that, the conditions just seemed ripe like we experienced for the Woolsey fire, the Thomas fire, and all the others that we have? I mean, did you kind of get the sense that this was going to be a bad fire day?
100%. Once I had heard that we were going to be getting what is called a red flag warning, public, I believe it's a PDS, potentially dangerous situation. That's what it stands for. They only actually issue those PDSs at a very limited and very conservative time when it comes to serious warnings. So when I saw that, I knew that this red flag warning was probably going to be pretty bad. I just didn't know how bad the winds really could have gotten up to. And then surely enough, I was checking last night and they were saying about 60 to 65 mile per hour gusts, and that seems to be verifying.
Yeah, this is just, it's so tough. We just keep watching and keep seeing more and more homes that are burning, and they're so scattered, which is, what makes it so uncertain and why it's so important that people evacuate, because the fire is just really darting around these neighborhoods. And, these homes aren't all close together. And I think that's what people forget. They think the fire's not that close to them, so they don't need to evacuate. But it can move quickly, and a lot of times you don't even know a home is on fire because it's underneath in those eaves.
Yeah, and we actually have had it's kind of interesting to be in this situation now, because we have been, obviously there's the policies going on with insurance dropping folks off if they live in the WUI. Well, my grandmother was recently dropped off on her insurance, so this is kind of like the two-way street we're heading. So it is quite alarming.
It's very frightening, and just a lot of people are dealing with this. We want to make sure you can evacuate all right. Is there a time limit that firefighters have told you? How quickly are people moving around you?
We're people pretty much are, if they haven't gone yet, they're like on their way out in their driveways right now. But for the most part, we haven't actually gotten an LEO or a firefighter company to move into any of our little condominiums around here. So we haven't gotten the word yet, but we know we're in the evac zone, so we're taking our own initiative and we're getting out.
All right, Devin, we certainly appreciate all of your time. We're wishing you and your family the best of luck as you do leave the area. And we appreciate you spending a little time with us on the phone, letting us know what you all are experiencing. So thank you so much.
The time to chat, and thank you for, telling everyone, what's going on. We need that. We need good transparency on these types of situations. So I totally appreciate you guys getting the details.
Well, we are here to serve. Really.
Yeah, we just want you to be safe.
That's right. And, I've been hearing from people that are texting me. I don't know if I should say it or not, but our Serene Branson, she texted me because her parents are in Camarillo and they're evacuating, and just being able to see what's happening in the Camarillo area, and, really just trying to keep people informed, because this is a fire, again, that started in Moore Park. And at 9:18 this morning, it was 248 acres. It was in an area that, there were 2 homes that had been burned, or 2 structures, I should say. It wasn't even homes at that point. And now, hours later, it has grown. At last check, it was 1,500 acres. We have a lot of homes. Mike, you have an update.
I do, yeah. So CAL FIRE has a fire mapping fixed wing, because they can fly much higher. They're not trying to do the drop. So they have a fixed wing up there that is a very accurate way. They have a lot of technology up there. They are currently mapping it at about 8,000 acres. So significantly higher than the last official report. That is from the CAL FIRE website. And if I can show you, if we can go to my computer here, I actually want to show you CAL FIRE's mapping system and the way they've got it, because I just want to kind of point out here, when you see everything that is kind of circled in red here, that is where there has been an active fire area. And I just want to show you how the wind is impacting that, because you don't see it all in one giant chunk. You see the spotting, because you have the embers that get out ahead of the fire and create spot fires, and that is kind of what we're seeing. That's why it's kind of forked off, and you've got this one area. Now we're getting even close to the 101 freeway, and we were looking at one of those chopper shots, and I just want to show you here on the heat map how close we are kind of getting down to the 101 freeway. One of those aerial shots we saw earlier had the fire almost kind of burning in this neighborhood. I believe the person we were talking to earlier was talking about the Spanish Hills Club, which I think is kind of in this area.
Spanish Hills Country Club, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got these areas here that are now going to be coming close to the 101 freeway. And I just want to show you guys one more thing, because we've got wildfire cameras also in the area that kind of captured the start of this. This is one of the UC San Diego fire cameras, rather. Let me just center up this on the screen really quick so you can see it a little bit better. And this is actually, you're going to see this before the fire started. But one thing I want to point out in this is you can see kind of all the dust blowing around from the high winds that were there before the fire even started. And then you can see that's the start of the fire, and you can see how quickly it began to grow. And again, this is from Alert California, the UC San Diego wildfire cameras that captured this whole thing, and you can see just how exponentially this started to grow. The right side of your screen, that's live pictures from SkyCal. They are getting a lot of help now from helicopters that have been able to get in here. I've seen 3 come from Santa Barbara. We've got the 2 Chinooks that can hold a really intense amount of water, one coming out of Van Nuys Airport, one all the way from the Inland Empire. So we are getting a better kind of situation here with aircraft. I'll switch over to this map here, and you can see all of the aircraft that are now above this, at least 5 right here. You've got another one that's staging up in this area, another one that is up in here, and then these are the 2 Chinooks that are on their way, one from Van Nuys and one from the Inland Empire. So there is, while we still don't have any of the fixed wings that are so crucial on this, we are starting to get some pretty intense and large. This is a Super Puma helicopter that is a really big helicopter that can do a lot of work. What you're looking at on the right side of your screen is what the back-breaking work of the wildland firefighters are doing, which is creating lines with dirt and dozers and hand picks and anything else they can to try to keep the flames from pushing on any further than it already is. Unfortunately, though, as I just told you, CAL FIRE now mapping this at over 8,000 acres.
Wow, 8,000 acres. And
it's grown so fast.
Yes, so fast.
Absolutely. We do have someone on the phone, Cindy Hitt. She is actually in Oxnard now, but this is a dear family friend of mine who is helping out another family friend in Camarillo in the Vista Del Mar neighborhood. Cindy, can you hear me? Not sure if we have Cindy on the phone just yet, but we're hearing a lot of stories from people that are just trying to help in any way they can. This story, hey Cindy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey Cindy, so tell us a little bit of what you were trying to do this morning. I know you went to go help a friend in Camarillo because they weren't home, and what happened when you got to their house?
Well, I got to their house and it was pretty smoky, and I thought, okay, we're fine. I took all my items with me because I'm house sitting, and then I just noticed the smoke was getting worse and worse, and then their neighbor's trees caught on fire, and that was the first I'd seen flames, and so I don't know where that came from. Obviously, it must have come from the smoke, and I decided, nope, we're done. And so I grabbed her dog and some of her belongings, and because she doesn't have power, I couldn't go up her big gate. We have an avocado grove, and I went out their auxiliary gate, which is just a hand gate to drive through, and the firemen were all right there. And unfortunately, her grove was already on fire, and my car got bogged down and stuck in the gravel, but the firemen got me out. And it was very scary. All I can tell you is, because I don't live there, I wasn't notified of an evacuation, obviously. And then it was just, do not wait.
Yeah, and that's a very good message. And you were saying the power was out, and that's why you couldn't get the gate open. A lot of people are dealing with those situations right now, as SoCal Edison has now turned off power in Ventura County to more than 23,000 homes. The number is actually 23,364 affected customers because of these power safety shutoffs. And the firefighters actually had to help you get that gate open.
Well, their big gate, I was already going out there. Like I said, it's an auxiliary gate. It's where the gardeners come in to work on the grove. So it's not an electric gate, that section. And so I was going out that gate, but my car got stuck right next to where the flames were. The firemen were right there. They were so helpful. I just felt bad because I waited so long to leave that I took away two of them from doing whatever they probably could have been doing to get my car out of the way and on the road. But they were great. They were taking a stand right there on that street and putting out like her grove fire, and the neighbors' trees were on fire and such. So I have a lot of faith that I hope that street survives.
Well, yeah, we hope so. Cindy, I've been on this property before, and it's a very hilly neighborhood, a lot of open space. Obviously, she has the groves there. She also has some chickens as well that are still there that she's concerned about. But you were able to get the dog, Vinny, off the property and home. But, when you were there, did you see other people evacuating from the area?
No, and that was the weird thing. I really didn't notice. But it's kind of a bigger piece of property. I felt bad for the chickens, but I got them fed. I grabbed Vinny. Her daughter's getting married. I grabbed her the wedding dress, the mom of the bride dress she wanted, and some of her important things and a few things. But, she was so rattled, she couldn't really tell me what all to get, and I was rattled. And then I realized I couldn't stay there any longer. It was just time to go.
And Cindy, what you did for a friend, that is definitely remarkable. But, we've been talking to people all morning long about the importance of gathering up your items earlier, sooner rather than later, because when you're in the midst of it, and I'm sure you can attest to this, that you get frazzled. You're in such a hurry, you start to panic, and it's hard to think about what you really need to take. Everything in your house is important, but you have to just decide on what will fit in your car. So what you did is really quite remarkable, and it serves as a reminder to everyone that, don't wait. If you are anywhere in this area and there's a chance that you might be evacuated, just go ahead and throw a few things in the car and back your car into the driveway so that you're ready to get out. Because Cindy, you also mentioned that you kind of got stuck in that gravel. It's that panic, that racing out, and it's amazing what you were doing for your friend.
Well, we love Vinny and we love them, and my heart is breaking right now. But because of their grove, that just so upset me to see that on fire, which I know it's just a grove. But I really feel that the firemen were going to try and take a stand there for those homes. And so I'm just praying for all the best for them.
Yeah, Cindy, I'm actually texting with that homeowner right now. And she said that when you asked her what you need to take, she said she didn't know because there's so many memories in these homes. And we've seen so many homes destroyed and people's lives just destroyed with those homes. But the lives are what's so important. So you taking Vinny, thank you for doing that. That's sweet doggy. So we're glad that he's safe. But yes, what you did is remarkable. And so it just speaks to this kind of community too that's out there. There's a lot of people that really love each other. They're more than just friends. They're family here. And a lot of people helping each other out this morning.
Well, we're the Soul Sisters, and that is our family. It's a family we created.
Yes, absolutely. And you guys are family to me, too. Thank you, Cindy, so much for talking to us. And we're glad that you are safe, Vinny is safe, and praying for all those properties and other families out there as well.
Yeah, well, please, people don't wait. You guys take care. I know you've got a long day ahead of you on air.
Yeah, you too, Cindy. We're going to get over to Jeff Nguyen now, who's actually, he's been showing us similar to where that home was that Cindy was helping out at in the Vista Del Mar area. Jeff, where are you at now?
Hey, TOC, please hang up my line so I can.
Okay, we're having some.
Well, we do know that our Mike Rogers has been working really hard getting new information and new images.
Yeah, new video that I want to show you that just came in. This is video from the ground of the homes burning, and I got to tell you, I was just looking at some of this video, and it's pretty devastating. We're going to work to get that for you, but again, CAL FIRE now mapping this fire at 8,800 acres. Which is just shows you how quickly everything escalated here as this fire. You see these homes continuing to burn, and as Paul had mentioned earlier in the coverage, indiscriminately kind of the way they burn. They hopscotch from kind of home to home here based on how the wind is blowing, how the embers get up into the eaves in different situations like that. And I think we're working on getting that video for you if we've got it, but this is kind of the situation that firefighters are dealing with. I do hear them talking about all the additional aircraft that are coming into the situation here. Hopefully that's going to start helping. We still don't have those fixed wing aircraft because of the high winds. That is just something that has been such a challenge for these fire crews throughout the day to be able to help them do what they need to do here. And I'm sorry, Control Room, do we have that video that we can show? Okay, we're going to pull that up for you right now. It just has been such a hectic situation on the ground. Here you go. Here's that video that you're looking at, and you can see that home totally engulfed. And something, you know, that we've been talking about over and over again is this looks like it was shot in the middle of the night.
Yes.
It looks like it's pitch black outside, and that's not the case because you know, obviously it's the middle of the day here, but the fire crews there you see from Ventura County Fire trying to get in there, their primary focus throughout the morning and into the afternoon has been life safety first. You heard those fire crews with Jeff, that after the kind of head of the fire had moved through, that is when they were able to start working on structure defense and doing things like that. But they couldn't do that until they made sure that everybody that was in harm's way was out of that area. And you can see why, because of these really, really intense flames that have just moved into the area here that are wiping out this community. And that's why the firefighters want everybody to get out. They want you to listen to those evacuation warnings. And, you know, we had that woman on the phone who she doesn't live in that area anymore, so she didn't get the evacuation warning. Yeah. But even if you don't get one and you're in this area, Amy, you talked about it, distance can be deceiving.
Yes.
And it's just get out. Just be safe and get out if that's the situation that you're in. If you see smoke, you know, and it's getting close enough to you, then that's probably a good time to start getting ready to go. SkyCal on the left-hand side of your screen there, just kind of showing you the neighborhood that is imminently downhill from where this fire is. And that's actually a pretty good shot from SkyCal because you can see all the different kind of spotting. As we talked about, this hasn't been a kind of a wall of flames that have moved through. You have a big pocket of flames, then it spreads out into another area. Unfortunately, you see that really thick black smoke. That is another home that is burning. And what's interesting, as we've talked about, you've got the home just next to it that hasn't burned, and it looks like the home maybe on the left of it is also okay. So it's just kind of, you know, interesting how these all happen. But there you go. Look, there's another home that is completely destroyed, and everything else around it is fine. So the wind is non-discriminate and just kind of goes where it goes, guys.
It really does, and we have just been watching, and you know, sometimes it's a little deceiving to watch it on, you know, video like this if you don't have a tree really close enough to see the branches moving. But we could just really hear it when we had Jeff Nguyen on the phone, and I know our meteorologist Alex Bisson is going to be joining us soon. But you know, so often when you're close to a fire, it really does change the weather. It seems like the winds pick up, it gets dark, you know, it can be really a big difference. And we've just been watching the wind just really pick up at times. We know at least 60-mile-per-hour gust earlier, and really it's no surprise that this fire has moved so far and so quickly when you have winds that strong.
Yeah, and that's really what we're seeing here. And these images just so dramatic and heartbreaking at the same time of all these homes just being destroyed. And what has been very incredible to see is, Paul pointed out earlier when we were looking at SkyCal, the homes were separated from the main part of the fire. Yes. And that's just showing how much it can really move, those embers just blasting into those homes because of that smoke and igniting just a completely destructive situation across this entire area in Moore Park and Camarillo as well. Just it's hard to not look and see what's happening here. When we were talking to Jeff, for me, it was mostly the visibility. You couldn't see anything. So yes, the weather changes and it goes to nighttime, but just trying to see through that smoke, it's almost impossible.
Exactly. And what we are hearing is that it is more than 8,800 acres that have burned, 8,882 to be exact, that we are hearing that have burned. And I mean, what a difference from the 248 that we were talking about at 10:18 this morning, and such a huge difference. This fire has grown and has just really devastated neighborhoods. Moore Park, Somis, Camarillo, and these are tight-knit communities, and it is just really, really tough to see that this is happening to so many people.
And like we were just talking with the in our last phone call, these properties, some people have to leave some animals behind too, and that situation is it just breaks your heart to know that that's happening there, and just wondering what's going to be left when I come back. That's always just the scary part and a frightening situation for so many people that are being impacted by this. And just another reminder, we've been saying it all afternoon and all morning, you need to be able to evacuate if you can as soon as possible. The Ventura County Fire Department is urging people to do that. Jeff Nguyen is in those neighborhoods on the ground for us, been showing us what the situation is there all morning. Jeff.
Hey, Amanda. So right now you can see some of the burning that's going on right now. These are some hedges next to a housing development. We are at the corner of Dominica, Corte, and Crestview. You're from this area, so you know this area a little bit better than I. But we can see some of the burning going on. Street, there is a field.
And we are unfortunately losing Jeff's signal. A lot going on out there, and the movement is also causing some issues. But we are seeing the images here. This is in unincorporated area, Somis. Somis, for people who don't know, butts up against Camarillo. This is on the north side of Camarillo. Somis is, and this is on, I didn't quite catch, let's get back to Jeff.
Hey, so Amy, like I was saying earlier, we are at the corner of Dominica, Corte, and Crestview, and a fire engine has just arrived because down the field, or down the street from us on Crestview, a field has been burning. The burning is so intense that it has kicked up all of this ash and smoke, and right where that fire hydrant is, John, you can see some of the brush that's burning. All of this brush that's burning right in front of us, there is a set of homes on the other side of those hedges. In fact, as John pans to his left and tilts up, you can see that palm tree is burning as well. The intensity out here is just very stifling. And as we rotate to John's left, we can see that there is burning at that part of the field, and then there is also some more burning here. So that's what makes things so tricky, because you've got hot spots all over. Winds are just so capricious out here. You can't really predict how things go, as we see some of the smoke that is just billowing all over the place. I will tell you, some of the homes out here have corrals, and so we've seen a number of people with their trailers trying to rescue their animals and get their animals to safety. We are not far from where we were earlier, Amy and Amanda. We're still relatively near the Spanish Hills area. In fact, if you're familiar with this area, we're kind of near the Lutheran Church along a mountain, and as I'm talking, just take a look at how intensified the flames along these hedges are. The other thing that you have to worry about is, as some of these flames are being fueled by the wind, they kick up some of the embers, and then you've got palm trees all over the place. Earlier, I was hearing you over my earpiece talking about some of the embers hitting some of the eaves, and so those are some of the concerns. And so fire crews have had to just deal with these sporadic situations, and they're just hopscotching all over the place. I am basically 2 lanes away from the flames right there, and I'm not sure if my mic is actually picking up some of the sound of the flames basically chewing up the hedges as well as that tree right in front of me. I can tell you that the intensity of the flames pretty intense, because I can actually feel the heat radiating across the street from me. This is one of the areas that has been evacuated. The good news is that the folks who have been in this area have taken off. We were down Dominica Corte earlier. We saw some first responders. Things were so intense down the road that some of them are leaving as well. They're not going to stand their ground here because it's basically a dead end on the other side of the street. So the last thing you want to do is get caught without a way to escape. But it's just really stunning to see how the winds are just fueling the flames right in front of us. You know, the brush there does have some leaves on it, so it's not something that is super dry, but even then, you know, once the fire gets going and the wind is able to feel it, it is just very, very intense. And as John kind of opens up the shot, you can just see how some of the embers and the smoke are just flying through the air as some of the palm trees are swaying. Again, you are not looking at a filter on your screen right now because the smoke is basically altering the color of the sunlight to this sort of orange hue out here as some of these flames are just whipping the flames out there. I mean, some of the winds are just whipping the flames out there, guys.
Well, and Jeff, we do want to remind our viewers, especially people that are in the area, there is an evacuation center that's been set up at Padre Serra Parish in Camarillo if people need to go there. And for those who have large animals, they can take those to the Ventura County Fairgrounds because as you were mentioning, you were saying that there were some corrals, and we do know that a lot of folks over in that area do have the larger animals, a wide variety, alpacas and such. So they can take those animals to the Ventura County Fairgrounds if need be. And Jeff, are you seeing a lot of people, you know, any movement? Are people still leaving this area, or does it seem that everyone has already gone?
Yeah, Amy, it seems like, you know, everyone has already gone. As we walk closer to this house, I hope the signal is holding up. Let me know if it's not, Amy. But you can see how here is the driveway. Glendale Fire has shown up, and you can see the hedges out here right in front of the house. That's burning right there. As you can imagine, you don't really need a degree in physics to understand that when you've got the wind pushing towards the house, some of these embers are going to move in that direction. So the hope is to basically put a stop to this. And we've got Ventura County Fire Department right now, as well as Glendale Fire. So they are running their hose to basically address this situation as quickly as possible. The good news about a property like this is that there is actually a lot of clearance around the home. You don't see a lot of dry brush. This driveway, if you will, is acting almost as a line of defense because you don't have fuel going from that brush to the brush there and then to the house. So right now, from the body language, you know, there is urgency from the firefighters, but it's certainly not panic in any sort of way. So they're kind of methodically doing this. If we're going to just slide away so that we don't get hit by the water. But John, come this way so we can get a better vantage point of the fire crews working. And right now the water line is a little bit tangled up, so that's one of the things that you have to deal with when you have these sort of hopscotching sort of situation. At the moment that you wrap up one firefight and then you got to go to the next firefight, you basically have to roll up your hose so that you can move. And sometimes it's a little bit tricky because when you roll things up, they kind of get a little bit. And the good news is that they are here to address this. Not only are there flames right in front of the firefighters, but I saw some behind this firefighter, which is why he rotated 180 degrees to hit that hot spot over there. So hopefully this will kind of keep things calm, at least for this neighborhood, for a little bit, guys.
Well, Jeff, we can't help but notice the wind still really whipping out there. Jeff, can you hear us?
Forgive me, Amy.
Oh. I was talking to you about the wind that is there.
For a little bit. Go ahead.
I was talking to you about, you know, as you're showing us these images, we were seeing such large, you know, gust of wind.
And I mean, it's been constant. It's been unrelenting, quite frankly. There is really no lull out here. And when you've got the wind fueling these flames, hey, John, let's walk a little bit closer to where they're dealing with this. You know, as we're walking, I can tell you that the wind is just absolutely constant. It makes it very tough for me to talk, so I can just imagine how tough it is for the firefighters to do their job. You know, sometimes it's just awfully blinding. And over here, you've got the flames burning on the other side of these hedges. So this firefighter, he's got his hose and he's sticking it right into the hedges right here to hopefully cool things down and take out some of the heat behind this private property. The tricky part as well is, you know, this property is gated up, so it's not like you have the opportunity to just jump over that fence and run the line, you know. So they're doing the best that they can by basically improvising, if you will, and literally injecting water into the hedges right here. Amy?
Yeah, and this is just, I mean, to see all of the smoke as we watch, where we've been seeing what you are showing us, and we're giving our viewers two different angles of this fire as we watch the firefighters near you working on this, and we see so much devastation on the other side of the screen, and we're getting an update that this mountain fire that started in Moore Park has now reached the 9,000 acre mark here just before 2 o'clock, and it is just so tough to continue to see the winds just whipping out there, pushing the fire in so many different directions, and we've seen just so many homes that have been destroyed, and they're not just all in one area. It really has hopscotched from home to home, and it just is devastating to see so much destruction. And joining me now as we near the 2 o'clock hour is my colleague Juan Fernandez, and we have been really just monitoring these fires. In fact, there were two. Now we have just really been focused on the mountain fire in Moore Park, although there was another fire in Malibu, the Broad Fire, that also was burning at the same time, causing a split of resources this morning. And now we are seeing more resources on this fire. But one thing that is missing is the fixed wing because of the winds, but plenty of helicopters, right, Mike?
That's right. And I wanted to point out, as I was looking at the maps on the helicopters, there is a new fire that has broken out in the kind of Chatsworth area, Valley Circle, almost Santa Susana Pass, which we have seen before. So there are a bunch of aircraft over there now as well from LA City Fire. So that's what we start to worry about on days like this, is the splitting of resources and having to pull resources from one fire to another. Add into the fact that we can't use fixed wing right now because of the wind situation. Yeah. So we're trying to spread out all of these helicopters. I can tell you there are a number of helicopters that have come from Santa Barbara County.
Yeah. Well, Mike, we do want to get to Ariel Cohen, who is on the phone with us from the National Weather Service, the lead meteorologist there, and their office just got evacuated. And is this the office that's over by Camarillo there?
This is the office in Oxnard.
Oh, in Oxnard.
I'm the meteorologist in charge of National Weather Service Los Angeles, Oxnard. That's correct. And I had evacuated us about an hour and a half or so ago.
Was the fire that close to you?
Well, the fire was still a bit of a distance away. We were getting a significant amount of smoke continuing to increase. And given the weather conditions for the spread of the wildfire to rapidly be encroaching upon the Oxnard area, I wanted to take proactive steps to ensure the health and safety of our incredible team at the LA office, keeping everyone safe. Our neighboring office at National Weather Service San Diego has assumed full service backup to ensure that all of the services that we would be routinely providing are still being issued by their meteorologist staff, and we're providing support on our end after evacuating.
And Ariel, Juan Fernandez here, joining Amy. Question, I've been out to your office many times before when I've been covering stories. You forecast for these events. We know we're having red flag conditions, and suddenly, I mean, we're seeing such an incredible amount of fire. And now you've been evacuated. I mean, were you preparing for this? Did you think it would actually get as close as it has to you that you've had to evacuate?
We always are preparing for the worst case scenario. As far as our continuity of operations, we make sure that we regularly drill the different aspects of emergency conditions that could come up, be it a wildfire or flood or other types of very damaging weather that can affect Southern California. We're always prepared. We make sure that we maintain continuity of services, but most importantly, keep our people safe. And that's exactly what we're doing here right now.
And that's what evacuation orders are all about, keeping people safe. By chance, is your building there in Oxnard, is it fire safe? Is it something that a fire could pass through and perhaps keep your equipment safe for future forecasting?
Well, you know, at this point, it's really tough to speculate too much on what exact impacts are. But again, we're making sure our people are safe, and that's the key here.
That is the good thing.
And certainly the information that you provide meteorologists all over Southern California is important as we are watching another helicopter drop that we are showing our viewers as we speak with you. You know, the wind has really, you know, not only spread the fire, but also limited resources because they were not able to use the fixed wings to help in this firefight, which is usually so helpful because they can drop so much water or so much retardant at a time, and they've had to rely mostly on the helicopters. So perhaps, Ariel, you can talk to us a little bit about how the winds are going to be changing, because we know the red flag warning is in effect until tomorrow.
In fact, we have the particularly dangerous situation component of the red flag warning all the way through 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the red flag warning continues all the way through tomorrow evening. So this is a very dangerous situation. Winds are remaining strong this afternoon, are actually going to increase again tonight as we expect another surge of northeast to east winds to come through with this very strong Santa Ana event.
And Ariel, are those these sundowner winds in conjunction with the Santa Anas that just make them that much more dangerous at sunset?
This is really purely a Santa Ana event, but exactly as you hinted at, it's the same general idea that at nightfall we get more drainage flow descending from the higher density air that's cooling off faster over the mountains, comes down slope very quickly, and that accelerates at night when the air gets heavier up high.
And Ariel, looking ahead, do you think past tomorrow things will finally settle down? Because I mean, firefighters are going to be at the brink of exhaustion here. There's just too many fires popping up, too many homes being destroyed. What are you looking ahead to?
We're looking ahead to, unfortunately, the very dry conditions through the end of the week. While winds decrease to some extent, we are expecting, by the time we get to Friday, we're looking at renewed possibility for a Santa Ana wind event Tuesday into Wednesday of next week.
Well, you know, Ariel, we no longer, you know, call it a fire season. We say our fire season is year round, but we do have certain times of the year when it does seem to peak. And so often we have the Santa Ana winds in October and maybe even in September, but we're a little later this year to start seeing this. Are you expecting that we may have a late fire season, so to speak, before we finally see some rain?
It's too early to tell. Ultimately, things can switch in a heartbeat around here. And so the main point is you need to be ready, because these fires are also creating burn scars that could be susceptible to major debris flows if we get the rain. So just the point is to be ready, be vigilant, because while it's sunny a lot here in Southern California, things change to very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, and Ariel, this was quite a year. You know, we had all that massive rain earlier this year. Once that tapered off, we had the June gloom that kept, you know, moving month to month. And then once we got into the summer temps, those seemed to drag on for a lot. So it seems like this has been a year of extremes, extremely wet, extremely hot. And now we have these winds happening here. Are we expecting more of the same, you think, for the rest of the year, perhaps maybe into next?
You know, at this point, it's too early to tell, but we got to be ready. We have to be ready. That's the main point here.
And that is key, and that is what you guys do. Of course, our forecasters around the nation and our forecasters here at KCAL News, checking those models, seeing what's happening. And right now we're in a pretty serious Santa Ana wind event. As you were saying, Ariel, we have evacuation orders in place, homes being destroyed. And even your office has been evacuated as well as a precaution. And as you were saying, the important thing is to be prepared, to be ready. And this is really a lesson for anybody out there, especially
Absolutely.
out in this part of the valley here, that these winds are vicious, they're strong, and they came with a vengeance, right?
And they're not done yet.
And they're not done yet. That's key.
And I think it's very key, Ariel, that, you're evacuating from Oxnard, and this fire started in Moore Park, went from Somis and into Camarillo, and you're not taking any chances with it moving to Oxnard. And we've been talking to people all morning long about, don't wait. Get your items together, load up the car, even if you just back it in the driveway, but you're ready to go. And that's part of what you were doing by evacuating early.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
And especially, Ariel, you're saying we're expecting stronger winds later tonight and possibly into tomorrow. So very sobering for the people out there watching. We have our wind speeds there on the left side of your screen there. You can see these are sustained winds, I believe, of 52, 50 miles an hour, consistently blowing. And when you have warmer temperatures, low humidity, this is really a combination for some very destructive fires that we're seeing today, right?
That's exactly it. And these winds, now that we have the very dry air in place, anytime we get these pulsations of winds, we're dealing with a volatile combination of parameters and a very particularly dangerous situation.
And anything can start a fire. I mean, a cigarette thrown out of a car, a lawnmower that causes a spark, a car that backfires. You have to be so careful. And we're watching now flames, Ariel. I don't know if you're watching our channel right there, but you can see someone's fence going up in flames, and that house just behind it. Neighboring homes also up in flames. And again, firefighters are strapped. I'm sure they're bringing in firefighters from around the area, right?
Absolutely, yeah. They are bringing in other departments because, this fire has just gotten, it's over 9,000 acres now. And I don't think we have a total of how many homes have been destroyed yet.
The thing to remember is that because the winds are so strong, the winds are throwing sparks well downstream of the actual fire that start new fires. So the actual forward progression of the fire front can actually go faster than the winds itself because of the new embers starting new fires. And so the whole thing propagates very fast.
And Ariel, we've actually reported, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think embers can travel miles in some of these wind before they settle down, as you said, starting fires in other areas that maybe you thought you were in the clear, right? It can travel quite a distance.
That's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly it.
That is scary. And again, we're monitoring the situation out there. SkyCal flying over the scene. Another thing that I noticed too is just how thick that smoke is, Amy. And despite the winds, it seems like it's just hovering over the area, which makes things, I saw our Jeff Nguyen earlier, things were so just chaotic. He was disoriented, so much smoke in the area. And these homes are under this blanket of smoke right now. Scary.
It is very scary. Ariel, I don't know if you can talk a little bit about how a fire can really change the weather. We often talk about, obviously the skies get dark because of all the smoke, but the winds seem to pick up around a fire. I don't know if you can talk about how real that is.
Yeah, I mean, what we have with these fires is that they turn into heat engines. They create their own local weather systems around them. Think about like a vacuum cleaner. All of a sudden, you have this airflow that's caused through suction processes within the vacuum. It's the same general idea with a fire. When you bring that fire into the atmosphere, into the environment, it reduces the density, creating like a suction effect, and all the airflows get modified and manipulated around it that can actually make the fire more favorable to spread. And then we get these fires spreading non-linearly compared to what the environmental conditions would support when they get big enough. And so that's what we're seeing here. We call that explosive fire, development. These are explosive fires that we have in this environment.
And Ariel, is that the time perhaps where we see those fire devils, those little tornadoes of fire that sometimes we see along the fire line, which looks so ominous? Is that what you're talking about, something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
My goodness. And we know, we've been telling our viewers, you had to evacuate there at the National Weather Service office in Oxnard. So where did you park it right now? What are you doing? Where are you?
Well, our staff are making sure that they're in safe places away from the main axis of the smoke and the fire, which is really headed, straight towards the office at this point. And so everyone is out of that main path and is able to provide support and take care of their families and do whatever they need to do to stay safe and be ready.
And that's great that you could do that. I mean, you're at work. The work that you guys do, very important. I'm sure you also inform firefighters and fire crews. They check with you on whether or not they have to have an all-hands-on-deck situation, and that you're able to just get away and assess the situation and make sure friends and family are okay. That's something very special there as well. And is this one of those things where you're going to be on the clock for 24 hours, or you're going to take a break at some point?
We'll see how things go. Even though we've evacuated our office, again, San Diego Weather Service is covering all of our routine responsibilities so that as far as the routine products, nothing skips a beat. Everyone has, all of our partners that are out there using the information to make decisions to save lives, they all have our contact information. So the entire system keeps going, and our great team at Weather Service LA Oxnard is able to help out, exactly as our partners need. So we don't skip a beat here, and we make sure that we stay safe as well.
Well, Ariel Cohen, we really appreciate the time you've spent with us this afternoon, informing our viewers, basically giving all of us an education here on just the importance of being prepared, the severity of this fire, the severity of the winds. We'll hope to check back with you a little later, but for now, I'll let you get back to what you need to do, and hopefully you will take our call next time we call you, and we'll get you back on the air. Thanks so much, Ariel.
All right. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
We will, and thank you so much. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Alex Biston. She's been monitoring the conditions out there. Serious conditions, as Ariel was telling us, with the National Weather Service. Alex, are you up and ready?
I am, and unbelievable to hear from Ariel and hear that they are being evacuated at the National Weather Service office in Oxnard. I, like you, have been there plenty of times. I think it just shows how intense this fire is and has gotten over the past few hours, because we, of course, saw it start in Moore Park, jump to Camarillo, and now we are hearing about evacuations in Oxnard. So it really shows you that this is a very dangerous situation, and of course the National Weather Service issuing that particular dangerous situation, which we have been watching. So this is the time of year that we have these Santa Ana winds form. They really start to ramp up October, November, December. Again, we can even see this into the December months, which is typical for that. But we're really starting to see this ramp up. It's often one that we have a red flag warning. Of course, that means high fire danger. It means it's dry. It will be windy, but it is very rare. I don't remember the last time that we've had a particular dangerous situation that has been issued. So with that, we have widespread critical fire weather conditions. Not only have we been talking about the wind, but now that this fire has been burning for a few hours, we have the dense smoke advisory. I want to make sure that people are up to date with that and aware of where that is in effect. I'm just going to list out the cities. That's Camarillo, Port Hueneme, Newberry Park, Oxnard, Moore Park, Simi Valley, Ventura, and Thousand Oaks. So that means that the smoke is moving into those communities about a quarter of a mile or less visibility due to the dense smoke. So I'm sure, of course, we're going to see air quality concerns because of the smoke that is moving through those communities. And I've been watching the wind speeds over the past few hours. And, we've seen winds gust stronger about 50, 60 miles per hour. And when we look at the wind map right now, you can see that we are kind of in this bullseye from Santa Clarita to Simi Valley, Santa Paula, of course, Ojai Valley, and all the way down out to Oxnard, where that National Weather Service office is. And we can see how the winds are specifically impacting this area. Now, this is an area that typically really gets hit hard with the winds. We see it here, and it's kind of like a horseshoe pattern. We see it from Ventura County up through the mountains, the Angeles National Forest, and then, of course, swinging around to the Inland Empire. So the Inland Empire is another area that typically gets these very strong Santa Ana winds. Now, what's happening is it's been
hours that we've seen these strong winds, and what Paul Deanna was mentioning earlier was the fact that the wind picks up some of these embers and then distributes it somewhere else, and then a house that's nowhere near the start of the original fire can unfortunately, get hit with one of those. So that is kind of a danger when we have these stronger winds developing. So you might be tuning in and wondering, how long is this expected to last? When will we start to see the winds die down? So I'm going to bring up our show us the winds as we head through the next few hours. So I'm going to start it. Let's see if I can start it right about now. It's 2:16. So as we head through the next hour or so,
are we going to your computer, Alex?
Yes, if you can.
Yeah, if the booth can put up her
also
computer,
understand
that'd be
we
great.
do want to see these images too. So that's okay. I can really you don't have to pull up the weather graphic. I can definitely talk over it too.
There it is.
And just tell you, okay, so we have the weather graphic up. This is the future cast. So this kind of goes through the next 24 hours to show you what's going to happen with the wind. So I expect winds to be around gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour as we head through the next few hours. So you can see the timestamp. It's on the up on the right-hand corner of your screen. So once we kind of toggle through, you can see that the winds die down somewhat as we head into around 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. But again, we're looking at Moore Park and we're seeing that the winds are still quite strong. Areas about 30 miles per hour. What's going to happen is I've been, going through this and watching it as we head into early tomorrow morning. Here's about 4:45, 5 o'clock in the morning, seeing the winds relax somewhat. But then we'll see kind of another burst as we head through the morning hours. So these winds typically ramp up in the early morning hours too. So we saw that early this morning. So about 9 a.m. tomorrow, we'll see widespread winds about 30 to 40 miles per hour. And then I think really what's going to happen is we'll see winds subside as we head into Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. So I want to look back at my notes here and make sure I can remember when the red flag warning is going to expire. Let's see. I believe it's tomorrow. I'm going to get back to you, Juan, on exactly what time that expires.
I believe they said tomorrow night, and I think Ariel might have said tomorrow night as well, but we're expecting like one more punch of strong wind before that.
Correct. So this says red flag warning with us until 11 a.m. on Friday. So we will have that the wind, that particularly strong, burst of wind with us. I'm also going to just pull up again that map of the winds right now, specifically over Ventura County and areas like Santa Clarita. So again, you can see that on our wind gust map, that areas like just through the I-5 corridor, as you make your way just north of Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, winds anywhere from about 30 to 40 miles per hour, but closer to 50 miles an hour in areas like Santa Clarita. These are communities that know that the winds come there, right? These are areas, they know that. But when we have winds this strong, it's always alarming when we start to see this kind of ramp back up again. This is the season that we see this activity ramp up, and these are the communities right here, what you see on your screen. These are the communities, unfortunately, that always have to be prepared for something like this. Exactly what Ariel was saying, that you always have to be prepared. I mean, it is, Juan, pretty incredible that they're impacted all the way down at the National Weather Service office in Oxnard. That's not close from the beach, right?
At all.
I mean, that's very close. And we saw that with the fire earlier today in Malibu. We get the wind there, and there's really not much else that can do it. The wind dries out the atmosphere. We're getting this really dry air from the desert that's moving in, and it's drying everything out, unfortunately, and it's helping this fire spread.
And the cooler temperatures, perhaps, like you were mentioning Oxnard, it's a little closer to the ocean. That's not helping at all because of the Santa Anas, right? These winds are coming from the mountains out towards the ocean, right?
Correct. And so typically we have the sea breeze, right? And that's what helps keep the coast a whole lot cooler. Now we've kind of shifted the winds. So what we typically see is like that onshore flow. Now winds have shifted into an offshore pattern. And that's why this gets really dicey and it gets really tricky, because we're seeing all this dry air filter into Southern California. And, sometimes we get
moderate, weak to moderate Santa Ana winds, but unfortunately today and what we were forecasting was this was a particularly dangerous situation. And you have one spark and the wind takes it from there. And so that is kind of the issue when we see these very strong winds, and we get a little bit nervous, honestly, when we're forecasting something like this, because we know if there is a spark that we will have issues. And, one, we have widespread, I'm looking at a resource we have, it's called the Fire Weather Snooper from the National Weather Service, and it shows the amount of stations or areas that are under red flag conditions. There are a ton. I'm looking at all of these. A lot of them are up through foothill communities, up in the mountains, but even some out toward Malibu Hills. I'm looking at Pepperdine too. The relative humidity is below 10%, so that is bone dry, and we could see the wind gusts over the past few hours too, and it has been pretty intense. So once I pull up the Malibu Hills, I'm looking at wind speeds over the last, let's see, since 9 a.m., 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is what, excuse me, no, that is not correct. Let me look at this. So since about 10 a.m. in Malibu, we've seen sustained winds from 30 to 40 miles per hour, gusts around the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. So it just kind of goes to show you this long duration that we've been dealing with the very strong winds.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to explain the difference between sustained winds and wind gusts, but when you see the difference between that sustained wind and the gust isn't too far off, to have that consistent wind blowing nonstop, as you said, it moves those embers around, keep those flames fanned, and it becomes such a big problem. And of course, Alex, as we know, if you're near the canyons and passes, when there's areas where the winds kind of like go through those passes, they compress, they move faster. It even gets worse, right?
Yes, and that's exactly it. So that's exactly how these winds form, is because what happens is we've got just high pressure off the shore, offshore. We've got an area of low pressure that comes, it just moves kind of to the east of us, and we get these very tight pressure gradients. And one, exactly what you were saying, is the wind filters through the passes, through the canyons, the desert, of course. And this is why some communities, it's very interesting, why some communities get the winds and others don't. I also am going to pull up one of my wind maps here. I think it shows a wider view of Southern California, because you can see Camarillo, Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, looking at this purple here. So we're talking wind gusts about 50 to 60 mile an hour range. Take a look at LAX. I mean, LA Basin is typically an area that doesn't see these stronger, Santa Ana winds. San Gabriel Valley a lot of the times is spared, through the metro spots, Los Angeles metro areas, not as strong wind. Now, we're also seeing the wind filter through areas like the Inland Empire. Now, not as strong as what we're seeing in Ventura County today. So it's really shows you that some areas get this and some don't, but this is the typical fashion. We've got the winds coming out of the northeast, and it is just really fascinating, how it is really hitting Ventura County hard this afternoon.
And I know when I left last night, Alex, on election coverage, we knew that this was going to happen. We were forecasting these winds. But when you see the damage and destruction, just awful to see, and of course so close to the holidays, it really breaks my heart, and I know it breaks a lot of our viewers' hearts. I'm going to let you get back to your forecasting there, Alex. We're going to go to the phone right now. We have Andrew Dowd with Ventura County Fire. Andrew, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Andrew, fill us in. We've been kind of doing a round robin. I know this fire has spread into many areas, Moorpark, Camarillo, Oxnard. What can you tell us on your front?
Sure. So this is a very rapidly moving and fast-moving wildfire. So right now the fire is estimated to be at least 8,800 acres and is just dynamically moving, as you probably have footage of. Our number one priority here at Ventura County Fire and running this incident is life safety. We're urging all residents that are in the affected areas to make sure that they're heeding evacuation orders. That's our number one priority.
Andrew, how do you prepare for this? Because, I mean, when you see just how widespread these fires are, and there's always, just a certain number of firefighters covering an area, how are we doing today? How are the men and women on the fire lines doing? What's the plan?
Great question. We anticipate these kind of events, and so we were already upstaffing with a number of additional fire engines, overhead incident management, and other resources. So the second thing I will say is, because of our master mutual aid agreement, that's the master mutual aid agreement is what allows other agencies to support each other when something like this happens. We have agencies we can call on throughout Southern California. We have activated those plans. We are engaging with our mutual aid partners, and we have resources coming in from all over Southern California and, frankly, from probably other places within the state right now.
Well, we hope that your crews stay safe. Thank you very much for the update. Acreage in the 8,000 to 9,000, so quite incredible. Andrew Dowd with Ventura County Fire, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jeff Nguyen. He is out there on the fire line as well. Jeff, take it away.
Isn't that a word trip?
Hey, Juan, I think you just tossed to me. Let me just step aside so you can see what's going on right behind me right now. You can see just the intense flames that are burning from this structure right here. We are on a street called Avocado, not far from the Spanish Hills area, and this fire has been cooking for quite some time. We've been here for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. Earlier, we can hear some popping noises. Not sure what that was. It might have been glass breaking from the intense heat, or basically pieces of metal bending and creating some of that noise. But you can see and get a sense of how much of the heat that is just radiating from that structure right there. I can't tell you if it's a garage or a home or an outbuilding, because it is just so intense. All of this heat is basically, we can feel it. We're about 50 feet away from it, and not only is that structure burning, but as John opens up the shot and maybe tilts up a little bit, there's a tree right above that's burning as well, and you may be able to hear some of the popping right now. Hey, Captain, any chance I can... So one of the captains out here is a little bit too busy to talk to me. I was hoping to get some information for you with a live interview, but I think the pictures kind of speak for itself. As you can see how that firefighter there, he's probably a guy who's about 6'1", 6'2", and he's completely dwarfed by the image that's in the background. And earlier, Amy was asking me about aircraft. We have been seeing a couple of water dropping helicopters in this area, so that's what led us to this area. Oftentimes when you do old-fashioned shoe leather reporting, you just kind of look to figure out where the smoke is and where the flames are and where the helicopters are, and you kind of head in that direction. And that's exactly what John Schreiber and I did, which led us over here. We are on one property that neighbors the one that's burning right now. Earlier, we could hear some of the equipment that firefighters use to either knock away the wooden fence that used to sit there or cut away from it. We are also hearing some of the chainsaws running in the background. I'm guessing what they're trying to do. It's hard to see out here, but they're probably trying to chop away some of the trees or wood that might be surrounding this structure to take out some of the fuel. There are a number of firefighters out here, and it intensifies, so does this fire, and it is just kicking up a lot of heat and just blinding smoke. Earlier in the day during our previous live shots, when there is so much smoke that's billowing, you can't see a whole lot. But in this case, you can see a whole lot because the intensity of the flames, the illumination here is really something else. You may be able to hear on my phone right now some of the popping noises. I'm not certain what those popping noises are. We do have someone in an orange helmet from LA County Fire. I'm going to see if he's amenable to talking to me. Hi, Jeff Nguyen with KCAL News. You're from LA County Fire. Can you tell me what the fight in front of us is?
Well, it's a wind-driven fire that's come up from the hills. It impacted the house. We did what we could to get lines around it, but with the wind being as fast as it is, we couldn't save it. So now we're just trying to keep it from passing over Avocado Road. So we're trying to make a stop here.
Gotcha. How many homes are neighboring this property?
All of them. We got a lot.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. So you can understand why, he's more focused on that than entertaining my questions right now, because the intensity out here is really something else. In addition to this home that he just told us that's burning, hey, John, I'm going to ask you to swivel a little bit. You can see some of the brush right there to the left side of your screen that is burning as well. And we don't know what some of those popping noises going off are, but that's certainly, something that firefighters have to contend with as they try to put out the flames here. Certainly, you got to keep your distance from the flames, but depending upon, what's causing all of that popping noise, you really don't want to get too close to that. So just to let you know, John and I are at a great distance. The pictures that John is sending you are very impressive because he's using his Zoom, but we are certainly not foolhardy in our news gathering, and we're not getting in the way of the firefighters in any sort of way. As the structure or the home is burning, now that some of the smoke is cleared, hey, John, if you can just kind of zoom in right past that post right there, now you can kind of get a sense of what used to be the home that is burning, and it is just absolutely heartbreaking. As you can see, what used to be the opening for a window completely gone, as all of the flames are engulfing it and just generating all of this heat, kicking up all of the embers. On Avocado, there is a string of homes. This is a relatively rural street with very large properties, and some of them are behind gates. So that's the other tricky part, as well. As people leave, firefighters kind of have to improvise, like in this case, basically to access this property. They had to take out that wall. Obviously, some of it burned before they got here, but they kind of sped things along and took it out so that they could access that prop right there. Juan, I have been talking quite some time, so I don't want to be rude. Let me go ahead and kick it back to you in case you have any questions for me, Juan.
Let me tell you, Jeff, just watching your pictures, just incredible. It almost looks like a blowtorch or a gas leak type of situation. The flames are so intense. The smoke is so thick. It's almost like you're on a different planet. It's like the sun is blocked. It's incredible. And the fact that these firefighters, their number one task is to save lives. But as the firefighter you spoke to said, there was nothing they could do here. They're just trying to make sure that those flames don't hopscotch onto the other homes in the community. And when you asked what homes are they worried about, he said all of them. So this is just so incredible, so crazy. And we thank you and your photographer. I know you've been keeping a safe distance, but really the zoom shot on those flames, you could see the window you were talking about. We can see the intensity, just incredible. So Jeff, thank you so much for bringing us those pictures. And please, you and John, stay safe out there.